What's good? What's good? Salute to the family. How y'all feeling on this good Thursday, man? This week been blowing by pretty damn fast, man. But we here early. We back to build and talk this boxing, man. How we always do. It is a lot to cover, and we gonna get to all of it, man. We gonna get to every bit of it. The Twitter sphere is going off, man. They going crazy. Man, they want Bud Crawford back, man. Turkey Alice Sheik trying to convince Bud to come back. The boxing world started this Boots conversation up again. It's getting interesting, man. It's heating up. I seen a little clip from Raymond Moritaya's dad saying they accepted the 70-30 split or something to that degree, something like that. Little update from yesterday. Um, it's a lot, man. Shock got a Mr. Versace interview. Kid Austin, the dad, Floyd Schofield Senior, sitting down with Coach Kenny. It's a lot, man. Hey, man, is it safe out there? Everything all right? Everybody good? You know what I mean? Hope everybody all right. Hope everything's straight. You know what I'm saying? I got a question, man. A little tribute for the chat, man. I know who got the most accurate jab in boxing, y'all. Y'all want to take a wild guess. Take a wild guess, y'all. Who got the best jab in all the boxing? The most accurate jab, should I say, in all the boxing. We gonna get to all of it though. Jordan, my dog, is in the building. What's good with it? Mine, George is in the building. My dog, Marcus, what's good with it, bro? Convos with Cam. Peace to the queen. How you feeling today, man? Y'all hit the like button, sub to the channel, support the grind, hit the super chat, hit the cash app. Let's laugh a little. You know what I mean? Let's enjoy this conversation, man. Cause they it's crazy how when Bud was here, it seemed like they couldn't wait for him to get up out of boxing, right? With all the complaining that they were doing, right? All the different narratives that was coming to try to tear this man down because they couldn't find an opponent to beat him in the ring. So they tried to beat him with narratives and it didn't work. And all it did was propel this man to stardom, right? The more they hated him, the more narratives they pushed, the more he kept winning, the more successful he got, the more money he made. And I loved it, man. The man retired. He went out on his own, right? He did it his way. And that's it's no better way to write a career, right? An ending to a career from start to finish. This dude turned pro in 2008. I think he won his first title in like 2014, and he stayed champion from 2014 all the way up until he retired. It's not regular, man. That's not something you see every day. That's not something that every fighter is doing, and it's just a regular occurrence. And I ain't even got to get into the accolades, the different titles and undisputed. We all know what that is. 5 different champions, 5 different weight classes, 3 different weight classes, undisputed. Like he did his thing, man. All that complaining about who he didn't fight, who he should have fought. You can say that about anybody's career if you look at it. It's going to always be somebody that you wanted them to fight that they just didn't fight. But what you can't say about him is the reason that he didn't fight whoever it is you thought he should have fought on his way up is because he ducked him. That's something that you can't say. And Bud Crawford didn't bite his tongue, man. He made it clear. It's not no promoters, no managers, and none of that. Nowhere out there that can tell you that I ducked the fight. And that's that's the harsh reality. That's the true pill that people don't want to swallow. They want to be able to push the narrative. Yeah, man, it was some kind of way that he avoided fighting Boots, man. And, he had an opportunity here and he ain't gonna fight, man. Killer noise, man. It just wasn't the case, man. You know what I mean? Wasn't no paperwork and none of that stuff with this fight. It was discussions about it, but it didn't go nowhere. So I don't think you could blame that on Crawford. You get what I'm saying? I for one never thought Boots was gonna get the opportunity to fight him at 47 because we all know what the big fight there was. That was him and Earl, and they made it, and they both moved on, and that left Boots without a major dance partner at 47, and he went on to still unify the division the best way he could. But people got to realize, man. I think that this fight not happening is more business and intent than somebody ducking on either side. I ain't about to run with that. You get me? I do think if they telling Boots that yo, this contract is on the table for Terence Crawford, I think he accepts it. And the same thing for Bud Crawford. But at the same token, he told people the whole time, like, if you want me to fight this dude so bad, man, show the money. Where the money at? And it's quiet on that every single time. So it's like we as fans, we always gonna push for the fights that we feel like we want to see the most. But in reality, we could only do but so much with our words. You know what I mean? Our live streams, our videos, and different things like that. With our content, we could try to make the push collectively, but overall, the business of boxing and the powers that be, the fighters, both teams got to be all on the same accord for these fights to get pushed over the hump. And I think a lot of times this is why you don't see the fights. This is why you ain't see the fight with Boots and Crawford. I don't think nobody was trying to avoid anybody. I truly don't. I just think that's lame to try to paint either guy as a duck. You know what I'm saying? MLC, you would be right, good sir. Rico, what it do, fam? How you feeling? Say you beat the out of Boots. I don't know if he would have stopped him. I feel you. Blade, what it do, fam? You get what I'm saying? Boots good. Off of the fight, I heard Boots turned it down. Not sure what was the reason, but Boots got off lucky. You don't even know it yet. I mean, look, I know it's gonna be different takes, man, because Boots is very, very athletic and talented, man. And some would say he mirrors and mimics Crawford to a certain degree, being a guy that can switch and all that type of stuff. Right? We know that athleticism, it jump off at you, but for me, I think you want your experience got to be on point, got to be right. You know what I'm saying? Your experience level got to be right. I think to go in there and not only just compete with Crawford, but actually beat him. You know what I'm saying? And I think at a certain point, you got to face different kind of competition to be able to go out there and do what 41 people couldn't do. You get what I'm saying? Like, they make it seem like it's just an open and shut case. Yeah, Boots is younger, fresher, man. He's everything Crawford wouldn't want. And he would have stopped Crawford. And that would have been the toughest fight of his life. I'm telling you, man, the experience level, this dude been fighting at the championship level for damn near most of his career. You get what I'm saying? And that's not regular. You get me? So it just would have been a really tall order, tough task. You know what I mean? Very entertaining fight, I believe, but it's just hard to pick against Crawford, right? With such limited experience, respectfully. So, I think that's what will hurt Boots in the fight. The inexperience on his side matched with the experience on Crawford's side, the cleverness, man, and creativity. Crawford is not a guy that's gonna run out of answers in the ring like a lot of these guys, and he ain't gonna wilt or fold the first time he get hit with a good shot. You get what I'm saying? It's just not gonna happen. So I just don't see it. Blade, what it do, homie? What's good, homie? How you feeling? So, tell who I think will win. Yeah, I just, it's a fun conversation. It's just, you just can't get overly excited behind it because, the likelihood of it happening, I think, is very low. You know what I'm saying? Crawford, I really do feel like he gone. Turkey is making a little, I guess, pitch to try to get him back out of retirement, but I think that dude good where he at, man. Saying he ducked me. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Forever G's is in the building. Motown is in the building. My dog Dante's Boxing Talk is in the building. Was good. Oh yeah, 42. Right. So a lot of Boots fans were L fans will change. Yeah. Yeah, man. People will stop playing with Bud. I like the conversation, but I like the fact that Bud got on top of it, man. He got on Twitter and let it be known. Look, man, this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Y'all wanted me to fight this dude basically end his career because that's what would have happened. You know what I'm saying? He said he would have ended his career before it even started. It ain't like that, but I know Boots is locked in on Xander, so I don't expect him to say too much right now anyway. But it's funny how this conversation got sparked because Bud tired of y'all trying to make it seem like he ducked somebody, man. That's what it be. It be y'all boxing fans, man. But if we was to get a fight out of this would be dope. Tagging Boots said it all. Yeah, but Bud on some beat, Bud making sure that he ain't just talking to nobody. But Boots better stay locked in. Don't fall. Don't take the bait. Not right now, Boots. I know people want you to respond, but don't take the bait. Lock in on him because he's gonna have you in a Twitter blender, man. It's gonna be all types of tags and mentions. Before you know it, they're gonna be talking about you and Bud fighting potentially more than you and Xander. I'm telling you. So Boots, if he's smart, I think he is, and he's gonna ignore it for right now. He might respond later, or he might surprise us. But I just like it because I love boxing. So I always love a good conversation. But it's just something to discuss because so many people feel like that this guy is really avoided competition, and I just don't think you get to his level avoiding opposition and not willing to challenge yourself. It just don't make sense, right? Those things just don't make sense at all. And the resume speak for itself, right? The resume speak for itself, and you can say what you want. The accomplishments, how dominant he was as well. You know what I'm saying? Not having close fights, competitive, but not so much close either UDs or stoppages, KOs and shit, right? So just not a lot of guys like Bud, man. That was just a one of one kind of talent, man. And it's okay for people to speculate who they felt like would have won. But what is not cool to do is try to put the duck jacket on them just because the fight didn't materialize. And I keep telling people, man, I think so too, man. George, you know what I'm saying? But plotting on Undisputed 54. Who's got to do the heavy lifting? That man came back out of retirement at 54. Jordan, that'd be wild, bro. Because he sounded real, like, for sure, when he talked about his retirement and being done, but you just never know, man. What if he get that itch, man, and come back? Because he ain't been retired for too long, right? It's been a little bit. Maybe that little rest, he might got an itch. It'd be interesting, but he keeps saying he done for good. But you got Turkey lobbying to try to get him back, talking about undisputed 4 times. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna play the little clip because there was a lot of stuff that they said, man, that he said going back and forth, man. We're gonna get into all this. Is a lot to cover today, man. So hit the like button for your boy. Big Highs, what it do, fam? Was good with it. Boots was expected to win all his fights, but was doubted most of his fights. Yeah, he was doubted in his fights. He was the underdog in fights. Yeah, the shit is definitely different, Big House. I ain't gonna lie. They know it is. It's a little difference there. You know what I'm saying? It is, if we just being honest. And again, I think fighting at a championship level for more than for most of your career is saying something. It's not going to be easy for nobody to come up in there and just beat you. Get what I'm saying? And it's not just fighting at the championship level. It's being dominant at the championship level the way Bud was. It's just he's not an easy guy to beat. All this making it seem like he's somebody going to just run up on him and just, that's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be in the fight of your life in there with Bud, man. You've seen it every time with everybody. Now they be beating the hell out of these dudes. In every weight class, he had a dominant wins, just dominant, beating dudes' asses, man. Pillar to post type shit. You know what I mean? It's a win for Bud. If he lose the Boots for undisputed, pass the torch and or make history. Yeah, they go crazy though. I told you they go nuts. But look, I would never mind seeing this fight. If Bud decided to come back and do it, I'd be all in. You know what I'm saying? I'd be all in. T Hill, the mayor of these YouTube streets. What's good with it, T Hill? How you feeling, bro? Let's get to it though, man. Like I said, smash up the like button and we're gonna get to these videos. We got some things to cover. Bud said, I ain't going, man. I'm tired of y'all playing with my name. I ain't never done not eyes. You hear me? I don't know what y'all talking about. You can ask these promoters, these managers. They know. Matchmakers, everybody, bro. Janitors, they all know Bud Crawford don't duck no smoke. Don't duck no action. You know what I'm saying? And I feel him. You know what I'm saying? I feel him. Bud said, I am the smoke. What I look like ducking Say he posted say that, and that was it was a clip out there that's saying that where Boots was saying he, if he fought Bud, they was like, who would win? He was like, oh, I'm winning that. And then it was like, he said, I'm knocking him out. So he knocked Bud out. So that's what Bud was like. He posted to say that, that's what Bud got that one. BVO, what they do, famo. What's happening with it, man. Shout out to everybody pulling up on this early build because we're going to get to it, y'all. We got a lot to talk about. So hold me down in the chat. Shout out to the moderators, the channel members, and we're going to get to this, man. He said, seen this story before, kind of looking real familiar one for me. So I know y'all mad at me because y'all hate being wrong, but I'm the one, and some of y'all can't help but to see it. And look, I'm going to be honest, man. I talk to real boxing over here. Look, this has been by far one of the most dominant and successful runs and fighters that you've seen grace this era of boxing, for real. And I get it. It's matchups that you would have wanted to see him in, right? Manny Pacquiao. Some people even say AB. Keith Thurman's, right? It's certain matchups, right? Obviously Boots, but I'm able to make peace with that because I think I was seeing Bud Crawford from the very beginning of the career, very early in his career. You know what I mean? His very first weight class. You know what I'm saying? Before people really was on him like that, and I'm cool with the body of work that he's put in. Like, it's always questions, or you always speculate, damn, what would have happened if he did fight Boots, or if he did fight Pacquiao, or if he did fight Broner, Thurman, any of that stuff. They all good questions, but I'm cool seeing what he did, man. This dude was dominant, and I'm pretty sure after seeing the way he carried it in every one of these fights, all the way throughout to the end of his career, to the bitter end of his career, you know what I'm saying? He still won at the highest levels, man. And he separated himself from his peers. He got to a weight class in welterweight that people said he was too light in the ass for. Remember that? He went there and dominated and stopped every single fighter that he fought at welterweight. Like, dude is impressive, man. In every way, shape, or form. And to jump up weight classes that late in your career and dominate the king of the hill, that speak volumes about you as a fighter, your character, your competitive nature, and just overall what you stood for in the sport. That's what made him different. Like, I think, his run is solidified. It's just hard to question. And I think if you questioning Terence Crawford at this point, I think you just nitpicking, or you not really being honest. Get what I'm saying? It's people that would, all those names I just named would have been good fights if they could have been made, but given the way he carried it in every one of these fights, he would have had a chance to beat every last one of those guys I just mentioned. You know what I'm saying? So people was wrong about him a lot, and you thought they would have been glad to see him retire, but some of those same people are probably begging or wanting him to come back because they want an opportunity to see him lose, right? That's what they want. They hoping he'd come back and one fight too many, and maybe somebody would get the ups on him and beat him. But I think Terence Crawford, whatever he decided to do, I think he's gonna be successful at it. If he decides to stay out of boxing, he gonna be good. If he decide to come back, I feel like he's gonna be successful, man. This is not no guy that's gonna be easy to beat. Everybody could be beat. Everybody takes losses. Nobody's invincible. But again, with the amount of experience, you get what I'm saying? Just fighting at a championship level, elite level. That's like fight. I was talking about this earlier. What Terence Crawford did fighting at the championship level all these years. That's like competing at the playoff championship level, most of your career, right? That level. That's just what he was on. And I just think you gotta, to some degree, he's so talented. You gotta be able to match him in more than just the physical areas. You gotta be able to match him mentally. And that's where people might get it wrong, right? Specimen that Boots is, and you like, man, there's no way Crawford dealing with that. But I seriously doubt it, man. I think people will be in for a little surprise, man, just because I think Bud Crawford is one of those guys that it's just easy to overlook if you get caught up in the wrong stuff and you get caught up in those narratives. You get what I'm saying? Maybe he would have looked what he did to Spence. He different, man. Motown was good with it, my guy, man. He said, keep in mind that Boots is naturally bigger than Bud. Only a second weight class. True indeed. True indeed. It's crazy. And he started from 2 weight classes below. And people can't help to see it, but they hot, man. These people like, man, he said, can't no manager, promoter, advisor, coach, anyone of that matter can say I ever ducked or turned down a fight that was presented to me. And let's really talk about it because I real life stepped on shit. And look, and look, what he's saying is factual, man. He did in real life. He stepped on some things, man. You know what I mean? Bud Crawford was stepping on shit for real. If we being honest. You know, he really did, man, and that's where you know that's where this would be people's opportunity right here to call his bluff with all the different tweeting and stuff that be going on, right? With these managers calling out the fighters or the promoters and different things. There's nobody that's gonna get up under that post and realistically say with 100% honesty that he ducked smoke. And that's just simple as that. So you got to understand certain fights that didn't happen. It's probably a rhyme and reason why it didn't happen, but it ain't the one that people would like to make you think it is. Oh, he just didn't want to fight nobody. Yeah, Bud Crawford was ducking. Yeah, man, he was scared to challenge himself. It's crazy. Like people will tell you one of the most accomplished fighters in all of the sport is the one that was scared to challenge himself. That's how he got to where he got to, not challenging himself. That don't even add up. The math don't even math, bro. The only way you can get to the level that Terence Crawford got to is by challenging yourself and being successful each and every time you did it, right? Dominating. And like he said, he real life stepped on shit. He did, bro. He did. He did. There's nothing wrong with saying that. You ain't got to like him personally or personality, but we just talking about the boxer. The boxing, he could box and he could fight. He had the temperament. He had a mean streak. He was a great finisher, right? He could switch. There's a lot the man could do in there. There's a lot he could do in there, and there's very little that he couldn't. You know what I'm saying? So, shout out to Bud Crawford. But let's keep going, y'all. Look, he on it, man. He said, hey, man, can't say we didn't witness it, man. Yo, you know what I'm saying? I'm like about both guys, yeah. Somebody tagged Boots, and then he tagged Boots. Tagged Boots with the question mark. See, I always looked at as the bad guy my whole life, so I changed my life, tried to be the good, respectable guy. But at times, y'all be making people want to go back in time. I came too far. I won't do it. He probably saying I won't do it. You know what I'm saying? I won't do it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, Bud getting tired of that. Like, look, man, let the man retire, G. You know, let that man retire and enjoy his retirement. Stop trying to paint him as some duck, man, because can't nobody say that. They might have different ideals between the two as to why the fight didn't happen, but I'm pretty sure Boots can't say, yeah, Terence Crawford duck. Like, I don't think he can say that. You know what I'm saying? It's the messenger that's causing the turmoil. Right. They don't like it. They don't like it. It's the messenger. They pissed off at the messenger. They almost missing the message. Forever G's, you feel me? You know what I mean? Being mad at him. Bud probably itching a little bit. He said, I can't sell this and that, but y'all favorite fighters made their biggest check with none other than the one who can sell. Let that sink in for a minute. Why would you think that is what he say? Why would you think that is what they fought so many other so-called big names? Yeah, man, Bud Crawford on this shit, man. He was tweeting away, man. You want playing no games here with y'all, man. Can't sell this and I can't sell that. But your favorite fighters made their biggest check with none other than the one who can't sell. Let that sink in for a minute. He would piss people off with that one. Somebody tweeted, Bud Ennis lived off your name and didn't want to smoke, and you try to keep it humble, can't lie. That's one fight that they had to put up 200 to 300 for you to smoke them. Oh, 200 to 300. Is he talking about 200 to 300 million to smoke them? I hear, dude, but Terence Crawford said, how when he can't even tie my shoes. So, see? Y'all starting it up, man. Y'all got to know y'all talking to one of the most competitive, I think, guys that we got in all of the sport, bro. This dude, I seen a video the other day, bro. Bud was betting somebody in like race cars, and I ain't talking about NASCAR, like, you know, remote control car around the, you know, in this field. I'm like, bro will compete at anything, man. Like, that is just wild, bro. Like, he'll wrestle the wrestlers, box the boxers, beat up the fighters, knock out the knockout artists, right? Outbox the boxers, outthink them. Like, you name it, he doing it, bro. He the jack of all trades. It's crazy, bro. This dude, this dude just do anything. He beating people at darts, ping pong, like you name it, yo. Bud doing it, bro. Okay, 200-300 million fan, throw Bud a 50 to 100, and let's get it going. Yeah, that 200-300 is crazy. That 200-300 Jordan is insane. But Bud said he can't tie his shoes, man. He said Boots can't tie them shoes, man. He's supposed to say what he's saying too. He's speaking his truth, and I wouldn't expect nothing different from Bud. But I always thought it would be an entertaining fight because of the styles and what Boots is capable of doing. But I think ultimately Bud, just being a more experienced fighter, fighting at the higher level, far more consistently, more proven, I think those things would show up in the fight at some point, and that will work in Bud Crawford's favor. That's just my opinion of it. I could be wrong, but I'll never count out Boots and say he don't got a chance at beating somebody. You know what I'm saying? That dude is one of the ones, and I think we're going to find that out in his very next fight. Or for the people that don't know that, they're going to find that out this next fight. That leave Bud retired before he come back. I'm telling you, bro, he going to mess up people. He going to mess that money up for you, bro. Don't let sleeping dogs lie. What they say? Let sleeping dogs lie. Do not wake up a sleeping giant, bro. Leave that man retired and chilling. You know what I'm saying? Because he'll come back and really play spoiler, man. He'll come back and throw a wrench all in the program. I'm telling you. It'll get crazy. And he said Boots can't tie his shoes, man. Boots ain't going to take the bait right now, no, man. He can do it. Isaiah said Boots seen it. Said, what's better than being undisputed? Being undisputed 2 times. What's better than being undisputed 2 times? Being undisputed 3 times in 3 different weights. Now argue with your mama. You know what I'm saying? Buzz, you on the eye. Look, go argue with your man. You hear me? And that's when Turkey Ellis Sheik had responded. He was like, you know, something about a rematch and coming back for Canelo. You will be undisputed 4 times. He said that's what's better than that, you know. So that's Turkey little pitch, try to get Crawford out the cut and into the spotlight. You know what I mean? Back into the ring. But they better leave that man alone. Leave Bud Crawford alone, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all better leave the same dude alone that his mom used to try to pay people to beat him up in the hood. Like, that's not even regular, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like, he been different from the rip. Like, when your mom is actively searching for combatants and opponents to challenge you, and she's actively trying to pay people to see if they could beat you, and they can't do it, you built a bit different, bro. Like, he makes me feel like he was a silver tooth kid, and I'm not saying that he was, but he give me that vibe. Like, he bad, he could fight, but Crawford not the one that you mess with. That's the one that he athletic. He just good at shit for no reason. You get what I'm saying? You want to play baseball, he can do that. You want to play basketball, he can do that. Volleyball, you give him 2 square. Bud can do that. Whatever you want to do, athletic, he can do. You want to wrestle, he can do that. You get me? You want to box, you want to fight, he could do that. So he's just a jack of all trades, man. Definitely a jack of all trades, bro. Shout out to the Queen, Lisa. How you feeling today? How you feeling, Lisa? So why Turkey not speaking on the face of boxing, not having a fight yet? I don't even think he worried about it. Word up, I don't. Said them belts don't matter. I know it don't. Only to the one who have them all. Right? That's a good comeback. I ain't gonna lie, that's a good comeback. You know what I'm saying? And this is like, that's a waste of a comment. I'm not gonna lie. Out of all this stuff to reach out and say that's what you want to try to say, tell them his belts don't matter. I guarantee you wouldn't say that if it was your favorite fighter talking they shit online. You get me? They do matter when you're a fighter securing legacy and you snatched up belts through 5 different weight classes and had them all through 3 different ones. So you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So like he said, of course they don't matter to you. But I've always said that they matter to the fighters because they're the ones that get the recognition or, you know, they reap the benefits from having the belts. fighter having a belt does nothing for us as fans. So what Bud Crawford saying is spot on. Put that up. I got whatever on Boots. He said that's not a lot. Damn. Damn. He said, Bud, my champion, hate to admit it, but you ducked me, my boy. He said, who? Let me hear it. Yeah, it's people just talking fans. You never duck anyone, but you not give others a shot like Boots. When Spence and Canelo gave you an opportunity, nobody gave me shit. That do your research, slow boy. Now look, this is what people don't get. Opportunities are a two-way street. Just because, you feel like somebody gonna make money, like with a fighter don't mean, oh, Spence just gave him the opportunity. Spence wanted the other belt, and he had the only way he can get it is if he fought Crawford, right? Right. And the truth be told, when they fought each other at the time of, they both made the most money from what I understand than they made with anybody else or in their career. So it was a two-way street. It worked out good on both ends. It wasn't just a one-sided thing. You get what I'm saying? It takes two. So yeah, I don't believe nobody gave him none. I believe he fought and earned all his opportunities. Look, he dominated the welterweight division when he got there. He stopped everybody. Get what I'm saying? Stopped everybody. Beat the hell out of Jeff Horn, who just stole a win over Manny Pacquiao. Beat his dirty Australian ass. Now, he liked to be a little dirty in there. He beat the hell out of Jeff Horn and just turned up and continued to beat everybody. And I remember after he stopped Jeff Horn, he like, oh, man, he only did that because it's Jeff Horn. Wait till he fights somebody real at welterweight. And then he just went on and just continued to knock everybody out. I'm telling you, man, I speak like this because even myself, once upon a time, I had Terence Crawford messed up too. I was wrong about him. I don't have no problem admitting it, but I ain't been as wrong as some of these people because it ain't never been no malice with Crawford, right? I picked one fighter to beat him, and I was wrong about that, and I ain't been wrong ever since then or even before that. You know what I mean? That was the only time I was wrong about the man. You know what I mean? So Butcher was good with it. He said you can't see the link. I gotta put one in there. I ain't dropped the link in there. I gotta put one in there because I don't know why your comments not popping up. It's like you invisible almost. Everybody in the building hit the like button for your boy, but we're gonna keep building on it. But I'm gonna hit the link. I gotta find a way to get you back so I can see you in the building. But yeah, man, he did what he was supposed to do, man. So how the Boots, how y'all get Boots out of anything I just said? That's crazy. How y'all play like that? He said, y'all like him, but wanted me to end his career before it started because that's definitely what would have happened. Shaking my head. Y'all something else, I tell you. Bud said, Bud just got on time with y'all. Like, how y'all get Boot? That's what I be wondering sometimes. Like, y'all keep saying somebody didn't give a fighter the opportunity, man. Y'all sometimes have to look at the other side or if that opportunity exists, right? If it made sense, but I don't think you could blame him for why that fight didn't happen. Like, I say this, and I say this with all respect because I say it because it did happen. Do people know when Boots accepted the IBF interim title that took him right out of the WBO rankings where Bud was at? Do you know that? And he would have been like next in line, number one or something like that in line. Do people do know that, right? Like, I say that not to, he's ducking him and trying not to fight him, but I do recall, Bozy and I think it was Bozy and then Boots. I think they was asked like if who do they think would fight Boots out of Earl and Crawford. I think they said Spence. If my memory serves me correct, they might have said Spence. So maybe that could justify the reason why they accepted the IBF intern. Maybe they thought they could get a shot at Spence some type of way. I don't know. But my point being is you can't tell me at that point, once you accept the IBF intern, you know how it go. Now you're out of the WBO rankings. You don't accept that. You stay high in the rankings, which would give you a much better shot at getting a chance to fight Crawford instead of having people argue online about something that wasn't there. Get what I'm saying? So it's kind of crazy how they do this. A Beezy was good what he said. Maul Charlo. Even in retirement, my dog Bub got the boxing community. Yeah, they still mad, bro. I picked Bub. I had no idea how right I was. Yeah, man. Dude was different, man. Shout out to ABs. He was good, homie. Man, he said he would have ended Boots' career before it started. Look, man, it's one of those things where if I think you would put any fighter in the ring with a Bud Crawford too soon, I think it could go bad for him. Now, I'm not saying that guy would have been Boots, but I do feel like anybody that you would have tried to rush in there prematurely just because you want to see a fight without having a proper seasoning to go in there with him, like it's too much of a gamble to go in there with Bud Crawford just because and with the ideal, okay, I'm more athletic, I'm faster, I'm stronger, I'm bigger, and I'm just gonna beat him because of that. Are you smarter? Are you more experienced? Are you more versatile, more crafty? You get what I'm saying? Do you understand the game of boxing the way he do, the sport the way he do on his level, right? Can you match him wit for wit? That's where the problem would come in at. And that's what a lot of people ignore that conversation because they like to talk about the physical side when we know boxing is more mental than anything. Every fighter say that. So it's one of those things where too early it could go horribly wrong for anybody. You know what I'm saying? That's just in general, man. Similar situation where a guy got put in there early, but it still was a good fight as long as it lasted. You seen Frank and Tank, right? That was a good fight. The Ghost and Tank, good fight, long as it lasted. Frank was holding it down till Tank caught up to him, right? And I ain't saying that's exactly what happens with Bud and Boots, but that possibility is there because the same scenarios exist or the same circumstances, should I say, exist where you're talking about a guy in Tank with much more experience, considerably more experience than the guy that he was fighting, his contemporary and Frank Martin, similar to, Bud Crawford fighting Boots Ennis, to me. You know what I mean? But that's not the end all be all. Boots got a chance to be anybody. And that could end up being a really tough fight. Entertaining as well, but it's hard to bet against Bud. That's all. Boots will beat Earl, not Bud. I feel you, man. I feel you. Let's keep rolling, though, man. He said to put an end to his career before it even started. Now he want to talk spicy. Always talk how I talk. Just because you're a new fan to the sport. I ain't gonna lie, Bud Crawford don't bite his tongue. That's Mr. Focus on your fight for you not make it to your fight. Like that, it can't get no clearer than that, him saying some shit like that to you.
Man, fuck the IBF. That's what I say. You know what I mean? Fuck IBF and their organization. I don't give a fuck about, the IBF. They stripped me damn near 2.5 months after my title, not knowing, what was going to happen next. But it's cool though, I'm not mad at them, I got what I needed, and that was, undisputed. And the rest is history, I don't care about none of that.
That doesn't frustrate you just a little bit?
No, not at all. Because like I said, I came into that fight looking to become undisputed. I became undisputed, so there's nothing there for me to accomplish at that point in time. So I did what I said I was going to do. I came, I saw, I conquered, and it's on to the next.
Can I ask about the politics here? I appreciate it doesn't seem to bother you that much, but
what was going to happen next. But it's cool though, I'm not mad at him, I got what I needed, and that was, undisputed. And the rest is history, I don't care about none of that.
That doesn't frustrate you just a little bit?
No, not at all. Because like I said, I came into that fight looking to become undisputed. I became undisputed, so there's nothing there for me to accomplish at that point in time. So I did what I said I was going to do. I came, I saw, I conquered, and it's on to the next.
Can I ask about the politics here? I appreciate it doesn't seem to bother you that much, but Spence wasn't stripped in all that time. You've been a champion for a little over 3 months and they take the title away from you. It just doesn't smell right.
Well, it is what it is. They pick and choose who they want to grant certain things to. And if they was going to do something like that, I feel like they should have stripped Spence prior to the fight, given that they knew it was a 2-fight deal going into the fight. You know, so who knows? They knew I couldn't, you know, just get out of my contract with, you know, Spence to fight Boots. So, you know, it is what it is.
And is it a shame for Boots to become a champion without winning it in the ring on the night? I know it's not his fault.
Yeah, I know that's not ideal how he wanted to win it. You know, I know he's disappointed that he couldn't win it from a champion and whatnot. And it's disappointing for him. But if I was him, I'd just tell him, like, I want to fight for it. Like, I'd rather fight the number 3 guy. You know, if I couldn't get the other guy, you know, don't send me a belt in the mail. But it just seemed like, you know, everybody cool with being email champions now and whatnot, just to be called world champion. You know, he got 3 belts. He got like 2 interim belts, and now they're gonna send him another belt. And, you know, he's gonna have 3 of the same belts. And it's like, come on, man, you walking around with 3 of the same belts, man. Like,
and the thing about that is too, that's strange. Like, who was the intern IBF champion before Boots? Who the IBF intern champion right now? You don't even know, right? That's just like, and then you know, RIP to Cameron Duncan, but when he was promoting Boots, he had mentioned that he didn't want that fight. He didn't want him to fight. People kind of ignore that, but it was sad. So it's tough, man. I just think that the problem was, you know, the opportunity just that probably didn't make the most sense, right? People wanted to see it, but I don't know. You know what I mean? But Zab, I think I got a clip from Zab when he was on Mill City. He had something to say about this. I think he said he was representing Terence Crawford at the time. I'm going to play it after this.
I don't know. You know, he waited a long time. I can't knock him because I was in that position once before, you know, waiting my time, trying to fight Spence and, you know, trying to get these big opportunities to get these guys in the ring with me, and I understand his frustration. You know, I've been on the other side of the stick before, so, you know, I know it's, you know, it's frustrating that he can't get those fights, but...
Like, well, you're kind of saying the same stuff about Jerron that Errol used to say about you, why the fight couldn't happen, you know?
Well, man, listen, man. Like I said, man, Jerron, he in one place, I'm in another.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I'm looking for mega fights right now. And right now, that's not a mega fight. So, you know what I mean? That's my standpoint on it. I'm looking to fight guys like Canelo. You know, that's pretty much it, man. And the rematch with Spence. And that's it. That's over with for me. You know what I mean? I'm talking about a mega fight, you know what I mean? So, are you his last performance wasn't, you know what I mean, a great performance.
And that was Bud, man, and that was his words. That was all that he had to say about, you know, with the back and forth. Y'all seen it, man, and also it's all one-sided right now because, like we all know, Boots is locked in, pretty sure, in camp, preparing for Xander. That's the big fight, biggest fight of his career thus far, right? Unification. He can't afford to be playing around with no damn Twitter games, right? You just kind of got to ignore that one and stay locked in on what he locked in on. But again, man, it sounds to me like people would like to see Bud Crawford back. You get me? They keep calling for this fight. I know they're going to keep talking about it and asking for it, but you can't fight everybody. You know what I mean? You can only fight who you need to, who you can fight. He said, bro, I wanted to see Bud versus Johnny back. Yeah, I think he messed it up with the failed PD test. I think he messed it up, yeah. And that's what I think Boots could focus on now. That's why the fans be stuck on stupid. Like, they'll be calling for a guy out of retirement instead of building. Boots got an opportunity to still be great without ever fighting a Terence Crawford or Errol Spence, man. And people want to make it seem like that's not the reality, but it is. Because he that's exactly what direction he headed if he beat Xander. You know what I'm saying? He'd be carving his own path.
Yeah, it was just talks. It was no contract, no paperwork.
Because what both
see, that's what people don't get. Just talks, no paperwork. Just talks, no paperwork. That's the big thing. That's what people go people's head. You will hear a conversation about a fight, and you'll just be like, "Oh man, well somebody duck." Can't duck nobody with no paperwork being out there. There's no nothing. I mean, I guess you could say somebody turned the fight down, say they didn't want it, but I don't think that's the case on either side, man. I don't think the everybody was all in on making this fight. I really don't. BR said, notice how everyone calling out Bud had to retire. It's funny, right? They want him to get gone, fam, and then now they want him back. Boots need to make his own way, and that's what he would be doing with beating Xander. I don't know why they stuck on this fight, but I get it. Bud started talking his talk, so
no contract too. It was talks, right?
Yeah, it was just talks. It was no contract, no paperwork.
Because what Bozy wasn't really trying to you know.
No, none of that. Bozy was down. It's just, just everything got caught up. The other fight happened with Crawford. The
Avanesian?
Yeah, the Avanesian fight popped up. So then just business just like sidestepped, and then it just, so it was like it was nobody that ever like ducked from nobody. Boots didn't duck, Crawford didn't duck out.
Say it again,
everybody was, and then it just, so it was like it was nobody that ever like ducked from nobody. Boots didn't duck, Crawford didn't duck out. Everybody was willing. At the time we were representing Crawford, so we was stepping up for Crawford and Boots at the time, because I remember myself having a conversation. They was interested. They was like, "Yeah, what's up? Let's talk." But other business came up, so we had to move on.
And that's just that simple, man. You see this all the time in boxing, and I think it always be timing. It be timing. Timing is very important in boxing. And what I mean is, like, you see how, let's see, Erickson Lubin was in talks about fighting Baccarat, right? But then you see the Virgil Ortiz fight materialize faster because he said they had their stuff in order. So that's the fight he went with. You get what I'm saying? So that's one of those things where it's like business takes over, but people was ready to say Erickson Lubin is a duck, right? But are you going to duck him to fight a pretty much just as dangerous, equally dangerous guy? You know what I'm saying? And Virgil Ortiz. So a lot of times that's what it be, man. Business over everything, man. Something else might materialize faster. It might be giving you more of what you're looking for, and you do it. But to me, I think Crawford was always just trying to make sure he stayed busy in between getting that Spence fight. And I think he was able to secure that. He went out there and knocked Avanesian ass out, kept him active, made the Spence fight, went and knocked him out. So credit to Crawford, man, for getting it done the right way, man. Shout out to Zab for just telling it how it is, straight up and down, bro. This wasn't no situation. Nobody ducked out. What Boots didn't duck, Crawford didn't duck. Everybody was with it. Don't try to blame Bozy. Nah, it's just one of those things with timing. There was no paperwork, no offers, no nothing where you could say, this guy turned it down and didn't want to fight. It's not the case. And like I said, I think fighters are going to always respond like fighters. Crawford is definitely going to tell you he would to fight. You know what I'm saying? But it got to make sense. And I feel like at the time he was looking for bigger fights. He was supposed to fight an Earl Spence rematch, and then that fell apart. And, next thing you know, he found himself up there fighting Madrimov and then Canelo. So he did exactly what he said he was doing, right? Had he not done that, had he just fought a Madrimov and retired, then people would have been like, bro, for all that, you could have just fought Boots. But he did retire on a high note, throwing to Canelo. So I just thought it made sense, man, how he went out. And again, I feel like time worked against Boots at 147. I always said that, man. You got to think how it was time more so than anything else, because what's one reason that he didn't secure undisputed, even though Spence and Bud was out of the division and everybody was pretty much picking him to win the division outright, right? Why didn't that happen? Because of time. You get what I'm saying? He already spent a lot of his career there, most of his career there, or pretty much all his career. I think that's where he started, right? Yeah. So then you get to the point where you got fights under your belt and you could fight these champions, but these champions are trying to make a fight with each other. Virgil Ortiz was supposed to fight Stan Jonas. Remember how long that wasn't even an option because they was trying to put that fight together. They got called off multiple times. They was never able to make it, and eventually Boots got that Stanionis fight. But up until then, it would have been Virgil's fight to make. You know what I'm saying? And then, Earl and Bud fought out the division they go. And Rabdo kicked it. It happened for Virgil Ortiz. He went up to 54. Now he's stuck down there with Stanionis. It's Brian Norman down there. You get me? So it just the opportunity to me and the timing just didn't align. The business didn't. Maybe it was a small window to secure that fight. But again, if you got the guy that's managing Boots saying that's not the fight that he want, what's the likelihood that you think is going to happen? Like, it can still happen despite that, right? But what's the likelihood that you're going to go against what your people are saying for you, right? If they feel like that's not what they're trying to do, maybe they got plans. They don't got nothing to do with trying to avoid Crawford, but maybe they trying to get you the right kind of experience before they put you in there with a fight like that. And I think that's what it's all about. People look at Boots, they see the number of fights, and they like, man, he got all these fights. He this old, man, he should just do this and that. But still in all, as you up the level of competition, man, it's still, some levels that he ain't fought, right? Some competition that, we want to see him in front of to see how he deal with it. You know what I'm saying? We all got our idea of how we think he going to handle these fights, but we still got to see him. Still got to see him. So, look, man, this going to always be a good topic, man, but I just don't think we'll see it, man. I really do feel like Bud was serious when he said he was done. You know what I'm saying? He made all the money he need. He invested his money wisely. Like, he not pressed for nothing. So one could only ask yourself, like, what would be his motivation? But maybe, you never know. He done tag Boots. Maybe he is getting a little itch on the sideline somewhere, man. Maybe. Anything is possible, but like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't come back. You know what I'm saying? They didn't appreciate him while he was here. He was only winning because he was snack strong. It was Victor Conte. Remember, people said he retired because Victor Conte ain't here no more. It was just nonstop BS. Nonstop BS. They was going on a whole smear campaign. You get what I'm saying? You got Mauricio Sulaiman calling him a coward. We're going to get into that too, man. But I just think he should stay retired because I feel like he don't got nothing left to prove. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. I'm with everybody else, bro. I would have loved to see him fight Boots, but I ain't hung up on that fight because I know how boxing go. And timing is one of the most important aspects, and it stops a lot of fights from happening, not just Boots and Bud. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. Virgil never fought Stanionis. That fight was supposed to happen like 3 times. You get me? Look how long it took them to make Beevil and Better Beef. You know what I'm saying? Them dudes was at 175 forever with each other. You know what I'm saying? But so we don't put the same pressure on every division, every top fighter in every division as they did with Bud, because I think people, of course, they wanted to see him fight Boots, but I think they felt like Boots was the guy to beat him, bro. Just being honest. I think that's what it was. And they wanted to see if they could be right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? So Turkey doesn't even care to make the Boots fight for Bud. Canelo not trying to lose to these other killers at 168. Clearly, nah. It's like he comfortable running it back with a guy that already beat him, right? And I just don't think it's much there. I mean, maybe it's another big bag for Bud Crawford. Maybe it's another big bag for him to make, but I don't feel like he need it, bro. You feel me? I don't feel like he need it. You know what I mean? And this picture, I like this picture. It's dope because they saying Boots is like looking in the mirror fighting Crawford or vice versa, right? So it'd always be an intriguing matchup, man. But I just don't think it's in the cards, man. I think boxing going to move on past this fight. I think Boots got Xander to worry about. That's a unification. That's 2 belts already at 54. 2 fights in, 2 belts at 54 if he win. You get me? So he right in good position to really do some damage at 54, man. But like I said, I'm not against seeing Bud come out of retirement, but something made me feel like I think he good where he at. You know what I mean? He might get an occasional itch, and maybe he'll go in the gym and spar or shake out or something, but I don't know. I don't think it's purely about money for him because remember, he said it. That's like selling your soul. So he said a lot. So I'll be a little surprised to see him back. You get what I'm saying? Because there's nothing left to really prove. And again, I'll say this for what it's worth. the thought and the consensus around Boots for so long is that he's unproven. He hasn't fought anybody. He got all these wins, but they're low-level competition. And I'm putting it mildly. People be saying he just fight all bums and cab drivers and stuff like that. I don't think that's true at all, but there's been people that say he's still unproven. This is why the Xander Zayas fight is so intriguing, because this is a matchup people feel like he could possibly lose. There's people that feel like he's definitely going to win, but there's people that feel like he possibly could lose, right? So it's that experience factor that got people feeling like that. You get what I'm saying? So I just don't think Crawford was the fight, you know what I'm saying, to try to pursue it, look good. But again, you talking about not just seeing a good fight, somebody actually winning the fight, and it would have been really tough to beat Crawford in his prime. Period. That's just what I'm standing on. Really tough, not impossible, but definitely extremely tough to pull off, man. Let me find a little clip where Boots has said something real quick too. He said about knocking Crawford out. Dorian Kelly need to run and stop wasting time. Yeah, man. Yeah. Might as well. You know what I'm saying? Fundora gonna beat the hell out of Josh Kelly. I mean, Josh Kelly gonna try to put up a fight because he coming off the biggest win of his career against Baccarat, but I think all bets is off when he go in there with Fundy. Fundora be on BS, man. I'm trying to tell you. But Duck Rolo Dolo, Boots should beat the brakes off Xander.
Now, if that Bud.
What you mean?
Result wise.
Me, victorious.
Victorious?
Yes.
Are you stopping him?
I'm stopping anybody.
You stopping everybody?
For sure.
All right. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. That's what you're supposed to say.
I'm no, ain't what I'm supposed to say. It's what I know. I'm like that. And everybody know me that's around me. Like with the higher the occasion is, the higher the event is, the stakes, they know how I get. I start tweaking. I get nasty.
So that's Boots right there. You know what I'm saying? And that's what sparked some of Crawford saying he posted say that, and and all that stuff. He say with anybody, that's how he get. He'd knock anybody out. And he's supposed to feel that way, but that's how he said it. Nah, I know this is what I know. And I don't expect Boots to say nothing different, man. He ain't big on talking, but when he do, he say what he mean what he say. I get it. You know what I mean? But I think Bud would have been extremely hard to beat. Definitely knock out. You know what I'm saying? Just a real trick bag for anybody in the sport, man. Emmanuel, what it do, my guy? How you feeling? Shout out to the chat. Hit the like button, everybody. Let's keep rolling. But again, man, I understand why this fight comes up, but it's not one that I see happening for obvious reasons. You know what I'm saying? For obvious reasons. And let me just play this video too. I forgot for what it's worth, man. Because this is an old video. This is the last video I think I got for this topic, man. It was a throwback where Bozy was talking about this situation on YSM. Shout out to him. Maybe even number one. Yeah, man. He definitely gotta go up there, man. Is somewhere, because I don't think they got him on there at all. So they ain't gonna put him that high, but if he go up there, I'll be happy to just see him up there, right? Definitely if it's a fair ranking for sure, though. You know what I'm saying? I would love to see him get his opportunity, or his just due, man, because he one of them. But let me play this real quick. Shout out to the homie YSM too, man.
People took a 10-second clip from an interview that you did,
right,
about Terence Crawford and the offer from BLK Prime, and then they just ran with a whole narrative that you turned down a fight with Terence Crawford.
You know that wasn't true.
Yeah. Can you elaborate on it, because we never got a chance to talk?
Let me tell you about it. I had a phone call from my man, Blue Blood. He called me up and says, Bo, I said, what's up, Blue? I can get that fight for you, man. We can get that fight for you with Terence. I said, man, listen closely. Make that fight. You know, we want that fight. You know what I mean? I said, you know, we wanted him or either Spence. It didn't make no difference as long as we get the fight. We see where we coming from, right? He said, yeah, I can make that fight, man. But you talk to Zab and head that blew up BLK. What's his name?
And remember, Zab that's why I played the other clip, y'all, because it's connected to this one. That's why I'm glad I didn't forget to play this one as well. You see, Zab was saying he was representing them at the time. So this is, they connecting the dots. And Zab said, Bozy didn't say no. He said everybody was with it. Get what I'm saying? So see how quick we could dispel the narrative that either of these guys ducked each other? That's all I just wanted to be known. You could argue about who was going to win, who could win, who beat two is cool. But I just don't want the narrative or the jackets to be put on either of these guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't think ducking is the right word here. I just don't think the timing and the opportunity aligned itself for them two dudes to fight. Seriously.
Desmond.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I said, yeah, I talked to him. So they got on the phone. All three of them got, matter of fact, was on the phone. We talking. And I was taking from them that they really was trying to get us to come over to their side. And I explained to him, and so the guy Desmond, he was saying, we can make the fight happen and we can do this. I said, well, listen, y'all make the fight happen. That's the fight that we want. Make it happen. You know what I mean? And we can get it on. So he says, what about you coming up? I said, no. I'm with Showtime. You know what I mean? I said, now, you want to make the fight, you call Steven Espinoza. And talk to him, discuss that, because that's who we with. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know, and when I said that, I said, plus I'm loyal to these guys. I don't just leave and go to another, promotional company or whatever you are. And he says, because it'd be nice if you come over. I said, okay, I know that, but I don't do stuff like that. And
you see what I'm saying? What that sound like? That sound like ducking because he said he loyal to the people that's loyal to him, that's giving his son the opportunities. Nah, I don't got nothing to do with ducking, but he just speaking the truth. But at the same time, my issue with the people is that wanted to blame this on Bozy or Boots on his end as well. It's like, how many fights do you think they made by people going directly to Bozy? He said it before, and he don't make the fights. That's why he telling y'all, like, well, all right, yeah, we with it. He'll speak on behalf of his son, because it's like, yo, we'll fight whoever. But he like, yo, go talk to the guy that can get the fight over the hump. Look, we loyal to Showtime. This is what we fighting with. Like, we ain't trying to fight on BLK. It sound like that's what he's saying. Like, we ain't about to just leave our people in the dark. Like, we ain't going to just come over there and make a fight behind our backs. And you get me? That's just not doing bad business. It's called not burning bridges. Now, I can understand why a certain fan base wouldn't understand this, because they don't know nothing about not burning the bridge. They'll burn the bridge and expect you to throw them a life raft afterwards. So I just don't think nothing was wrong with what he said. And what did it sound like when Zab was talking? Zab said the same thing. It seemed like the Avanesian fight came up. It seemed like they had a discrepancy with the business, or how the fight was going to get made, or what platform it was going to be on. And while y'all doing that and that's taking place, what is Terence Crawford supposed to do? Sit on his hands and knees and not try to make no fight? Like, he's going to try to make a fight. And that's what he did. That was easy for him to put together, keep him active, getting paid, go out there, knock out Avanesian, and then get the Spence fight. Get me? But it's always context to this stuff, man. I just wanted to make it clear. Nobody ducked nobody.
Well, I knew what they were implying about. They wanted me to come over to their side. So I told him, just call Steven up. When you talk to Steven, call him up, and and we can get that stuff together like that. And he said, yeah, well, we'll call him, and we'll get everything together, and we'll talk later on, right? So that was it.
You see? And a lot of times people don't follow through with conversations, right? That's why I said it was just discussions or talks. It's the same thing Zab said. It's not the same thing as an offer being written up and sent out to somebody, or them agreeing to terms and then an offer being sent out. These conversations don't go as far as what we would like them to. And so we'll just come up with a conclusion. Somebody had to duck. There's no way, man. It was with that. He said he was ready. This one said they was ready. It was Boots that wanted it. It wasn't Crawford was ducking. Then it was Crawford that wanted it. Boots is ducking. It's like, whatever, man.
So I called Steven up. Was a couple of days later, I guess.
I don't think they would have been cool with seeing Boots fight on BLK Prime. I just don't think it would have happened under them circumstances. I don't personally. I just don't.
3-4 days later, and I talked to Steve. I said, Steve, what'd they say? He said they was talking stuff, but they wasn't talking about him fighting Boots. You know what I mean? Like that. I said, yeah, but that's what they were supposed to have been talking about. He said, yeah, we're gonna talk about it and we're gonna discuss what we're gonna do with with Terence and Boots. That's what I mean. I said, yeah, well, if you want to fight, just let me know. That's just what Steven said, right? And they said, well, we'll call you later on. Never called him back. That's what happened.
Told y'all.
So they trying to.
Told y'all this should be happening a lot. People just don't get back to people, and then that business it goes by the wayside, right?
Say that we never turned the fight. I talked to Terence last night. We never turned the fight down. We've been wanting to fight Terence way back. So you already know that.
Yeah, was Terence under the impression that you turned down the fight?
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said. But I don't know who he was talking to with that about that. You know what I mean? But we never turned down a fight. I said, now listen to this. This is what I told Terence last night. You could have fought us, but you're gonna fight Avenesia. And then I said, Avenesia, you could have fought us. And then Terence said, well, Boots could have been number one in the WBO. I said, Boots wasn't number one in the WBO. What's my man name? Virgil Ortiz. He was number one, and just somebody else. And Boots is number 3, I think, in that organization.
Number 2 and number 3,
yeah.
Right.
You're number 2 and number 3. So we was number 1 in Spence organization, the IBF. That's who we was going after. That's why. You know what I mean? But all you had to do was call us. We would have took that fight. You didn't have to fight Avenesia.
Who was Avenesia ranked in the WBO?
Way behind us. You know what I mean? So if you really wanted to fight us, you could have fought us. That's what I said.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
Homie Cut, what's good with it, bro? Said the fact that Bud looked at Boots as a tune-up for Spence undisputed bout. Yeah, and that's tough too. That's tough for a tune-up too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it did. Facts, Ivan. It's not a duck, bro. It don't be no duck. That's my only point of playing. That's the only thing I want to get across. Shout out to YSM. Shout out to Boots. Shout out to Crawford. That's all I wanted to say. Virgil moved up. That made Boots number 1. Yeah, facts. And then Cut when he accepted the IBF intern that took him directly out of the WBO rankings. So at that point, it's hard for me to try to excel that. Yeah, his number 1 goal is to fight Terence Crawford, because in my mind, just then, I could be wrong about this. Once you do that and it removes you, how could that, like, you get me? If you 100% focused and sold, and that's the fight you chasing or pursuing, then I think you let them keep that IBF intern. You don't accept it. You stay highly ranked in the WBO, and then you try to challenge Terence Crawford. You get what I'm saying that way. But either way, I just don't think the fight would have materialized at 147. I just don't think that was in the cards. And I always said that.
I understand why people just ran with the notion that you didn't want to fight when you've expressed that you wanted this fight for years.
But you've been on it. You've been on it. Everybody else been on it. We've been calling guys out. You said we take the fight. You know what I mean? You know?
So for anybody watching, did you turn down the BLK the BLK fight with Terence Crawford?
No, but everybody know me. They know I didn't turn down nothing but my collar.
Appreciate you, Mr.
Yes, sir. Anytime, brother.
I like Bozy, man. Shout out to the OG. But yo, look, man, you heard it. That's why I call myself the clip king. I be trying to do my homework, put the clips together, add them to the show because they make sense for the conversation. Because my only goal here, even having this conversation, we can go back and forth about who you think gonna win, but ultimately, like, I don't think it was no ducking involved. I just think, the business and the timing didn't align itself, and it happens a lot. And then there's a discrepancy on what platform the fight is gonna be on. Y'all talking BLK Prime. Boots ain't never fought on BLK Prime, right? He was fighting on Showtime at the time, right? Which is why Bozy would say call Steven Espinoza, the guy that would be responsible for getting the fights over the hump. It's not Bozy. Bozy don't make the fights. So I think once and this is just my opinion on this. Once people are trying to get Bozy to basically cut out his people, because that's what it sounds like. Let me be very blunt. I ain't got to be diplomatic. Let me be blunt. Sound like you're trying to get him to cut his people out, right? Go behind their back, say, hey, man, would you fight over here on BOK Prime? Next thing you know, you ink a deal, and then something go wrong. And we seen some of the funny business over there that happened with BLK Prime. I'm just saying. So, not saying it would have happened for sure in that particular situation, but you could understand why it would be a holdup, because you're asking a guy to not only fight on another platform, but cut his people basically out the equation. That's what it seemed like. You know what I'm saying? And then when he tell you to call his people, it's like, all right. And then when you call his people, they saying you're not even talking about that particular fight, which is crazy. So my thing is the timing, the business, the intent, all those different things, I think were contributing factors as to why this fight didn't take shape. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think neither one of these guys are scared. You know what I mean? Boots, that dude literally be playing in the ring. And I mean that in the most respectful way. That's how I be looking. He be having fun in there. That dude ain't scared to fight. He ain't scared to rumble with nobody. You know what I'm saying? So it's just unfortunate, man, that either fighter got to get the blamed or get this jacket placed on them, because I don't see ducks from neither one of these dudes. They real ones, man. Both of them. And YSM is just clearing the air. No, this is old, though. This was old, but this was relevant to everything that was going on. Like, this was the conversation that got a lot of people chatting at the time, I remember, because when he said he loyal to Showtime, people took it as, oh, look, you ain't really want to fight. You talking about you loyal to Showtime. No, how about talking to the people that make Boots fights, right? Not the trainer. He trains Boots for the fights. He don't pick the fights for him. Yeah, he gonna say we'll take fights because I'm pretty sure he knows his son would be willing to fight him, but it's not his job to do that, right? So people be kind of treating it like saying talk to my people is the same as saying no to the fight. At no point did he say no, we don't want to fight. And the same thing Zab said. Zab was representing Crawford at the time, and that's the same thing Bozy saying in the other clip I just played probably before you got in here. So you see, it all connect. They on the same page. Nobody said no, and it was no ducking. And I think I could land my plane here with this topic. And shout out to everybody that's cooking on this. Far as if Bud would have ended Boots' career, I get what Bud is saying. Like before it started, like he ain't been in there with the caliber of fighter I am, and I could have messed things up for him. And we seen it happen to fighters in the past. When you throw a young fighter in there too fast, they get beat. It happens. It happens a lot. And I'm not saying that's what happened to Boots, but that's where Bud is coming from. Like, yeah, y'all wanted me to end his career before it even started, right? Because if you being honest, right, if you not on Bud's level, he gonna beat your ass. Or period. You could try to match him, and ass whooping from Bud is bad. Like we see that. You know what I mean? Whether it's mental or physical, it could be both when you in there with Bud. So always a fun matchup to discuss, but I don't think we'll have it happen at all. And like I said, I think we was able to just go over some things and, kind of settle the dust as far as if anybody's a damn duck. I'm so tired of that overused as word. It's so annoying to me. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep rolling, though. We got to get the Mauricio. Got to get the Mauricio. I meant to cover this a while ago, but he sat down with Akin Barak. And it's, again, more Bud Crawford stuff, right? Just won't let the man retire and say, man, he did it his way. You just got to still catching streaks and people still taking shots. But I guess when you great, man, that's what's going to happen. Yo, can everybody in the building hit that like button for your boy? Let's go. Mauricio. That boy's salty. That boy's salty about Crawford not giving up that bread, boy. He's salty about that thing, man. He is like, bro, it ain't no way. He got up out of here without payment. Damn right, Mauricio. Crawford said, you ain't getting that. I ain't paying you nothing. Remember he did the he did the video talking about Crawford didn't even say sorry. Remember? He was like, Crawford didn't even say sorry. Sorry. Crawford went off, bro. They ain't saying sorry to man. Like, bro, take this damn belt. You know what I'm saying? Take the damn belt. Then let's get to it though, y'all. Let's get to it. Claymore Ray.
I have to address that.
What's good? Like, what it do, my guy? How you feeling, bro? He said, like Xander. Yeah, just bitching for no reason, man. What you mean, like Xander? Fill me in, man. I'm a little lost, man. Pardon me. I was talking a lot, Clay. What you meant, like Xander? What you talk? We said what? What's the difference if Espinoza turned it down? Bozy just said Bud could have directly spoke to him, so why tell Blue Bud to call Espinoza? I mean, simple, because it's very simple. Yeah, he could talk to him, and I'm pretty sure he's interested in entertaining the conversation, but at no point did he say no to the fight. Zab, who was representing Crawford, Sonny, think about something. Zab, who was on the side of Crawford, even echoed the same sentiments. He agreed pretty much with what Bozy is saying here. It was no ducking, and nobody said no. They wanted to fight, but, you know, the Avanesian fight came up, which I think, you know what I mean? A lot of times if there's issues in negotiations or talks stall at all, people move on to their next order of business. And I think that's what Bud Crawford was able to do. And it made a lot of sense for him to do so. He was able to get a fight, stay active, right? Stay active and get the big fight that he wanted, right? That was smart move. Shout out to JJ. It was good with it. But this was Mauricio on Akin Barak whining in a way, or just, you know, taking more shots at Crawford. But this is, you know, you see where this was recorded. This was at the time of. So let's get to this, man.
We're close friends with Terence Crawford, and obviously a lot has been said, right, about the sanctioning fees. He just brought up those fees. And his argument was that he made a deal with the other sanctioning bodies for a certain amount, and that you were the only company that didn't want to agree to those terms. So can you give me your version of what went on? Because he put out a post responding to what you said. I don't know if have you spoken to him since then or seen him, but you saw the video, I'm assuming, his post.
No, I didn't see it.
You didn't watch it?
No, I saw some of the captions.
Okay.
People told me.
Okay, what he said, right.
I did not want to see it.
You don't want to watch it?
No.
I didn't want
because
to see
that's
it.
not
No.
Terence.
What?
It was when you speak in social media, sometimes you get
influence,
or you are not in the right mind.
Okay.
Let's be very clear. We're not a company. We're non-for-profit.
Right.
We have rules and regulations.
Right.
And we are not the same as any other, for good or for bad.
Okay.
Every penny that comes into the WBC goes back to boxing, one way or another.
Right.
So
it's a lie. That's a straight up lie.
knew the amount that the WBC had assessed for that specific fight well in advance.
And supposedly it was 300,000. That's what
300,000, which is
it's a young fighter fighting at the top level. Too soon, referencing Bud. Oh yeah, like Xander. Hey, that's a possibility there too, though. I like it. I got you, Clay. I got you. I'm with you. It's just I was tripping for it, man. You had to feel me. I got you, but yeah, man, that's a possibility. You are hearing that. Could it be a touch too soon, a tad too soon for Xander, right? Or I am hearing people question if Xander's size is gonna be too much for Boots. Because he be a big guy. He talked about how he get up to like 180 or whatever the case. But we know Boots to be a pretty solid guy too. So I think it's gonna be a really good fight. But that question could present itself as we watching that fight and be answered at the same time if it was a touch too soon, like a Frank Martin, right? A little touch too soon, and you get wrecked. So we're gonna see. It's gonna be interesting to see though.
a cap.
Mm-hmm.
Much less than the 3% that the rules say that we could enforce.
Right.
But we understand.
We put a cap on
Again, the reason this stuff is coming back up because recently, like, he was on record for calling Terence Crawford a coward. So, you know, you're gonna see these little clips.
And especially this year, last year, that money was to go to the Jose Sulaiman Boxers Fund, which was created back in 2012. And it's drying out.
Right.
We started it with a Hublot watch company.
Mm-hmm.
We had 2 events, but it's drying out. Every year we give grants all over the world to many fighters in need.
To fighters, just
To
specifically fighters.
And they don't need to be WBC associated.
Right.
They can be 4-rounders.
They just be in need. They just
fighters in need for housing, medicine, surgery, even to do burials.
So did you consider his offer, or right away you enforced that?
It's non-negotiable.
Gotcha.
And it's so sad that it goes back to money. Because when you talk about money and this, you're gonna be the bad guy.
Right.
That's true. That's true. It's
a no-win.
Right. It's a no-win, really. But you said that he didn't pay sanctioning fees for the Majamor fight as well?
Yes.
But so how does this work? Before you fight, is there a contract you sign saying I'm going to fight for this designation, this title, and I'm going to pay the 3% or the 300,000, whatever it is? Does he have to sign anything beforehand, or is it an unwritten policy?
No, there are contracts. Once as a promoter you submit and you get the sanctioning, the rules are there.
Right.
And boxing has been there forever. It's not something new. He has been a champion 12 years.
Yeah.
It's not something new. But I don't want to talk about this because I don't want to. I mean, I can respond everything. But I'm not going to talk bad about Crawford.
No, that's not what
nobody
I want.
is.
Because we definitely don't want that.
You definitely have to say your part, though.
Well,
your
my part
in
is
this, and
he knew he was fighting for the undisputed recognition, the 4 belts that Canelo had fought. He had fought
dodging the hell out
12
that
years
question
as a
anyhow,
champion.
Booger.
Right.
And they had the amount, plenty of time before the fight.
Why doesn't it come directly out of the purse? Do you guys ever negotiate that type of thing? We can't do that.
You cannot do that.
Can't do that.
Right.
So the fighter actually has to make the effort to do that. And Canelo has always complied as well?
Yes. Everybody has complied.
Right. Called the man.
As I said, Miguel Cotto,
play these clips,
that was
man.
8 years ago or more.
Call that man.
Through the WBC, he was able to get to fight Canelo. The biggest fight of his career, as terms of money and exposure.
Yeah.
And he did not want to comply, so he lost the belt on the week of the fight. We sat down that same day at the MGM. The people from Rock.
Me neither, because I think he's full of it, man. To sit here and try to sell us that every nickel and dime and penny that comes from the sanctioning fees goes directly back into boxing. Like, I know that's a lie. Undoubtedly, I know that's a lie. Like, and that's what it is. When you try to downplay the seriousness of the money, of the value of the money, and make it seem like that's not what it's about, when we just seen you strip Shakur for the same shit, and y'all went so far as to bring up his relationship with Bud Crawford right as y'all was doing it. It's like, it's nasty work. So I think y'all showed y'all hand, y'all played y'all hand, and kind of exposed yourselves. I told y'all it was a female that used to work for them that made up posts and broke down the numbers, and she was like, the math, not math, and all the money that they've been getting since a certain year, since this fund of his, Mauricio, Sulaiman. She had we went over it, man. She had the numbers and the figures, and it just didn't add up. You know what I'm saying? So all that money they be getting, this is why they probably throwing all these different conventions and being in the hotels. And once they get defensive about it and they say, how is it anybody's business what they doing with the money? Once that's the response on any level, I don't care if it's a fan questioning it or an actual fighter, especially if it's a fighter asking that. Once that is the response to me, we know that you're not doing everything you say you're doing with that money.
Rock Nation, Golden Boy,
so
and
you
me.
can just say it and not be secret.
And I said, work it out and we will recognize it.
Right.
They had percentages if he walked in as a champion, if he didn't walk in as a champion. I mean, all these things that are, very unfortunately, money comes into place, and it is not, but these are the rules.
And Crawford has complied all of these years, because you say he's been champion.
And we have offices. We have 50 employees in Mexico City. We have offices remotely around the world.
Right.
We have committees. We have medical research. We have all the social responsibility programs.
Wow.
I mean, this is the money goes to operate.
Right.
And it is clear, and you can see it, you can feel it, you
Right.
can.
That's why I don't get into those kind of conversations, because I've been in other countries and seen you do the work. I've helped. You know, I've seen you go to the places where the kids are sick, or I've seen you help fighters that never won a WBC title, and you help them. I don't understand, but people don't know that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, you just need to shed more of a light on that and stop coming off as money hungry, right? You got all these titles being slung around, intern title this, title that. Like, come on, man. It's clearly about the money. I'm sick of these people trying to act like it's not. Don't downplay the money. If it ain't about the money, then why charge so much? I don't want to hear that shit, man. That shit sound crazy. Somebody's hard-earned blood, sweat, and tears supposed to go. You got to pay to call yourself a champion is the worst thing in boxing to me. One of the worst things. Ryan from the 6, my dog, was good with it, bro. I just hate it, man. This clip almost over here. We're going to keep it moving. We're going to tune in.
People need to talk about
People just don't know that. So that's why we had to give you a platform to talk about the things that you do.
Shout out
when
to
we help,
Barack.
we don't advertise it.
Right.
It is like saying, I'm doing this so I can get recognition.
So people can see it, right?
No. People that have asked for help, they're so humble and so deeply sorry to have to ask. Many of them don't even want, it comes from different sources that they are in need. Today, a fighter is being buried. They did not have the money to bury him, and we paid for it.
Wow.
So
is it the next WBC champion?
See, when you say we pay for it, but ain't that the money that y'all collecting from the sanctioning body? So when you say we, you know, it's other fighters paying for fighters, but you getting the recognition, man. You can't tell me you're doing all of this and it's nothing going to you. I would never believe
it was here.
And that's just how you try to
in America.
In America, yes.
Wow.
Never believe that.
So how do you
Dennis Milton.
Dennis Milton. Okay.
Oh,
wow.
Okay. Wow.
They did not have the money to bury
and you guys
Friday.
take care of it.
So we paid it Friday, and today he's putting to rest in a honorable way.
Thank you for that.
That's dope. Shout out to that's dope. That's commendable. That's respectable and all that type of stuff. But we all know he ain't always. It ain't just that cut and dry like the way he making it seem, bro. You know, let's keep going, man. Something I wanted to listen to say what he meant to say was the boxers paid for it, right? Talking about we paid for it, like we paid for it. You hear him? We paid for it. What you pay for, Mauricio? But we about to tune in. We about to pause real quick. Well, I was done with that anyway. So, Bud, I think should stay retired and enjoy his money and the fruits of his hard labor, man. It's hard work, man. You feel me? That's what I think. But I did want to tune in to some of this presser. And see if it's any good with Benavidez. We do got this fight coming up this weekend, man. This is going to be one of them ones, man. It's going to be a good fight. Damn good fight. Where is it? David B. Oh, yeah. Let me get this up, man. Host of 140, what it do, man? He say he use the term "whiz" if it's coming out of his pockets, right? Pay for the police because so yeah, right. I'm telling you, man. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot was exposed and their intent and their actions are exposed. Like, and I think more so because he's downplaying the money instead of just speaking about what it's for. Like you try to make it seem like, why is it about that? It's about that because people want to know where their hard-earned money going. Blood, sweat, and tears, G. That's what's going on. I mean, Manny TV was good with it. Out of retirement, and Boots got go undisputed. Once Boots go undisputed, Specs was good with it. That'd be crazy if he did that. I wouldn't expect him to, but you just never know. Never know. But look, man, we're going to listen to a little bit of this press conference, man, for this fight coming up. You know, the Mexican monster is up at bat. Let's listen to a little bit of this, and we're going to get right back to this cook, man.
And now we go to our third pay-per-view fight, 10 rounds in the super lightweight division. And this one is promoted in association with Cancun Boxing and Box Stars. Coming to the podium now from Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico. He is known for his all-action style as he engaged in a very memorable slugfest with Mexican superstar Pitbull Cruz in one of the best fights of 2025. With the record 23 victories, 18 by knockout, opposite of 4 defeats and 2 draws. Please help me welcome Angel Tashiro Fierro.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Primero que nada, agradezco a Dios por estar aquí, a la empresa de PBC por esta segunda oportunidad, mi empresa Bostar, a todo mi equipo de trabajo de Team Zona Norte, de Fernando Fernández, y agradecido, ¿no?, con la vida por esta oportunidad. Vengo a aclarar la duda que dejé en la pelea
Dude, this is the only thing I hate, man.
a limpiar mi nombre, premio la victoria este sábado. Saludos, gracias. Arriba Tijuana.
At least he made that shit quick.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I want to thank God for the opportunity. Also thank PBC, my team, everybody that made it happen. And what I can tell you is that I'm here to be better than ever, to come out with the win on Saturday, to clean up my name, and to put Tijuana's name on the very top. You're going to see a show on Saturday night, and let's go Tijuana.
All right, now we bring on his opponent. He is a top 140-pound contender, riding a 4-fight winning streak, including a win last August over the very tough Kenneth Sims Jr. from Parral, Chihuahua, Mexico, with 30 victories, 23 by knockout, and just 2 defeats and 1 draw. Please help me welcome La Migrana, Oscar Duarte.
Oscar Duarte, bro. His little broken English speaking ass.
Muy contento de estar aquí parado. Hace rato ahí estaba dando una entrenada y estaba recordando.
Bro hit the mic like he was about to sing.
Lo que se ha hecho para llegar
like
aquí.
It was karaoke night.
Ha sido bastante trabajo, entrenamientos duros, cortes de peso y pues agradecido con todos ustedes aquí presentes y también con toda la gente que nos ve, porque pues siempre han estado firmes apoyando al boxeo y admirando nuestro trabajo. Esta noche se van a llevar también pues mucha alegría, porque yo pienso que hasta lo que va del año es la mejor cartelera que ha habido, puede ser la cartelera del año. Entonces aquí quien va a salir ganando pues son todos ustedes, la gente que vaya a estar ahí esa noche, los que nos vean. Yo de mi parte pues vengo listo, me encanta esto de pelear. Hice una gran preparación acá con Roberto García en Moreno Valley. Se hizo el trabajo también en equipo, se hizo todo bien. Ahorita ya nomás vengo a ejecutar y a ganar contundente este sábado. Gracias de nuevo y vamos con todo.
Thank y'all for not being too long.
I'm so thankful to be here, to be standing in front of all of you. And I think this is going to be possibly the card of the year because it's that outstanding. The fans are going to be the real winners of the night because we're all going to put on a show. And I couldn't help but think about how far I've come from the tough training sessions that I've had, the way that we trained so well with Robert Garcia, having to cut weight, and everything we had to do in order to be in optimal condition for this fight. So now it's just time to give the fans the show that they deserve, to be ready for May 2nd, and I'm blessed to do it.
All right. That is our third fight on the pay-per-view, and now we go to our co-main event, a World Championship bout, 12 rounds for the WBA Super Middleweight World Championship. Once again, this bout is promoted in association with Warriors Boxing and Zanfer Boxing Promotions. First up to the podium, this man is one of the sport's premier action fighters. He is a former world champion at 154 pounds, and he most recently avenged his loss to Bruno Saras by winning a unanimous decision in their rematch last May. He is a native of Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico. Please help me welcome the incredible Jaime Munguia.
It was crazy. None of them know how to speak English. Not one.
Bueno, primero que nada, buenas tardes a todos. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Gracias por acompañarnos. Muy contento de estar regresando a Las Vegas después de un par de años, después de grandes experiencias de vida. La verdad que estamos muy contentos nuevamente de estar aquí. Agradecido con Dios, con la vida, con todos ustedes, con todos los que hacen posible esto, con Eddie Reynoso, con el Canelo Team, con mi padre que está aquí. Muchas gracias.
Shout out to Victoria.
Estamos listos para demostrar de lo que estamos hechos.
Yeah, I'm really waiting for the day. I just want to hear, from him and Zordo, really.
Tijuana tiene un nuevo campeón del mundo. Muchas gracias a todos. Ánimo. Arriba Tijuana.
Thank you all for being here. I want to thank God for this opportunity, and I'm blessed to have the support of the Team Canelo, Eddie Reynoso, my father, who is also here. And what I can tell you is that Tijuana is going to have a new world champion this Saturday night, and it's going to be an amazing fight.
All right, now let's go to his opponent, the champ. He won his title in one of boxing's biggest upsets of 2025 with the decision win over the former champion, Caleb Plant, last May. He is from Guayabitos, Nayarit, Mexico. He is the reigning WBA super middleweight world champion.
He just called Hitchens a pussy again.
With the record 16 victories, 11 by knockout, and just 2 defeats, here is Armando Toro Resendiz.
This fight gonna be a war. Jaime and Resendez should be a war.
Primero que nada, quiero agradecer a Dios por tenerme donde me tiene. Gracias a Él que me ha dado la fuerza, la fortaleza para cumplir mis sueños. Y una vez más me doy cuenta de que con Él todo es posible. Me siento muy agradecido con todo mi team. Me siento muy agradecido con Luisito de Cuba Jr. Gracias por el excelente trabajo. Luis de Cuba también. Mi manager, Jesse Rodríguez. Mi coach Manny, que hemos trabajado en buenas y en malas. Hemos trabajado mucho, hemos trabajado fuerte. Muchas gracias, coach, por regañarme. Yo sé que todo eso es para bien. Muchas gracias a todas las personas que van a ver esta pelea. Tengan por seguro que esto es una guerra. Esto va a ser una gran pelea. Por mi parte, voy a estar dándolo todo. Voy a salir a darlo todo por mi familia, por mi niño, mi esposa, mis padres, por mi sueño y porque toda la gloria sea para Dios. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. I want to thank God for giving me the opportunity to be standing here. I know that with His will and His blessing, everything is possible. I also want to thank my team, my coach, Manny Robles, my manager, Jesse Rodriguez, everybody that made it possible for me to be as prepared as I am for May 2nd, even through the tough training sessions and the scolding that sometimes I got, but I know that was just to be better every single day. And there's going to be a war on May 2nd. I can guarantee you that. It's going to be a great show, and God willing, I'm going to come out with the win as well. Y muchas gracias a ti, Martín. Eres el mejor. De nada, hermano.
All right, now let's hear a little bit more from our pay-per-view fighters. First up, let's start with our pay-per-view opener. I'm going to direct this question to Ismael Flores. And Ismael, you took this fight on short notice, and you are making your U.S. debut. Why did you want to jump at this opportunity against Isaac Lucero?
Ismael, ¿qué te hizo querer poder tener esta oportunidad contra Isaac Lucero? En tu debut en Estados Unidos es una experiencia completamente distinta. Perdona, no te escucho muy bien. No. ¿Me escuchas ahora? ¿Mejor? ¿Bien? ¿Me escuchas bien ahora? ¿Sí? Ok. ¿Qué te hizo querer tomar esta oportunidad de pelear acá en Estados Unidos por primera vez contra Isaac Lucero en una cartelera como esta? ¿Qué te motivó a querer hacerlo?
Bueno, es una oportunidad en la que no podíamos desaprovecharla. Es una oportunidad en la que nos puede llevar a la gloria o nos puede seguir hacia donde estamos. Vamos a seguir peleando y bueno, nada, aquí venimos a darlo todo, a llevarnos la victoria y esa fue la decisión, ¿no? De venir a darlo todo y aprovecharlo.
I think that's what's happening, Specs. I think he ain't want to pass the torch, so it's being taken from him. And I think if he make a statement, I think this could be his date from now on.
Pass up. We're going to give it our all. We're going to make our preparation worth it. And this is the kind of opportunity that opens up a lot of doors for us. So hopefully that's the case.
And now I'll go over to you, Isaac. You are obviously a part of an amazing card. You're going to start the pay-per-view. What type of statement are you looking to make Saturday night?
¿Qué tipo de mensaje estás tratando de mandar este sábado por la noche?
Bueno, el mensaje que quiero mandar esta noche es que quiero una oportunidad, quiero ganármela, quiero que la gente vea que merezco o que me he ganado la oportunidad de estar en estas grandes carteleras. Es todo lo que quiero darle a la gente que quiera seguirme viendo en estas grandes carteleras.
Give me a shot to prove myself. Let me show you how much I've grown, how much I've matured, and how I deserve to be a part of these kind of cards from now on. That's what I'm going to do. That's the statement I want to make.
All right, that's our pay-per-view opener, Isaac Lucero, Ismael Flores. Now let's go to our second bout, as I'll start with you, Jose. As both of you are unbeaten, what's going to be the key difference in this fight to come out on top?
I believe just the hard work I did at the gym, the preparation I did at the Diaz training camp with my coach Joel Diaz, and of course my grandpa, and all that the extra miles we did, all that hard, tough sparring we had, different opponent, and that's what's the key that's going to work for this fight.
And now over to you, Jorge. This is your first fight in Las Vegas. How meaningful is it for you to be a part of a card like this against Jose Sanchez?
It means everything to me. You know, I'm trying to level up and fight the best of the best in my division. And, this is another little hill I need to go over and just to see what's on the other side for me.
All right, that's our second pay-per-view bout. Jorge Chavez, Jose Tito Sanchez. And now we move on to our next bout, as I will start with you, Angel. You have a tremendous opportunity in front of you fighting Duarte. What do you need to do in order to be the man that has his hands raised in T-Mobile Arena May 2nd?
Ángel, la oportunidad que tenés enfrente tuyo es inmejorable, tremenda, pero ¿qué es lo que tenés que hacer vos para terminar la noche con tu brazo alzado? ¿No me escuchas bien? ¿Ahora me escuchas bien?
¿Me repites la pregunta, por favor?
A ver, espera, vamos a hacer así. ¿Ahora me escuchas mejor? ¿Me escuchas bien? Ok. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tenés que hacer este sábado para aprovechar esta oportunidad tremenda y terminar con tu brazo alzado?
Ganar. Lo que tenemos que aprovechar es ganar este sábado, dar lo mejor de mí. Ya conocieron ambas versiones de mí, buena y mala, pero esta vez vengo con una versión nueva y muy diferente.
And it's like an all Mexican card too, or something like this. Pardon me, I just really want to hear from the main two.
Y el día
I ain't
2,
gonna lie.
llevándome la victoria a Tijuana y teniendo un nuevo campeón plata y yo me ve.
It's just about being able to show that I'm up to the task. People have seen the good and the bad from me, so all I gotta do is be able to make weight tomorrow, then go after it in the fight, and God willing, I'm gonna be able to bring the win back to Tijuana.
And now over to you, Duarte. What is Fierro going to find out when he steps into the ring with you Saturday night?
Oscar, ¿qué es lo que Fierro de qué se va a dar cuenta este sábado cuando entre al ring con vos? Pues ahí nos vamos a ver el sábado. Sé que él es un peleador que pelea, aguerrido. Eso pues me motiva porque sé que va a ser una gran pelea.
702.
Yo siempre me centro en mí. De mi parte hice un gran campamento, se me juntó con el pasado, ya que el rival se me rajó. Y en esta preparación la hice muy bien, hice todo bien y estoy listo para ejecutar este sábado.
Oh, I'm pumped up because Angel is someone that can brawl, that can be someone that proposes a really good fight. So I'm excited for that. But I'm only relying on myself, really, because I know I had a great preparation. In fact, this training camp was preceded by the one I had before when the fight got postponed. So I couldn't be more ready, and I'm ready to show who I am.
All right, that is our third fight on our pay-per-view. Now we move on to our co-main event. This should be an all-action fight, and both men have promised they want to steal the show for the WBA Super Middleweight World title. First, I'll start with you, Jaime. You are someone that has encountered adversity, and you came on the other end victorious. You bounced back from your loss to Bruno Saras, and you rectified that last year with the decision when you said yesterday, we're going to see a new Jaime Munguia. What do you mean by that?
Bueno, yo creo que pues sin duda van a ver un nuevo Jaime Munguia. Yo creo que pasamos esa etapa difícil, ¿no? Y la verdad que, pues digo, en la revancha yo sí estaba pues, muy nervioso, pues no sabía, ¿no? Lo que podía pasar, obviamente, pero siento que ya después de haber pasado eso, pues no le tenemos miedo a nada y estamos listos.
This gotta be one of the fights of the night. Him and Resendez.
You're definitely going to see a new Jaime Munguia because I've gotten over the hump. To be honest with you, when I had that rematch, I was nervous because it was the uncertainty of not knowing what could happen. But now I'm renewed, the toughest part is over, and I'm ready to show you this new facet of mine.
All right, now over to you, Armando. You obviously came away with one of the biggest upsets last year as the world champion with a huge upset defeating former champion Caleb Plant. How do you prove to everyone that wasn't just a one-night performance and that you are here to stay at the top of the division?
Armando, diste el batacazo contra Plant el año pasado. Ahora, ¿cómo vas a intentar demostrar que eso no fue una casualidad, que llegaste para quedarte?
Pues tal cual, haciendo mi trabajo, haciendo las cosas bien. Primeramente Dios, así va a ser, vamos a salir a darlo todo, vamos a hacer todo con mucha disciplina y poder consolidarnos.
It's all about putting in the work. God willing, we're able to go out there, execute the game plan, and with that discipline, be able to come out with the win. Simple as that.
And now over to you, Jaime. What challenges does Resendez present to you?
Bueno, yo creo que es un gran reto. Resendez, ¿no? Es un gran peleador, es un peleador joven, con muchas ganas de salir adelante, al igual que yo y al igual que todos los que estamos aquí, ¿no? Entonces, sin duda es un gran reto y se respeta mucho. Y pues vamos a darle una gran pelea a todo el público, como siempre.
It's certainly a really big challenge against a young, hungry fighter, just like me, and I respect that a lot. So what
Somebody might get stopped in that fight, that's for sure.
The fight that they deserve, and that's what I'm looking for.
Final question to you, Armando. You have said you have much respect for Munguia. Do you feel an obligation, with both of you being Mexicans from the Pacific Coast, to deliver a show here on Cinco de Mayo weekend?
Bueno, Armando, ¿sentís que le debes a los aficionados mexicanos de la costa Pacífico darles un espectáculo a lo grande este sábado por la noche? ¿No me escuchás? Hola. Armando, ¿me escuchás ahora? ¿Escuchan bien? Ahí. Hola. Sí. Okay. Could you repeat the question, please? And I'll repeat the question too.
You said you have much respect for Munguia. Do you feel an obligation with you both being Mexicans, especially from the Pacific Coast, to deliver a show here on Cinco de Mayo weekend?
Armando, sentí la responsabilidad, siendo de la costa Pacífico de México y en un duelo entre mexicanos, de dar espectáculo para el mundo entero contra Munguia este sábado por la noche.
Claro, es un compromiso y una responsabilidad grande, ¿no? Dar un buen espectáculo por mi parte, como lo digo, como lo vengo diciendo. Yo voy a darlo todo para que toda la gente, todo el público salgan bien contentos esa noche.
Absolutely. It's a big responsibility, a commitment on my part to be able to give the fans the kind of show that they deserve. And that's what's going to happen on Saturday night.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is 4 of our 5 fights on the pay-per-view. We're going to have our fighters pose, and then we will regroup and get our main event on the stage. So first off, we'll have our fighters pose at the front and get photos.
Sí, chicos, vamos a posar ahora para la foto.
Yeah, man, we ready for the main event. Y'all, it's coming. That's why I just made a pit stop in the live just to listen to this presser. Shout out to the fam, everybody. Hit the like button. We gonna keep rocking. And once we get past David and this main event, we're gonna get back to this live. We gonna get back to the cook. They doing a bunch of facing off right now. I want to bet David for the stoppage and anyway for a decision. I had Nakatani. I had to watch both guys last night. I think anyway might be too fast for Nakatani. Anyway might mess around, stop Nakatani because he's very hittable is what I realized in his fights. And I feel like he allowed guys that shouldn't really be on his level compete with him way too much. I think he just get hit considerably more than anyway to me. I think Monster can mess around. I definitely got Monster, but I wouldn't be surprised if he stopped him. And I know you don't always stop the guys at the highest level and, stuff like that, but he moving up, you might stop him. Might stop his ass. He might stop him. Canelo and Billy for September. Yeah. They really gonna throw him Billy in there. Maybe they feel like he too rugged. He ain't experienced enough. They ain't putting Canelo in there with somebody they don't think he could beat for real. Especially not coming off a loss. Man, yo, he gonna be swinging like a maniac at Canelo. It's gonna be interesting. Canelo take that fight against that young lion, young hungry lion. Nakatani only got a puncher's chance. Yeah, man, Nakatani's pretty nice, but I just think NUA gonna take it. It's dope that they fighting though. It's dope that they putting it all on the line. Dope that they putting it all on the line, man. But David about to try to punch holes through Zordo, man. They out here giving each other KO warnings and stuff. I love it, man. This is going to be violence. I'm telling you. This is going to be a violent scrap right here, man.
Just a quick reminder, don't forget, later this evening at 5 p.m. local time, we have our Cinco de Mayo edition as we have legends, Oscar De La Hoya.
Man, this is crazy. You got these back-to-back fights like this. That's going to be good. Monster anyway just come on so damn early. Got to get up early, call them joints. It be quiet as hell, them crowds, bro. They be out there. Them crowds be so damn respectful and quiet. But I expect that. To be a good fight for sure. Billy go to war. Yeah, he don't know no other way, bro. Every fight, he go in there and crash out if he can. He gonna try that. You think Canelo gonna stop Joe? He gonna try. He gonna damn sure gonna try to. Damn sure gonna try to. You know what I mean? He don't know no other way but to get in there and crash out. Full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. What's going on? We ready for this main event, guys, to get up here, man. You already know how Benavidez is coming. Young Lester Martinez couldn't slow Billy down. It's Curtis for Canelo. Yeah, man. I hear you looking a little old out there in camp. Looking a little shot worn.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get going with our main event press conference. Just a quick reminder, please, if we can keep the noise level down, if we make a call, we ask that you please step outside.
They're about to raise the levels for Canelo. The computer all done. Y'all already talking about noise levels and stuff, man. Get them fighters up there at the podiums, man. You ready to hear from the monster, man? You know what I'm saying? I think he about to show out, man. Somebody said something about this, the best they seen him look. Like the weight cut must have been easy. That's the crazy part. Say he ain't really had no weight cut, and that's the wild part. The no weight cut Benavidez is about to be, I think, could be a scary thing in boxing. Because if there's any chance that he's punching harder than what he already punched, that's gonna be bad for Zordo. Speed, power, combinations, rapid combinations, heavy jab, good body shots, good defense. Yeah. I say Zordo in for a tough night in the office. Who is that Benavidez with that damn bedazzled damn jean suit? Bro got the bedazzled jean suit. That shit sparkling, bro. Bro backed out with the thriller jean jacket suit. Okay, they're approaching. They about to get it back started, man. The fighters we want to hear for is in the building. Zordo dressed like a Colombian coke lord and shit. Or should I say a Mexican drug lord or something? Let's get it, man. Yeah, Benavidez is sparkling like hell, ain't he? Bedazzled. Rita is a tougher fight, but it's a more respectable opponent given the history out. Canelo might have an advantage. Bringing David back down. I think he still get punched on. Very intrigued to see what Benavidez' power is at. Yeah, what it looked like at Cruiser, right? Without him having to cut weight like that. It's gonna be interesting.
To MGM Grand.
Let's get back to it, y'all. Everybody hit the like button. Let's keep rolling.
Press conference, and this time we are now set for our main event fighters. We see undefeated two-division world champion David El Monstro Benavidez and unified WBA and WBO cruiserweight world champion Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez as they headline a special Cinco de Mayo weekend here in Las Vegas, Nevada, in an all-Mexican town. And it, of course, takes place this Saturday, May 2nd, headlining a PBC pay-per-view event. And it is available on Prime Video and DAZN.com.
How cool it. The block captain was good, Brody. How you feeling, my guy?
Now, before we get to our fighters, I want to bring up a couple of men that helped put this mega fight together. First up, once again, we heard from him earlier talking about the other pay-per-view fights. He has certainly not hit his excitement for this main event fight. Please help me welcome the chairman and CEO of Golden Boy Promotions, Mr.
Jordan.
Oscar De La Hoya.
We're gonna get to a little clip with Raymond Mortier Dad again too, so we got plenty more to get to.
Boxing's biggest stage and Cinco de Mayo weekend come together. Mexican and Mexican-American fighters step into the ring, carry not just belts, but the weight of their culture and generations before them. Cinco de Mayo's humble roots originated from the Mexican victory in Puebla over the French, calls for the shared fight for freedom and identity. That same spirit is what built boxing. From Julio Cesar Chavez in the 90s to myself making it global, this weekend became sacred in boxing. And now it continues with David Benavidez versus Zurdo Ramirez, a Mexico versus Mexican-American showdown that's about more than a fight. It's history, it's identity. Zurdo is no stranger to making history. It's in his DNA. Today, he is a unified world champion, having stepped into enemy territory to secure his belts. Benavidez
Right, he got
is
this joint
fighting to
sweat.
become a
He reading off a
three-division
script.
world champion. This fight of the year candidate written all over it. This is a guaranteed war. Mark my words. Estamos muy contentos. Gracias por estar aquí. El 5 de mayo, obviamente, es una fecha muy importante para el boxeo, especialmente para los mexicanos, mexicoamericanos y para todos los pochos que viven aquí en los Estados Unidos, como yo.
All right, hurry up, Oscar, bro.
Es
Like,
una,
don't
va a ser una noche para
get
celebrar,
carried away.
celebrar la cultura y
Bro,
celebrar
ass
la
tripping.
historia a los peleadores que nos dieron este puesto hoy en día, como Julio César Chávez, el gran ídolo mexicano, como Canelo Álvarez y como su servidor Oscar de la Hoya. Estamos muy contentos porque esta pelea el sábado en papel es una pelea muy pareja, una pelea que va a ser emocionante, con mucha acción. Obviamente los récords de ambos dicen todo. Zurdo Ramírez capturó el mundo del boxeo hace años, ganando múltiples de campeonatos mundiales. Benavidez, con su estilo agresivo, inteligente, es un gran campeón mexicano, americano, y estamos muy orgullosos de estar aquí en Las Vegas, presentándoles al mundo una gran noche de boxeo nuevamente. Gracias y muchas gracias.
Thank you, Oscar. And now we'll turn things over to another man that had a very huge role in putting this fantastic main event together. From Samson Boxing, please, here is Mr. Samson Lukowitz.
Samson Lukowitz.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, if we could please keep it down.
Yeah,
Please
Roach.
keep the noise
Roach
level
is a
down.
paid announcement to be fired right about now, too.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, 5 de Mayo, we have a history like Julio César Chavez and the great Oscar de la Hoya. What is Oscar? Oh, that he took over Oscar de la Hoya. And
Oscar
we have
de la
not only
Hoya.
that, we have Mayweather. And finally, and I believe the last year, Oscar de la Hoya, he did something spectacular to try to make this fight happen. Now we have 5 de Mayo, MGM, T-Mobile, that will be spectacular. Not only for that, because these two fighters, he fight everyone. He took the fight with no hesitation. He said, I take the fight against Benavidez. If Benavidez, he say, I love this. We took this when we used to be young. We are not, without to mention name, but I have no choice. We're not try to fight fighters that you know that he will win that night. Like in this case, the 5 de Mayo, even though it was the last one in Saudi Arabia, Canelo, I believe he lost and he passed that torch to the winner of this Saturday. I guarantee you that this winner, it will be the new face of boxing, and Canelo, he be on the story because he didn't fight the best. Thank you very much. I hope so that you will see an unbelievable undercard. And
Unbelievable
enjoy,
undercard.
And like somebody say, ¡Viva cabrones! ¡Viva México!
Joe, it's out of here, G. Yeah, man, I told y'all, man. He ain't passed the torch. They gonna take it with a win. The winner here takes the torch from Canelo.
In the gym with these guys as we go to the head trainers. First up, the trainer for Gilberto Ramirez. Please help me welcome
Tell you why
Julian
Benavidez
Chua.
only wants to fight his sparring partners.
What's up, everybody? Thank you for being here. What can I say? I'm so excited for this fight. You know, we have a great game plan, as do probably everyone that tries to fight David, you know, like if you don't do your homework, you're in trouble. So we've done our homework. We've crossed our T's and dotted our I's, and I believe that Zertle's gonna execute. You know, he's looked spectacular in the gym, and I have all the faith in the world in my guy. You know, this is such an exciting fight. The only thing I'm upset about is that I'm going to be like so locked into it that I don't get to enjoy it as a fan. You know, I hope I can take a second to sit back while they're going and just be like, wow, like this is the fight. This is what Cinco de Mayo represents, and this is what Mexican boxing represents. So yeah, man, I'm so hyped for this fight. One last thing I'm upset about is losing on Shiba Inu from you. I'm upset about that too, but that's another conversation. Anyway, thank you guys for coming. Ready for May 2nd? We're ready.
And now we will go to a man that has helped put together one of boxing's best families. He is the father and head trainer. Please help me welcome Jose Benavides Senior.
Okay, Jose.
Hola, ¿qué tal a todos? Les quiero dar las gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Pero primeramente quiero dar las gracias a Dios por permitirnos estar aquí en esta plataforma. Quiero dar las gracias a Al Heyman, Oscar de la Hoya, Sanson por hacer esto posible. Estamos muy motivados, muy emocionados por pelear este 2 de mayo, 5 de mayo weekend. También le quiero dar las gracias aquí al zurdo por darle la oportunidad de pelear por sus títulos. Sabemos que el zurdo va a venir preparado como nunca, ya lo miramos también, ha estado trabajando muy duro. Esta va a ser una guerra. Pero también quiero decirles que David Benavides, el monstruo mexicano, este 2 de mayo se va a llevar los cinturones para la casa. Va a ser una guerra, va a ser una pelea muy difícil, la pelea más difícil de David en esta carrera. Pero nos vamos a llevar esos cinturones. Quiero invitar a todos ustedes que vean por pay-per-view la pelea. Va a ser una pelea explosiva, una pelea con mucha emoción, y vamos a representar a nuestra raza. Vamos a representar el 5 de mayo, que es un día muy importante para todos los mexicanos, y venimos preparados para seguir demostrando que esta es la era del monstruo mexicano, David Benavides. Muchas gracias a todos ustedes y arriba México.
This thing went, there we go. Okay. So, first of all, I want to thank God for this opportunity. I also want to thank Al Heyman, Samson Boxing, Oscar de la Hoya, PBC,
For
everybody
real,
that
Jordan.
was able to make this happen. I want to thank Zurdo as well for putting his titles on the line and facilitating this, because I'm sure this is going to be David's toughest fight of his career. But at the same time, I'm so excited to show everybody what the Monstro is all about.
Crazy.
And I hope everybody can buy the pay-per-view. Tune in. It's going to be a war. We're going to represent the Raza. We're going to represent Mexico. And it's going to be a can't-miss bout, the bout of the year. Thank you very much.
All right, now it's time to hear from our main event fighters. First up, this man is a former world champion at 168 pounds. He moved up to cruiserweight in 2023. Then he captured the WBA Cruiserweight Championship in 2024 and became Mexico's first Cruiserweight World Champion. He then added the WBO belt by beating Chris William-Smith later that year. And then he most recently defeated the former champion, Yunel Dorticos, last June. He is representing Mazatlan, Sinaloa, Mexico, with the record 48 victories, 30 by knockout, and just one blemish. He's the reigning, defending WBA and WBO Cruiserweight World Champion. Help me welcome Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez.
Hola, ¿qué tal a todos? Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Primeramente, gracias a Dios por la gran oportunidad, al Team Benavides, a Golden Boy, a todos los que hacen posible esta gran cartelera. Vengo preparado, listo para llevarme los títulos a casa, a Mazatlán. Vamos a representar esta fecha tan importante, el 5 de mayo, es el 2 de mayo, pero el 5 de mayo la vamos a representar, yo creo, David y yo muy bien, porque somos dos mexicanos. Vamos a dejar todo arriba ring, los invito a que no se la puedan perder esta pelea y que vean una gran guerra este 2 de mayo. Thank you, everyone. I'm blessed to be here. Thank you, Team Benavides. Thank you, Golden Boy. I'm happy to be here. Don't miss the fight. We will represent really well this May 5th, the weekend. It'll be May 2nd, the fight. But thank you, everyone. Don't miss the fight. I see you.
Thank you, everyone. Don't miss the fight. I see you. I see you. And this shit needed more energy. I ain't gonna lie.
We'll bring up the man
Spit
who
versus
is
Timbers
going
and pay-per-view,
for a
yeah,
world
everything.
title in his third
That's all
division and
PBC
become
do.
the first fighter to win world titles at 168, 175, and 200 pounds. He has one of the best resumes in the sport and has proven he is afraid of no one. He's got wins over Caleb Plant, Demetrius Andrade, and David Morrell Jr., just to name a few. He enters this fight off a very big 2025, where he saw him hand David Morrell his first defeat in February, and then he blasted Anthony Yard in November. He is a native of Phoenix, Arizona, the former
Blasted Anthony Yard is wild.
WBA light heavyweight world champion. He has a perfect record, 31 victories, 25 by knockout. Please help me welcome David El Monstro Benavides.
El Monstro.
Primeramente le quiero dar las gracias a Dios porque sin él nada de esto es posible. También le quiero dar las gracias al equipo de Zurdo Ramírez, los promotores, Al Heyman, Samson Lukowitz, Luis Cubas Jr. ¿Qué más puedo decir? Estoy 100% listo para esta pelea. Entrené duro.
David got that damn bedazzled jacket, jean suit.
2 títulos más. Muchas gracias a todos.
Man, it's shining, ain't it?
First of all, I want to give the thanks to God because
Sparkling.
none of this is possible. I want to give a big shout out to Zurdo Ramirez, Samson Lukowitz, Al Heyman, Luis Cubas, PBC, Golden Boy, and man, I'm very excited for this. I've been training extremely hard. I got 5 months training in this training camp, but because I knew Zurdo Ramirez is a great fighter, he's a great champion. We've done a lot of rounds with him back then, and I know he's going to come to fight. You know, big respects to all these guys over here. They're great dudes. With that being said, it's time to go to war. And when David Benavides goes to war, he doesn't shy away from anything. When I see the fire, I put myself in the fire to get the best version out of myself, and I'm not scared of nobody. And you guys will see what the Mexican Monster is made of this May 2nd. Thank you so much.
Well, that was brief.
All right, now let's hear from our fighters. First, I'll start with the champ, Zurdo. Benavides is making this move up 25 pounds.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate him taking the fight for sure.
Do you believe he is taking on more than he should be fighting you?
No, I think he feels ready for this division. That's why he moved up.
You heard him. You heard him.
David,
Leonard
over
Ellis
to you.
was fat.
I think you surprised, people when this fight was announced that you were going up and moving up to the cruiserweight limit. Why did you make that move up?
Because I had already been talking to Oscar for about two or 3 years about this fight. I knew Zurdo was making a move to cruiserweight. That was a fight that our team and then even Zurdo's team wanted for a long, long time because we had worked together. He's a great champion. Those sparring sessions that we had were pay-per-view sparring sessions. So we always told ourselves that we had to make this happen. But at the end of the day, bro, I'm a bad motherfucker and I just like the risk. And that's it.
Talk to him,
Over
baby.
to you, Zurdo. You're the champion. He's the one coming up in weight, but the odds show you're the underdog. Do you feel disrespected
I wish
by
they'd
that,
have made
or
Benavides
what's your
the
thoughts
underdog.
going into this fight where the odds have you as the underdog?
Well, I'm the champ. I don't feel the respect. That's the people they thought, and I just train hard to put a great show to prove myself and prove everyone that I'm still champion.
Now, David,
Respect.
you're Going into this fight, you just spoke about how you both have had experiences over the years. You helped get him ready for several fights. You talked about the legendary sparring sessions. Obviously, I'm sure you guys are both very different fighters from the moments you had those sparring sessions, but is there anything that you take away from those sessions going into this fight?
Yes, I definitely took a lot away from those sparring sessions, but that if that gets thrown out the window, I'm gonna be ready to adapt to anything that comes my way. That's what comes with being a great champion. So at the end of the day, it's gonna be a great fight, and everybody who's watching is gonna get their money's worth.
This question goes to your trainer, Chua. Preparing for this fight, 31 men have tried to defeat David Benavidez, and 31 men have fallen short. What makes Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez different to be the first man to give David his first defeat?
He's Zurdo Ramirez.
You want to elaborate? What?
His name is Zurdo Ramirez. Well, I don't know how else you want. It's different.
This
different
dude
than all the
seemed
other
like he
guys.
new to this. This dude that's talking on Zordo team
Now,
seemed like
over
he
to
new
you,
to
David.
this. or
This
something.
is a very special week, and you've talked about you've wanted that mantle to be the face of boxing, and now you are headlining your first Cinco de Mayo weekend. Talk about how special is it, because we know in boxing's history books how important this weekend is.
No, it's definitely real important, and I think just both of us having a fight on Cinco de Mayo weekend is something that we've been both working for a long, long time for. And, I think God is just great. We're both blessed. You know what I mean? We both knew we were going to get this fight back then. And this is both of our first times fighting on Cinco de Mayo weekend. So, we both did our job. He captured titles in cruiserweight. I've captured titles in light heavyweight. And it was just perfect timing, man. I'm just very excited to be here. I'm very excited to headline my first Cinco de Mayo card with my friend Zurdo Ramirez, who's another Mexican. So, man, I'm just very blessed to be here.
Now, over to you, Zurdo. David is, we're used to seeing him go into a fight as the bigger man, having the size advantage. But for this fight, he's not going to have that advantage. How do you view that aspect of the fight?
Well, I feel like it'd be a huge fight. It's a war. It's the weekend of May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, the weekend. I think everyone needs to tune in and need to see this fight. I mean, he's my friend. I like him, but at the end of the day, we're fighting, and then we try to win this fight, and we try to put a great show for everyone. And then, I mean, I don't know what to say.
I'll ask you a question, Jose.
Respect to him for trying
how
to
did this
speak
fight
English,
come about,
man.
or
I
when David
respect it.
approached you about moving up to cruiserweight? What was your thoughts, and how did this change any way as far as the preparation than you normally are used to getting ready for a fight?
Well, first of all, I just got to give it up to David. I'm so proud of how far he has come, what he's done in the boxing business. And to be honest, I think he should be a promoter, because all these fights, he's been promoting his own fights. He chooses his fighters, and he wants to fight nothing but the best. And that's what we've been doing, proving that he's the best at 168, 175. Now he's going to prove that he's the best at 175. And when 200 cruiserweight, I'm sorry, like Zurdo said, he's a great fighter, man. This is the toughest fight of our careers. David has prepared himself. That's why we brought Junior to the camp. He brought a lot of good things to the camp, and that's another element that we're using, in this camp. He's bringing a lot of good vibrations, a lot of motivation, and what he knows in boxing. But like Zurdo said, he's going to try to win this fight. We're not going to try to win this fight. We are going to win this fight. On May 2nd, you have in the new world champion of the cruiserweight division. We're not going to try to win. We are going to win, and he is going to become a world champion.
Right. Talk about it, man.
Back to you, Zurdo. David has said he is going to test your body, he's going to test your chin, and he's going to test your soul. How do you respond to that?
I mean, he will try, and I will try. I will do it too. Yeah. Saturday, everyone will see a Zurdo Ramirez.
Now, back to you, David. You have mentioned plans to go back to 175 going into this fight. Do you plan to bounce back and forth between cruiserweight and light heavyweight, or is this just a one-time fight?
I mean, I'm not thinking about anything. I'm only thinking about Saturday. I mean, honestly, it's disrespectful for you guys even bring up anything else. I'm worried about this, man. This is the unified champion at cruiserweight, and that's the only thing on my mind right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now over to you, Zurdo. A win over David Benavidez does what for your career?
I mean, it's a win. Another day on the office. Yeah, you beat it.
And now over to you, David. Becoming a 3-division world champion, how does that feel? What would that mean to your legacy?
I mean, that just catapults me into the same category as the greats. You know, it's very hard to become world champion. It's very hard to become world champion in 2 weight classes. So 3 weight classes would put me in the same conversations of the greats. So at the end of the day, I want to keep giving the fans what they want to see, the best fights, and keep winning world titles to solidify my legacy.
All right, final question, prediction, Zurdo. What happened Saturday night?
Saturday, everyone will see a war, and I will raise my hand for the win.
Same question to you, David. Prediction.
I'm going for a knockout. Whether I get it or not, you know, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going in there. I'm going to try to stop Sulaiman Ramirez every single round, and you guys know how I fight. You know, I'm not gonna change my character for anybody. You know, this is the most dangerous fight on paper for me, but like when I see that fire, I throw myself in it and I thrive in that fire.
All right, you heard from both men, ladies and gentlemen.
Mike, peace, Brody. How you feeling, man? All good, always good to see you in the building, man. Shout out to everybody still hanging in here. All right, man. I just wanted to hear from them guys, man. Let's see what we wanted to hear what they was on. Know what I mean? Shout out to Mike. What's good with it, bro? Big shout out to my dog, man. Dante Boxing Talk, man. For that dub in the Cash App, always supporting the grind, man. Look, hit the like button, support the channel. We got plenty more to talk about. We ain't going nowhere just yet. He said, keep grinding, bro. You know we on the job. Shout out to Dante, man. Let's keep on going. We got to get back to this. So, look, man, I mean, I didn't expect no barn burner, right? In terms of, like, the press conference. I didn't expect the crazy war of words and nothing because we know it's super mutual, respectful on both sides, right? But I don't think it changed the mission. I think they both on the mission to try to beat one another. Zurdo don't lay down for nobody. He could fight, very experienced. I think this gonna be his 50th fight, I think. So he got a ton of experience, man. He was down there 68, 75, cruiserweight. They got similar, you know, travels, right? And you know, Benavidez just at a point where he's trying to prove it every single time out. He has been picking the opponents and making these things happen, pushing for the right fights, the ones that we want to see him in. And you got to respect it. I like that from Benavidez. I can't wait to see it this weekend. That you got Nakatani and Inoue is going to be another one. I think that's going to be another great show. So got back-to-back good action. Benavidez is going to stand on business. You heard what he said. He's trying to knock him out every single round. If he get it or not, he don't know what's going to happen, but he ain't changing his character for nobody. I love it. Benavidez is a dog, man. He coming in there to hurt you, man. You know what I mean? And it's clear he shows no mercy in there either. He don't pull no punches. He don't stall you out. If you don't belong in there with him and you can't slow him down and stop him, you in some real trouble. All signs point to heavyweight. I'm telling you, man, those are two guys I wouldn't be surprised to see either one of them because Zurdo even bigger than Benavidez. It's crazy. Like as big as Benavidez is and we feel he is, Zurdo's the bigger man, which is wild. So I could see both of them dudes potentially with some fights at heavyweight toward the end of the career or something like that. I could see that. I definitely could see it. You know? Wouldn't be a bad idea, you know what I mean, for them to try maybe, you know, after they obviously finish doing whatever it is that they're doing down there, the lighter weights, obviously, right? You know what I'm saying? I like how he brings the violence. Yeah, facts. Facts, bro. Man, my bad, y'all. Let's get. He said, like, how he bring the violence. Facts, man. He a violent dude. He be trying to, like I said, man. I ain't trying to be funny, but he was trying to live Anthony Yard, bro. He was trying to make it so that Anthony Yard ceased to exist. I'm telling you, he was trying to make sure he couldn't, he was trying to make sure it wasn't no decision victory. Let me say that, right? He was making for damn sure it wasn't gonna be one. So. Credit to Anthony Yard, man. He tried. He fought as hard as he could, but Benavidez just was way too much. And if I don't expect that to happen to Zotto. Zotto's pretty sturdy, man. He can box, man. Experienced, big guy, big body in there. But I still think Benavidez is gonna do what Benavidez do, and that's grind you down, or should I say wear you down? Because I know people like punch. So he wear you down. He break you down over the course of the rounds, bro. If he don't get you with the accumulation, then he gonna just punish you. And I think low key, man, it might be better for you to get stopped against a Benavidez than take the 12-round beat down. You know what I'm saying? For real, because he be trying to play. He punish you. He don't try. He punish you. And you heard him. He ain't trying to win. He gonna win. So I believe him. I think it's gonna be a really good fight. But I think Benavidez is gonna pull this off. And he's gonna continue to separate himself from his peers. Girlfriend was horrified watching that Yard fight. That's crazy. Wifey was like, man, what we watching? They turn that. Why you watching that? You know how they get you, they see violence. Why you watching that? Turn that. I can't watch that. I could. That joint was getting bad though. He was peeing. I love Anthony Yard. He's piecing my guy up. But I'm always rock with Yard, man. It don't even matter. I'm always rock with him. He's not a guy that shy away from challenging himself. You see, he fought Kovalev early in his career. And that's another example of a little too soon, right? Some could argue that he fought Kovalev just a bit too soon in his career. And he still did really well, but that could have ruined him, right? You know what I'm saying? You take the opportunities as they come, and we tend to, just respect it. He's like, babe, turn that. I ain't watching this. You know how the ladies don't be trying to see it. Because Benavidez be trying to make sure you don't make it up out of there, bro. He a violent fighter, bro. That's a violent guy, bro. That's a violent dude. That's one violent guy, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But let's keep rolling. Let's keep rolling, because we gotta get to this, man. So I seen with Mill City, I seen Floyd Schofield Senior and Coach Kenny do, on Mill City earlier. I seen this. So let's get to this, man. Let's get back to this cook, man. Everybody in the building, hit the like button, sub to the channel, support the grind. We gonna build, man. Let's see what they chatting about. We got a couple things from Floyd Schofield, man, because they was threatening legal action in this Fight Hype interview. You know what I'm saying? They talking about knocking Tank out and threatening legal action and all this stuff. I'm telling you, I think it's just too soon, bro. That's another one of them things where he could keep saying that his son, it ain't too soon for him, all he want. He's supposed to say that, but man, he gonna mess around, get punched, get his little ass punched out the ring for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? I ain't being funny. I'm telling you. The last thing you need to do is be with Tank Davis on the other end of you and you inexperienced, bro. We know how that shit gonna go. He not gonna miss. He not. When he create that opening and that shot and he set that trap, he's not gonna miss. That man is very accurate. He's deadly accurate at doing that. See how
What's up
it's crazy.
with you? Yes, sir.
It's crazy, right? Because the combination he landed on Frank Martin or the sequence, he worked on it in the locker room and then went and did it in the actual fight. That man is surgical, man, and he's really a damn expert at setting traps, bro. And he gonna punch Kid Austin little ass out the ring somewhere for real to see why he playing. You get what I'm saying? That That shit just not the fight for him, respectfully. You ain't fought nothing on that level. Don't you? And why I know you're gonna lose? Because I ain't never heard your dad talk about how you smarter than these dudes and none of that, more skilled. You just keep talking about how he gonna knock everybody out. He gonna get in here. He gonna do this to Tank. Tank gonna hurt that little young dude, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You thought Rene Garone had you losing dreads in the corner? What you think Tank and Coach Kenny, Calvin, whoever is in the corner, they're going to be having you stressing. I'm telling you. You're not going to just go in there and I'm telling you that overly aggressive shit going to get you parked. That's what I believe. Do you got a chance at winning? Yeah, anything can happen in the fight. But Tank ain't the kind of guy to play with, bro. That's not nobody to, you know what? I'm going to just go in here. Prepare, bro. Like, you can say what you want, and I mean this wholeheartedly. Look, I ain't protecting nobody from nobody. If y'all can petition and get the fight, then so be it. I ain't protecting. I ain't saving nobody from nobody. Look, we want to see the fights, but I'm just giving y'all my early assessment. Tank can punch that little dude out the ring somewhere. He be switching for no reason, not knowing why he doing it. He overly aggressive. He had a tendency to load up. He relies on athleticism a lot, and he's still operating off that young boy frequency. That's what a young boy energy, that young boy frequency, that, I could just get in here and bully everybody. No, Tank is going to beat piss and shit down your leg, bro. I'm telling you. And it ain't going to be the kind of like he going to set you up, line you. I'm telling you, you going to go. That's what I really believe. You get hit, you make mistakes, you get cut in fights, you be over aggressive, you be jumping in. He going to time that shit. He is a master at picking up on patterns, and you have a tendency to do the same shit, banging on your hips. He might just be the one to catch you slipping. I'm telling you. So look, that's what you want. Just know what y'all getting yourselves into. It sound good to get in front of these microphones and these cameras and these interviews and talk about how you want to fight Tank and what you would do to him and all this type of shit. But then in reality, when it's time to do it, it's going to be different. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be different. Yo, that's not going to be an easy fight for you at all, bro. It's not going to be an easy fight. It is not going to be an easy fight. Man, I'm telling you, that shit he going to be in for the fight of his life. Young boy going to have to fight for real, for real. That shit ain't going to be no Tevin Farmer where you could catch him slipping and, catch him cold. It's not going to be that. You're going to have to be more calculated. And that, I think, ultimately is one of the biggest problems. You're not calculated and surgical enough and patient enough to deal with Tank. I think that's what would be the problem. You can't rush it with him. You're going to go in there and try to go guns blazing to some shit, and you're going to get hurt. That's what I think. Because that's at some point, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you don't know no other way but to be aggressive and go in there charging, coming forward, right? Jumping in and out. He going to time that shit and lay you. Mag 7 was good with it. Changed his tune when Kenny was talking to him. They always do. That's why I'm gonna play both of the interviews for y'all. Everybody hit the we gonna build on it. Why would this man call me and he know I'm live? Let's go. Let's get to this.
Sir, yes, sir.
Sugar Ray Leonard lookalike.
Called him a Sugar Ray Leonard lookalike.
Yeah, this fight I think would be good for Tank. Because even both Tank need a tune-up, Floyd need a tune-up. The whole goal in boxing is to fight the best. And Tank is the best.
Who is tune-up?
I don't care what nobody say. I know we the underdog. But how do you challenge yourself?
Hold on. Who the hell is tune-ups? Tank needed tune-up. He needed tune-up. See, I'm confused. And he getting his work. What do he mean tune-up? Do you see why I know he not ready? Do you see what he opened up by saying, yeah, this is a good fight for Tank. We both needed tune-up. What do you mean? That's what's going to happen. Tank going to be the mechanic that night. He going to be doing the fine-tuning. Yeah, you might get your little shit off. You could land some shots. Tank, Tank give up rounds. He starts slow. But, bro, we all know how the story ends with inexperienced guys, bro. And that's what you facing right now. Inexperienced, not fighting at the level, a fight of that magnitude. You're going to go in there thinking you could play bully ball, and you're going to get punched out the ring. I'm going to keep saying it. We both need tune-up. Who's a tune-up? I'm trying to figure out who the hell is a tune-up, bro. You calling Tank and your son tune-ups for each other?
What's up, Coach?
What's up?
See you.
First time ever on the live with you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sugar Ray Leonard lookalike.
called him Sugar Ray Leonard looking like it's crazy.
Yeah, this fight I think would be good for Tank. Because even both Tank need a tune-up, Floyd need a tune-up. The whole goal in boxing is to fight the best. And Tank is the best. I don't care what nobody say. I know we the underdog. But how do you challenge yourself? My
I
son really
agree.
challenge himself.
I agree, but it's not up to me and you. I hopefully
Right.
whoever's in charge, they can make it happen. You know, for whatever it takes. But like, it's a good fight. It's a good fight.
Coach sitting up there with his fingers crossed, hands crossed. Oh, that's a good fight. Coach know what time it is, man. Coach gonna be posting on the stories, breaking down Kid Austin like he do every other fighter. Yeah, I was watching some film. You know how Coach Kenny do. Yeah, I was watching a film of Kid Austin, and I noticed he jumps in a lot, and he switches for no reason, and he drops his hands and bangs on his hips, taking 8. Y'all know how Coach Kenny be coming, bro. He be surgical. I ain't gonna lie. I give him that. When it come to breaking down fighters and pointing out stuff, he do be on point with that. You know what I'm saying? He do. I've seen him do it and be on point with it multiple times. But everybody is wrong. You get what I'm saying? But in terms of like the X's and O's and breaking down like flaws and people tendencies and stuff like that, he's good at highlighting those things and using Tank as the vehicle to exploit said weaknesses and flaws and tendencies when they get in the ring. So, you know, I know it's respectful. Like, again, Kid Austin, dad I know people don't give him a lot of breathing room because he make it hard too. But in essence, this energy is what we get more times than not. Because really, all he wanted is his son to get an opportunity. At least that's what he's saying. But I don't see how you can say anybody he's fought prepares him for Tank. But how do you know if you don't put him in there? So I get it. It's always that. And if they say they ready and the fight is there, then make the fight. But that shit gonna end bad, in my opinion. Tank hearing all these people talking, woke up a monster. I hope so. I really do. I really do. I really do. Really do.
Good fight.
Well, right now, Oscar and them claim they talking to PBC that they're in negotiations for that fight. They saying on the WBA side, they don't know if Tank gonna be at 140 or 135. So that's what the petition like is for. Is like, what are we doing? Is he going there or we gonna fight here? That's all that's about. It ain't no beef. It ain't no crazy
It's
stuff.
never beef, man. Some people make it a beef, but you know it ain't no beef. It's boxing business. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I haven't heard anything as of yet where he's going to be at 35 or 40. You know, hopefully in the next couple of days we'll hear something.
Yeah, that's all it's about. But either way, it's gonna be a good fight on either end.
Explosive fight too. You know,
man, Tank is coming back, so
these
guys better be ready.
Nose.
They better be ready.
So we have a tweet, you know, with Tank saying he will get his little ass whooped. I have none of those twitches that Tevin has. I'll beat the dog shit out of this.
He's a boxer. He's supposed to say that. Like
man.
Kid is saying the same thing. Like Tank is just a man. What that means? Buster Douglas knocked out Mike Tyson. So this thing got knocked out by Ali, who was young. So you never know. Only God is
Kid Austin and Tank. You gotta have confidence, man, or leave this shit alone. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself, man.
And no, you know how Coach feel the same way. He know they gonna line Young and right up. He know damn well that's the guy that the head that they gotta put on the stick. He gonna prepare. He gonna dissect Kid Austin. He gonna have Kid Austin figured out first week of training camp. He gonna have Kid figured out before they even get to training camp. Coach Kenny, man, he diabolical with that shit. Yeah, I was watching tape on Kid Austin earlier, man. I know, you know, he got some gas tank issues. You know, I was watching a Rene Garone fight. You know, he got dropped and missed the stool. You know, he was in there switching for no reason. His father was stressing. I'm telling you, Coach Kenny be putting them posts together. Them should be funny, man. Yeah, he got different energy. He's very respectful. He's supposed to say that he had boxed it. You know, just like, you know, Buster Douglas knocked out Mike Tyson. You know, this ain't Buster Douglas and ain't Mike Tyson, bro. That's it. It's Tank and Kid. I mean, Kid, show me. If you could go out there and spark Tank and be the one to do it, go ahead and show me. I'm cool with it. I'll watch it.
And the thing is, my son, win, lose, or draw, it don't stop his career.
Look,
it only made sure that he made the bag so his family is
Notice
secure.
when he really talking to one of them ones, he always throw that out there. Win, lose, or draw. It'll be a good experience for my son. It'll be a good experience for my son. Win, lose, or draw.
So the rest is just the icing on the cake. Our goal is to make sure our young men is straight. He will make millions for this fight. His kids is okay. I better be ready. They better be ready.
Now let me stop playing.
So
that.
we have a tweet,
Senior,
you know, with
Tank
saying he will get his little ass whooped.
TT.
I have none of those twitches that Tevin has. I'll beat the dog shit out of this.
Grade A instigator.
He's a boxer. He's supposed to say that. Like Kid is saying the same thing. Like Tank is just a man. What that mean? Buster Douglas knocked out Mike Tyson. This thing got knocked out by Ali, who was young. So you never know. Only God is
confidence. The confidence of a fighter. You gotta have confidence, man. Don't leave this shit alone. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself, man.
And the thing is, my son, win, lose, or draw, it don't stop his career. It only made sure that he made the bag so his family is secure. So the rest is just the icing on the cake. Our goal is to make sure our young men is straight. He will make millions for this fight. His kids is okay now. The house paid for. Now go have fun, whatever happened in boxing. So people could think what they want. Nobody capping. We're number one. You're supposed to challenge the champ. Win, lose, or draw. You lose, you go back down, you build back up as a boxer. That's what makes you great.
Absolutely.
I mean, right? So, Senior, when you came in, you felt like this would be a tune-up for Tank and a tune-up for Floyd. I feel like, I don't know about that statement. You know what I mean? Why you feel that way?
I didn't say it. He said it. He said tune-up.
Right.
That means a lot.
Yeah, both of them haven't been in the ring in a year. Both.
Bro, that don't. Are you referring? You saying it'd be a good fight for Tank because he needed tune-up, we needed tune-up. Tank ain't gonna be no tune-up. You gotta get that out your mind. And the fact that you referring to your son as a tune-up is crazy. I get it. They ain't been in the ring in a while, but still, that's number one right there. Why you know the fight is less than likely to happen. Anytime they extend the period off for either fighter on either side, you're less than likely to see it next. But I'm going to play the other interview that they did with Fight Hype, him and Kid Austin. They was talking about legal action and petitions and shit like that. So he just had a different energy on here. That's why your boy, the Clip King, always play these clips, man. Always, G.
They both the tune-up for both of them. No matter which way it's going to go, they've both been out of the ring over a year.
Damn, it's been a year for Schofield already?
Yeah, last June. It's about to be a year, and Tank is a year and a half. They both each other tune up, no matter how it looks. And
Coach.
My son, I've been saying he's
Coach. I know Coach not about to let him call Javante Tank Davis a tune up, G. He said, nah, they both a tune up for each other, no matter how it go. No, they not. No, they not. And that's why you will lose, because you got the wrong kind of mentality. Respectfully, I've always said that. Your son is a physical specimen. We all know that. But we know at the highest level, where's your mental game at? Sometimes you don't need to be in a rush. You got to slow things down. Where's your ability to do that? I mean, he showed some patience in spots in Tevin Farm. I ain't going to lie. I ain't like he just recklessly blasted him out. But you get what I'm saying. He's not known for his patience and poise, right? He get in there and be physical, jumping in and out, switching and shit, and he be loading up, and he's strong, right? But that might get you parked against Tank. I'm telling you, bro. Tank is coming back. People better get ready. Pop's a fan of Tank. Yeah, you're a fan of him. Man, hell yeah, a fan of Tank for real.
He's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, fan.
When do we get a chance to prove it or go after it? This is a huge risk for my son. What happened if my son wins?
Going against the king.
Right. What happened if he win? What happened if God forbid he stopped Tank? How is his life the next day? So with this journey of life, you got one life. Have fun, risk, have fun, go for it. What's the worst that can happen? You lose. Nobody expected you to win.
he already know people don't expect him to win. I get what he's saying, bro. I respect what he's throwing, what he's saying out there, but the only problem is he has a little history of each time it was a fighter that seemed that could give him a good fight or something like that, he didn't make it. It was H2O, the whole Shakur thing, the Abdullah Mason situation. Like, you be having opportunities, and for whatever one reason or another, you end up not making it to the finish line. So now you want us to believe that Tank Davis is the next fight for you, and that's the fight that you would take for your son with a year out the ring, because you feel like Tank been out the ring a little bit longer. You think that's a good matchup? I don't know. That's risky. That's risky if you moving your son like that. But again, the real Rick Ross did say he didn't know what he was doing, and it's starting to sound like it, and you starting to see why he said that. Because he just say he calling his son a tune-up is crazy.
It's a win-win for my son, no matter what. Just getting in the ring is a win-win for him.
Just to be in the ring with Tank is a good experience for him, you know?
For real. He would learn from wherever Tank teach him in that ring. He would carry that on throughout his boxing journey. And look at Canelo. What Canelo learned from Floyd, then he turned out to be good, you know, along the journey. So it is what it is. I'm excited for it. I hope Oscar and PBC can make it happen. I hope the politics don't continue to go on the way they going.
It's crazy. You know, gotta give the fans what they want, man.
It definitely be politics in the sport, but it also be the timing just not being right. And nothing in my mind tells me, as long as he over there on Golden Boy, like, under circumstances like this, will a fight of this magnitude come to fruition for him. So although he's threatening like legal shit and things like that, things of that nature, I don't know what he could possibly do, right, to really move the needle. And I respect it. Like, if you really willing to petition or go the legal route and effort to try to get the smoke, I would have to respect that, because it ain't like you trying to sue him for money. You trying to get a fight, and I could do nothing but respect it. But you just got to follow through with the things that you put out there, and people could believe what you're saying, because as it currently stands, what you say don't line up with what you do. You said you're so willing to fight Abdullah Mason, how easy it was. You priced yourself out when they gave you what the price was. You're going to throw out your price. Like, I get it. You're trying to make money for your son, but that you got to know better. Like, in that situation, they're not going to double the ante, more than double it for a non-title fight. So you blew that there. You didn't make it to the Shakur fight. You said somebody poisoned them. Okay, we still ain't found out what poison yet, but all right, whatever. That's what you said. So it's like you have a history of saying, it's almost like selling wolf tickets. You put things out there, but then y'all don't follow through with them, or you don't make it to the finish line. So I'm very doubtful that, you know, the way Oscar has advised y'all in the past when it came time to fight Shakur, I'm very doubtful that the next step is, all right, yeah, let's fight Tank Davis off a layoff. Like, do you see how unrealistic that is and how stupid it'll be? Yeah, we fought Tevin Farmer last. Yeah, we got bit by bed bugs, so we had to pull out the Jojo Diaz fight. Then we moved on. Now we fighting Tank. Like, you see why none of that makes sense? But I respect it. Y'all position where y'all at. If it's any card or any play that you can make to make sure that he gets the fight he wants, then do it. And I think everybody in boxing can respect it. Can't nobody be mad at you for trying to get your son his just due. So I'm not mad at that, but it's just, it be the wolf tickets for me, man. The wolf tickets be pissing me off, man. He be selling dreams.
Yeah.
Get the fans what they want. They want asses in the seats. Get the fans what they want.
Now, Coach, you said I didn't say that about the tune-up situation. When you listen to those, do you feel like that could be a tune-up for Tank?
It's a tune-up, just like Schofield said. It's a tune-up.
Nah.
So vice versa is
Coach Kenny Slick try to put it on. He said nah. It's like Schofield said, it's a tune-up. Nah, y'all know damn well y'all gonna tune Kid the hell up, man. Y'all gonna tune his ass up. That's what he's saying, bro. Talking about, nah, that's just like Coach said. Coach Kenny a funny dude, bro. Yeah, funny dude. He just be sitting over there with that damn grin, bro.
Win-win for my son, no matter what. Just getting in the ring is a win-win for him.
Just to be in the ring with Tank is a good experience for him, you know?
For real. He will learn from wherever Tank teach him in that ring. He will
the Lucas body, right? That's what I said. One minute he telling you it might be Lucas body, the next minute he telling you it's Tank. It get crazy.
Carry that on throughout his boxing journey.
And dog,
and look at Canelo. Man? What Canelo learned from Floyd.
He said the fight with more is on. I mean, his dad said something about them accepting the 70-30 split. We're gonna get to that too, though.
And he turned out to be good, along the journey. So it is what it is. I'm excited for it. I hope Oscar and PBC can make it happen. I hope the politics don't continue to go on the way they going.
It's crazy. You gotta get the fans what they want, man.
Yeah.
Get the fans what they want. They want asses in the seats. Get the fans what they want.
Now, Coach, you said I didn't say that about the tune-up situation. When you listen to those, do you feel like that could be a tune-up for Tank?
It's a tune-up, just like Schofield said. It's a tune-up. He said it. I didn't.
So vice versa, is Tank of a tune-up for Floyd?
I don't see it, but Floyd see it.
I see it. That's the thing. It all depends on when you're chasing your dreams. It all depends on what y'all dreaming, what the person dreaming. Everybody else not going to believe it. It ain't for everybody else to believe. It's for you to believe. And this is what my son believed. When he signed the Golden Boy, he asked him. It's on video. He asked Bernard, he said, in 2 years, give me that fight with Tank. And that was 3 years ago. That's the whole reason he signed the Golden Boy. He's chasing his dream. He's seen Tank knock out one of his friends at Burt Boxing Gym when he was young. And the whole gym was going to jump on Tank. And I was like, nah, chill, y'all. Like, Tank went in there, and that's when he sparred Elijah Pierce, too.
Yeah, man, we going to get to that, hand, dog.
So,
I got
kid friends. So, he grew up always chasing this guy of Tank. I want to get in the ring with him. So, it's something that motivated him.
Pierce is the friend you talking about?
No, he knocked out a guy named Cam. Then Elijah Pierce got in the ring next.
Elijah Pierce supposed to be showing me the whole video. He ain't showed me the video yet.
Nah. Tank was working with Pierce that day. So I already know that's what he was doing because we told him to work with Elijah. Elijah was like 14. So Tank wasn't giving his all in there.
Right.
But that's what motivated. Yeah, that's what motivated Kid throughout the nationals and all the other stuff growing up. I'm going to fight this guy, Tank. I'm going to fight him. But, he kind of admire him. So I'm not going to stop him from getting in the ring chasing his dream. What's the worst thing? You lose, you chased your dream. You got to live it, son. Who else going to get on the stage, that type of stage with a Tank?
That's the
Tank Davis. Come on, man. That's history. Man, if people can't see it, that's on them. For my son, this is his moment. He's just, this is life.
Yeah.
So people could doubt him. He's going in there to prove those people wrong. He's going in there to stop Tank. That's his mind. He's not going in there to lay down. And if he gets stopped, that's part of the journey as a boxer.
It comes with the territory.
Right.
He's just too willing to accept the possibility of losing or getting stopped or beat by these same guys that he be saying his son to just knock out. Like, watch, his energy going to be different in the other interview. That's the crazy part, bro. Like, these dudes don't be keeping the same energy, man. They be doing a lot of wolfing. You know what I mean? Now he up there, Coach Kenny, bygones and shit. You know what I mean? I ain't expect them to beat, but talk that
that's
shit.
What everybody's getting that you know what I'm saying? But
for real,
they both tune up. Try to make like this an even matchup on paper. It's not, yo. Unless I just don't know what I'm talking about. And yeah, there's always that possibility of the unthinkable could happen or upset or something. But if we see what we've been seeing out of these two guys, Tank is more than likely to put that guy out of there. You know what I'm saying? Put him out.
It don't define you as a fighter,
I hope we could erase that. I hope they see an example of Kid. People won't be scared to risk their O. Like, what's the O? Like, what you gonna do? Hold that O and be broke at the end of your career? Go make your money, live your dream. Whatever's gonna happen, God is the architect. It's gonna happen.
10 years down the line, ain't nobody gonna remember the shit anyway.
Wait for the hangman.
For real. They're gonna have a whole new guy in. So how much money you made for your family? What did you live your dream? That's all that's gonna matter.
That's all that's gonna matter.
Coach Kenny, when you see that How do you feel like that fight will play out, honestly? Like, Tank and Floyd Schofield, if they were to meet.
I'm rocking with my guy.
For sure. But the
I
way you
don't
see
think
it, you know what I'm saying?
I don't think if Schofield got experience, he working in the gym. I know he put on a lot of muscle.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he felt, spawn and hit with Higgins, that shit is different. I don't think he felt what he's gonna feel with Tank. not speaking. This
I
my
agree.
opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Look, he's
Some
friendly
things
as hell. Now
he
he
has
agree.
yet to experience. He might can push through it, but some things you feel in that ring. A lot of these fighters, they watch video clips and they watch his training, but you can't feel it when you're looking at the videos. You can't feel what you're watching. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the part, he got to be able to push through. A lot of pain come with boxing. People don't know that. Pain come with this shit, and I have yet to see anybody put Schofield through pain. Not saying he won't overcome it, but this is my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Will he overcome it or will he succumb to it?
Coach know what.
And
I'm
the
sure you thinking the same. You see some things too.
real.
So
For
we
me,
gotta
it's a dangerous fight.
We gotta cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah,
So
for
you
me, it's a
basically
dangerous fight.
so you're basically telling me you don't see it going 12 rounds.
Look at Mel.
Nah.
I don't think neither one of them wanted to
Look,
be past 12
both
rounds.
of them explosive, man. But I don't see it going 12 rounds. A lot of people. You don't look at who they fought in the past. Styles make fights and shit happen in fights for certain reasons, But that's boxing,
Coach Kenny letting him off the
That's boxing.
Because of the styles, do you feel like the boxing, the heads of boxing would want to approve something like this? I know that Oscar said something yesterday. He said that if it was up to him, I want to know what your answer to that is, Senior, too. What do you think about Oscar saying that if it was up to him, it would be one fight more?
Oscar, my guy. And sometimes in the house, you're supposed to keep things in house, and you talk to your people in the house. I feel anything that go outside the house is kind of fucked up. So I heard it myself. When I heard it, it's like, damn, that's the fighter. How he supposed to look at you now?
Do he believe in his son? That's
Right.
what I get out
That's
of
what.
that.
Yeah, that's what kid gonna look at like, yo, do this guy really believe in me? Damn, he go and tell the world that he's doubting me. Like, damn, at least rock with me and give me a chance. And if I fall short,
Oscar was a fighter. Oscar watched Kid Austin and he see Tank. He already lost one fighter to Tank Day. He already lost the fight to Tank Davis. Know what I'm saying? Brian damn near got his rib punched through his back playing with Tank, man. Tank punched Ryan so hard, his nose started bleeding, bro. He punched him so hard in his stomach, his blood started coming out his nose. I was like, yeah. I'm telling you, nah, bro. Oscar is not that he don't believe in you. He probably just don't believe that you ready for that level because you haven't proven it. Right? Like you haven't, like that'll be a big jump to go from the Tevin Farmer you fought the Tank, respectfully. You know what I'm saying? You WBA fight Tank, but sneak this and Floyd. Kid can't win. You can't talk like this. You gotta talk like Roach. I'm telling you, man, dude, just like he gonna just get there and run through something. All right.
short, then you say the bullshit. But at least let me try. So for a kid, he's gonna feel how he feel. But for me, with Oscar's still my guy. Just make the fight happen. Oscar might be shocked. I mean, they counting Kid out before he even got in the ring. They saying that Roach is better than Kid. Like even if Kid didn't win,
Roach is more
if Kid
proven.
make it 12 rounds,
he's more proven than Kid.
His value go up. Even if he don't win, if he could make it 12 rounds with Tank, his value skyrocket.
Everybody, Tank knocked out dudes and their value went up. You know what I'm saying? They became
For real.
soft. And they
So going 12, it's definitely going to go up. That's
Tank is the measuring stick. So for me, my goal is make sure my son make it out of there alive. That's the whole thing. My son haven't been hit by somebody explosive like Tank.
Right.
But that's the fun part of boxing. Like, I want to see my son. A
Martin got
dad's
knocked out
supposed to
by
be like,
Tank.
boy, go
Ryan
ahead,
didn't
go
show
do it.
up.
Not tell his son, no,
And
no,
neither
be
did
scared,
Ryan.
have
Shit.
fear. That's not a man.
Stayed the
A
same.
man got to face fear every day out here. So you get in that.
So you getting that thing. That's what he was saying. Let me make sure it wasn't nothing else that I missed from there. So look, he was very respectful with Mill City. And on Mill City talking to coach. And I know it get like that when you're talking directly to him. You know what I'm saying? I don't expect him to beef and argue and stuff but it's just funny how they talk. All right, I'll get to the other one though. Let's keep rolling. Kid Austin got 15% of winning against Tank. 15% chance. Yeah, it's just gonna be tough sledding for him to win that fight. You know what I mean? Southwest Dice, my dog. What's good with it, man? Seeing you're a cap artist, yeah, Southwest. He just be saying anything to make it sound good, He don't really be sirs. He don't be sirs. But let's keep rolling, man, because look, shout out to Ron Goodall from Fight Hype. Always got to show love to the creators. Shout out to Mill City. But I like covering these and reacting to these interviews. I know how we be doing, but they was over here, with Fight Hype, with Ron Goodall, and they had a different bit of a different tone on this platform.
Ron Goodall, FightHype.com. I'm here with a father, son, right? Michael Jackson, Joe Jackson, right? Like, I definitely bring it up because I know the Michael Jackson movie's out. But Floyd Schofield Senior and Kid Austin, Floyd Schofield. How's it going, guys?
Good. Everything is great. Everything great.
Awesome, man. I guess I'll jump right into it. I've seen some tweets, and I can't help but to wonder, like, is there any type of movement towards the WBA with you guys and Tank? I know it's rumor mill out there, but is that something that the fight fans can actually, get excited for?
You want me to answer? Oh no, they really in talks right now with Tank for us to fight Tank. We've been his mandatory for a year.
He's saying he in talks. They in talks right now to fight Tank. Now notice when he just was talking to these interviews are around the same time, bro. Within a day or hours or whatever the case. It's not like weeks apart or nothing. So saying he in talks to fight Tank right now. That's what he's saying. Talks means something.
All right, Ron Goodall, FightHype.com. I'm here with, I want to call the dynamic duo, father, son, right? Michael Jackson, Joe Jackson, right? Like, I definitely bring it up because I know the Michael Jackson.
Ain't no damn Jacksons, Ron. You being nice, Ron. Cut that hair, man. You done cut that damn hair, huh?
But Floyd Schofield Senior and Kid Austin, Floyd Schofield. How's it going, guys?
Good. Everything is great. Everything great.
Dog.
Awesome, man. I guess I'll jump right into it. I've seen some tweets, and I can't help but to wonder, like, is there any type of movement towards the WBA with you guys and Tank? I know it's rumor mill out there, but is that something that the fight fans can actually, get excited for?
You want me to answer? Oh no, they really in talks right now with Tank for us to fight Tank. We've been his mandatory for a year. Of course, I'm putting a little heat under it because by WBA bylaws, in 9 months after we became that, we were supposed to get a title shot. It's been a year and a half. So it gets to a point like, some people say, well, your son might lose. But my son want to live out his dream. He gave up his childhood. He did all of this to grind to this point. Now the politics of boxing is saying, nah, we're going to go this way. And it's not right. So we're more like standing up for all the boxers that make it to number one, because that's the only way you're going to make boxing exciting. Again, all this politics and picking and choosing and selecting, they might as well keep Zuffa. Might as well, I can understand that then. if that's how they're going to. But how do you feel about what's going on?
Man, it's crazy, man. I'm being patient. But like my dad said, it gets to a point where it's like, all right, we've been number one. I mean, this is the only sanctioned body, you know, I'm number one. And I mean, I think I'm number two in the IBF, but I'm right there for that belt. So it's like, out of all my peers, how am I the only one that's being held up from getting a world title that I grew up with? You know, Xander Zayas is already unified. Mason is WBO champion. So it's like, how come I'm being held up by a guy who seems like he doesn't even want to fight? And I think that's the most frustrating part. Because if it's like you don't want to make the good fights happen, it's like someone's like, wait, get out the way. I mean, you're holding.
I mean, I get his frustration, and I get it, but Tank, complex situation, man. He bring the bag, so you know the business of boxing. We just got to start acknowledging it for what it is. They bend the rules, and they're a lot more lenient and flexible when you a main attraction, and you must see TV. You're a viral sensation like he is, man. You get what I'm saying? The reason I think it seemed like he's being held back because I think it's who you signed to, respectfully. I think it's you signed to Oscar De La Hoya, and I don't believe that he thinks that you're ready for the title shots that you're calling for, right? Again, I don't want to be redundant, but you know, that was the message was very clear when he pretty much in so many ways told you too inexperienced to take the Shakur Stevenson fight and you shouldn't do it. Ever since then, it's like he slowed down your trajectory and put you on a more realistic pace. I'm not knocking you for being adamant about getting your shot. If you worked your way into position, I think you should get your opportunity. So I understand his frustration, but you know, it's a little complicated with Tank, man. It ain't just cut and dry. Oh, he don't want to fight, get out the way. I think he has some things preventing him from fighting. I mean, he has mentioned, you know, retirement in the past. I get all of that. I think that's more so frustration and being like exhausted from the business or the sport in general. But I think what it's going to take for Tank to get back, man, get his feet back wet, and everything will be everything for him. You know what I'm saying? He has some legal stuff he needs to deal with, and hopefully he can get that stuff out the way and resume. But I understand Kid's position. He just want to fight. He see his peers, the Xander Zayas of the world, Dula Masons he mentioned, right? You know what I mean? Both being world champion, getting those opportunities, but they're both with different people. Notice they both with top rank. They move their fighters differently. Oscar, you're clearly, and that's where y'all like. It's like y'all asking this question, but y'all not paying attention to what's out there. Oscar De La Hoya already let you know, y'all was too early with the Shakur fight. You ain't hear him saying nothing about you fighting Abdullah Mason. Or now no Tank Davis, because I don't think he think you ready. And y'all was just saying how he sound like he ain't believe in y'all. How you gonna put that out there like he don't believe in y'all? That's what it is. It's not that he don't believe in you fully. I just think not at that level that you're speaking of, right? Because you just haven't proven it. And I know the only way to prove it is to get the opportunities. But again, I think to go from Tevin Farmer to Tank is a jump and a significant one. I don't think it's one that Oscar is ever going to be comfortable with making. You get what I'm saying? Shout out to Ryan. He said, do they not understand the rules? Doesn't the regular champ fight the mandatories? True indeed. Yeah, Tank got the super. He can't be mandated. Yeah, man. I mean, it's just they claiming they gonna petition and threaten legal stuff. Like he said, an infected mosquito bite or hang there. Oh, we'll make it up. Yeah, I had said Sonny. I said it was bed bug bites because he looked like he had like 3 red dots on his wrist. Those look like bed bugs. You know what I'm saying? Don't ask me how I know. You know what I'm saying? But I know. Nah. The Woo World, what's good, fam? How you feeling? Mike Kirkland, my brother. Always good to see you in the building. He said, Tank out of me rematch call, so this fight would not be next. Yeah, neither would the Lamont Roach fight. Lamont Roach was slated to fight Zepeda or something to that degree. You know what I'm saying? That's what they was gonna do. You get what I'm saying? Well, at least that's what they was speaking about, ordering that fight and getting that fight. So I hope that does happen. But Tank get back. I was hearing something about 140, possibly Pitbull. I just seen another video early saying Tank might come back and it just might really happen. You get what I'm saying? Shout out to my homie OP. What's good, Brody? How you feeling, man? So we might, you never know. But I just think for them, Ryan, is the Oscar is not, in my opinion, and I think my opinion is valid based on what he's putting out there. I don't think he's pushing for you to get those kind of fights. those big fights. Like, think about it. You was about to fight Jojo Diaz. I'm not knocking that. Like, there's more experience for you, more seasoning for you, but you get what I'm saying? Like, there's no way in hell he's going from that to, let's put him in there with Tank. You see, he told Ryan Garcia, who he loved, that he looked like his unofficial father, right? You know what I'm saying? He told him he'd need a bat to go in there with Tank. He joked about it, but there was some truth to that. They asked him, what would he need to be? Tank? He said, a bat. Like, he was dead serious, man. Remember, they said Ryan was left by his lonesome after the fight and all that. You get me? So his history's shown that when he's not ready to put you in there, it's just he's not going to make no push. You're not going to hear it. In fact, he's speaking the opposite way. Yeah, I think he think y'all rushing it. Cut was good when he said they were not bed bug bites. They were love bug bites. Man got chewed up by some bed bugs and pulled out the JoJo fight. Said, nah, he says, I did this to my wrist. He said, what is this called again? He said something like that to his dad in the interview. I'm like, bro, you can't describe your injury, man, but it's all good. I blame your father for not letting you talk, but he talking now, so let's get back to it. Everybody hit the like button. Let's keep building, man. Like Gary Russell. I got a video I'm going to play after this from Gary Russell.
You're holding
claim they want that.
You're holding part of the division up. I mean, you're not fighting Shakur, you're not fighting Tank, you're not fighting your mandatory. So nobody knows what he's doing, but my dad is handling that, and the rest of the team. So, like, y'all know me, I just stay in the gym and I stay ready. So when I get that call, I'll be ready.
Yeah, and I think it's honorable and respectful that you guys are, going through the process of trying to become a world champion and not just face any world champion, but what many people feel is, arguably one or two in the championship. So I think at this point, what is being done to kind of get through that? Because I know that they putting Tank on recess or not. They're making Lucas Baldy, like in you guys, and then if it's not, then Lamont Roach. It just seems like they don't really have something situated to clearly just be like, hey, this is the path, right? So is there anything on your guys' end that you're doing, or even Golden Boy, your promoters?
Well, we know that we put in petitions with the WBA. WBA got back, and that's why the talks is going on with Tank to put on this fight. So Golden Boy and PBC is supposed to meet to put on the Tank and Kid fight. I think it's an amazing fight. Both of them haven't been fighting for a year. If, let's say, God forbid, just for the people out there, if my son was to lose, he don't lose nothing out of this. He gained everything out of this. He gained the experience. He gained the money. He's still young. And I really believe he's going to stop Tank. We're not just going in there to, lay down. We're going in there to stop Tank because that's legacy.
It's legacy.
Just imagine the day after him stopping Tank, how his life will be and things like that. And people, I've been getting hate mail and everything. I've been getting hate mail for real. I've been getting death threats, car scratch up, all of this just for challenging Tank.
This shit be therapeutic for Pops. So Kid tapped him and said, get off your chest, man. He said, we getting cars scratched up and everything. Damn, y'all getting some more vandalism, huh? To keep y'all, let me guess, to keep y'all out the ring, because y'all so cold, so good at what y'all do that the powers that be or some unknown powerful forces is doing everything they can to stop y'all from getting in the ring with any of these champions. That shit sound like a fairy tale, bro, and don't nobody believe that shit but you. I'm not even sure he believed this shit coming out of his mouth at this point. It's just when the cameras come on, it's lights, camera, action, he get his WWE on. You know what I'm saying? He get his WWE on.
He gained the experience. He gained the money. He's still young. And I really believe he's going to stop Tank. We're not just going in there to, lay down. We're going in there to stop Tank because that's legacy. Just imagine the day after him stopping Tank, how his life will be and things like that. And people, I've been getting hate mail and everything. I've been getting hate mail for real. I've been getting death threats, car scratch up, all of this just for challenging Tank. Like, that's how crazy this stuff is.
I think it just in general, it's you supporting your son.
It's crazy.
No, it ain't you supporting your son. It's you being unrealistic while you supporting your son. Like, you be trashing fighters in an effort to build your son up, but you're chasing down these particular fights and you be double talking. On one end, you say can't nobody do nothing with Kid Austin. Ain't nobody on his level. He knocks all these guys out. then you will say they're a great fighter and it'll be great to share the ring with him. And even if he lose, the experience will be good and he'll make the money and all this. It's like you be doing all of that. Like, I get it. If you just speak with confidence, but just be consistent with the message you putting out. You think your son could stop and beat any of these guys that he fight, right? That's what you feel like? All right. Maybe he could, but you got to be willing to put him in there and you got to position yourself and you got to make sure the guy that you said you told the people you signed, you know what I mean? You told them you signed for 5 years for $5 million. That's who you need to be talking to. I think that's who your frustration should be with, because he's actively currently putting out audio and interviews saying like he pretty much don't believe that y'all should take certain fights. Like he think it's early for y'all. So it seemed like y'all not all on the same accord, man. I definitely could believe he get hate mail. Hell yeah, man. People go far, man. You know what I'm saying? Just blame Shakur. Death threat. Hey, Butcher, death threats.
Biggest thing to me that like blows me, because it's like, yeah, my dad might be a little extra.
Look, he know it. He know Pop's extra.
Fight. So Golden Boy and PBC supposed to meet to put on the Tank and Kid fight. I think it's an amazing fight. Both of them haven't been fighting for a year. Let's say, God forbid, just for the people out there, if my son was to lose, he don't lose nothing out of this. He gained everything out of this. He gained the experience. He gained the money. He's still young. And I really believe he's going to stop Tank. We're not just going in there to lay down. We're going in there to stop Tank because that's legacy. Just imagine the day after him stopping Tank, how his life will be, and things like that. And people, you know, I've been getting hate mail and everything. I've been getting hate mail for real. I've been getting death threats, car scratch up, all of this just challenging Tank. Everything. Like, that's how crazy this stuff is.
I think it just in general, it's you supporting your son.
So people are vandalizing when it comes to you fighting either Shakur or Tank. Some unknown forces, powerful forces, mysterious shadow forces is in behind the scenes in the cut, pulling strings, stopping you from making it to fights with Shakur and Tank. That's what you want us to believe. Now, you know why that's BS? Like, why? I'm going to just tell you why that's BS. Because he just sat here in the other interview with Coach Kenny, talked about politics. And he also, in this interview, talked about politics. But now that the cameras is on, it's like you forgot you just was keeping it real. Now you back to the act. Yeah, now we getting our car scratched up, hate mail, all because we want to fight Tank. Y'all getting hate mail for wanting to fight? That's crazy. They the only boxing team in history that's getting hate mail for trying to prove themselves. So that's got to be a new low, bro. I'm disappointed if anybody out there sending them hate mail simply because they want to fight people. That's crazy. I don't care who you are. That's wild. You know what I mean? That's what he's supposed to want to do. But again, I really think his problem is with Oscar. I think that's where the confusion at. I don't think the push is behind y'all, right? I don't think his mind or his heart and soul or his effort is being put into putting you in those fights like that. You get what I'm saying? Because like I said before, I feel like Oscar feels it's too early. And as long as he feels it's too early, you could forget about your job, mother. You get what I'm saying? You could forget about the title, mother. You ain't getting it. Yeah, it's over with. Pops need drama like a toxic woman. Only the hate message I could believe, but the other stuff he capping. Yeah, somebody probably could give him some hate mail. I could see hate mail. Teach. I really could see some hate mail. You know what I'm saying? Coming his way. I could see it. You know what I'm saying? I could see somebody giving him a tough time. You know what I mean? But let's see, man. Shout out to my dog, Mike Kirk, man. Let's keep going. Said he could believe the hate messages, but everything else, the car scratched up, you know. All this because we want to fight Tank. And then when we try to fight Shakur, they vandalize our Airbnbs. Yeah, the other night, while I was asleep, somebody broke into my Airbnb and tried to cut out my dreads. That's why I got my dreads tied in a ponytail right now. Somebody tried to cut my dreads out. All because we wanted to fight Shakur. Somebody broke in the house, the Airbnb, with a safety pin. And I caught him trying to poke Kid Austin and deflate him. They said, pumping all that iron, they was going to poke him and pop his ass, pop his balloons, man, the muscles, man. He said somebody really tried to cut my dreads out. That's why they're in a ponytail right now. I just had to get them done. Yeah, he said. He said, yeah, we got the CIA with us. He said, the mayor with us. He said, man, we got the colonel. I'm like, who the fuck is the colonel? I'm not even trying to be funny. Like, who the fuck is the colonel? He said, yeah, we got the colonel on speed dial. We got the CIA. We got CIA. We got Secret Service. We got retired Secret Service with us. We got everybody. We got police on our side. But then I guess you would have police on your side, because any police that pulled up and find drugs in your car and they allow you to tell them some story like, yeah, my tow truck driver said, you know, my car is cold. There's no way he could have been driving this car. That mean the drugs not yours. How would that mean the drugs are not yours if they found on your property, bro? And he said they let him go. So what they do with your drug, they confiscate them, just let you and the tow truck driver hit the road, huh? They would have locked him and the tow truck driver up together. They'd have been sitting in the back seat together, cuffed, while they sort out who drugs it is, bro. This man, I'm telling you, at this point, he either should do comedy or write like adult books or children's books, because he could spin the hell out of a yarn. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have a hell of an imagination to write a children's book. I think he might have missed his calling. His calling might not be a boxing trainer. It might be writing children's books. Cause you know, he just be a bunch of lies in them shits. You know, your creativity level, like for him to come up to, he almost a mastermind. Bro said the CIA with you, and you got people breaking into Airbnbs and vandalizing cars for 2 different fighters, and y'all ain't found out who it is yet. You got people attempting, you know, making attempts on your son's life with poisoning and shit like that, and you can't find out, you can't get to the bottom of it. Man, you need to fire the CIA, the colonel, and all them. That shit ain't working. It's not. What good is it? Like, bro, is they helping you? They're not, so they're not helping you. Nah, like, bros, CIA. You say KFC. Locked and loaded, try to steal my dress. Nah, that's just me. I'm just fooling, cut. My bad, y'all. Look, I'll just be joking. Y'all know I like to have fun. I do respect any father that guided their son to the point where Kid Austin is title or no title. But I do make some jokes because he bring this on himself. This shit be hilarious. He said all that other stuff, though. The CIA, he said he had a colonel, the mayor on speed dial. We got police with us. I think he said Secret Service. Next, he goes to SEAL Team 6, Delta Team. Like, bro. Next, he gonna say the Army. He got the Army with him. Got the Army. The Diddy Jail Road. Behind the Hands TV, my dog. Mo City and Richardson Hitchens interview drops next week. Look, man, y'all go tap into my bro. If y'all haven't, man, y'all want a real channel. If y'all not hip to my guy Behind the Hands TV, go tap in. And if you ain't here, hit the like button, support the channel, support the grind. We got more. We gonna get back to this interview, but I had to stop it. Shout out to my dog Behind the Hands TV, man. I know that's gonna be a dope build, man. Shout out to you in Africa for getting it, for sitting down with a real one, man. But let's get back to this, man. Shout out to Floyd Schofield Senior. Let's see what else he had to say.
That's the biggest thing to me that like blows me, because it's like, yeah, my dad might be a little extra. You know, who's not extra? I mean, Bill is extra. You know, Tefimo Lopez Senior. These are guys that are, you know, putting it all out on the line for their sons. And I think just the way they
ain't been putting that shit on the line. You've been wilding. Like, you be wilding. Like, Lopez Senior, yeah, he could be a bit delusional, but your pops will have you questioning his mental state. Like, seriously, like, bro, like, he'll have you like, yo, there's no way you expect us to sit here and believe that. There's no way you sitting here with a straight face and you telling me people doing breaking and enterings to steal passports so you can't make your flight to get to Saudi to fight Shakur Stevenson. I'm sorry, that's not even remotely believable to me. Like, who in the hell would go through that kind of trouble? And then if it's not somebody on the team of Shakur Stevenson, this shit was hilarious. It was funny at first, and then it got weird because he just wouldn't stop. Like, he was like, every lie he told in the build-up with the Shakur fight, he tried to one-up it the next day with a crazier lie. Like, it went from breaking and enterings, then they called SWAT, then they planted drugs in the car. You get what I'm saying? Like, yo, he just kept, and he did all of that all the way up in his final act, when the what is it? The BBOA or whatever, the British Border Control pulled him, BBOC pulled him out. He said he got poisoned. First, he said it was some Shakur masseuse and his masseuse cream, and some masseuse cream. That's what he said. That's what he said. And then he went back on that and said somebody told him to check the garbage. They wrote a note or a text message. They said, check the garbage. Somebody poisoned him like that. And that's not funny, but I just don't, the fact that you cannot prove anything you said, nothing at all, self-explanatory why people don't believe you. Big shout out to Mike Kirkland putting that color in the chat. He said, for the grind. Appreciate the love as always, Mike. They trying to cut dreads off because they scared. No more talk. What's good? That was just me clowning, man. I like Schofield Senior, man. Ramon, what's good, homie? Standing in the kitchen with a knife, yelling at Jackson. Talking about a Dateline special worth of lies. I'm telling you, bro. He could spin a yarn, bro. He could spin the hell out of a yarn, bro. He could, like, bro, have you thinking, like, it's about to happen to them dudes, bro. Like, all I'm saying is I don't think nobody is sabotaging y'all career. Realistically, like, I don't think so. I can't believe that. And I'm gonna be honest, I never even went this far with it because I thought it was just too crazy for him to be saying. But I'm not even gonna lie to you. The stuff that you're describing in terms of, like, I don't know, vandalism, like, that sound like you got a fatal attraction on your hands, bro. Like, come on, man. So you might have a fatal attraction on your hands, blaming a boxer and his team and Jay Prince and them, man. This shit was wild. He was going crazy with it. If Shakur would have been doing all of that stuff, he wouldn't even have time to train, bro. So he was saying all that stuff, but it sounded like you might have a fatal attraction or a stalker or something, bro. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you know what I mean, rub somebody the wrong way and they on y'all helmet. Let's get back to it, though.
Gets the hate that he does. It's like, you don't like how he talks or how I get it, but you can't knock the fact that he's, making his son a millionaire before he's even 25, providing for his family. He worries about him last, every single day. It's, Floyd, did you run? Did you drink your water? We got to get to the gym. It gets to the point where it's like, dang, like, what you doing for yourself? He don't even have time to find for himself. And I think
that real quick, I respect, though. That I think they need to highlight those parts of his dad more, man. I really do, because I know it's some good there that his dad is doing. Clearly, his son is in position to make fights and be a part of big fights if they can get everybody on the same page. So I'm pretty sure he's doing some good for his son. But it just be a lot of talking and slander of the fighters that people can't get behind, and that's what turned people off. And then cutting your son off, talking way more than him, and being the main attraction, that's what do it. But I know it's a lot of good in what Schofield Senior is doing for his son. You know what I'm saying? I know it. That's why I always say, even with my jokes, because they just jokes, I'm not attacking him personally and I want this something bad. That no. But some of the stuff he says is just very hard for me to believe. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't by myself with that. But at the end of the day, I'm still able to see the good that he do. But I like what Kid was just talking about. He always putting his kid first. And that's with any parent, like the mark of a really good parent, being selfless and putting your kids first. That's just something that parents do. So I respect, especially being a father in the sport of boxing, pushing your son, guiding him every step of the way. That's commendable, bro. But I do think the bigger problem with why you're not getting fights is because the guy that y'all, according to you signed on for 5 years, $5 million or whatever you said in that deal. That's the guy that you need to really sit down to. Y'all need to sit down with. Y'all need to have a conversation, because with the public opinions that Oscar puts out, it doesn't sound like he's 100% sold on moving you as fast as what y'all feel like y'all want to move, right? So I think that's where the issue is. I think even before you get to the politics of boxing, you got to make sure your promoter is doing everything in his power to push for the same fights that y'all saying y'all want. right? Because you said Kid Austin's dad said all the time the promoters work for the fighter, not the other way around, right? Well, if that's true, and if it's true in your case, then it needs to be exactly that. We clearly hearing what fights you calling for. Now it seems like you need to get the guy that's pushing and promoting you and gave you the platform, right? The opportunity he needs to be pushing for them very same fights that you want. Maybe you can get him. Other than that, if you allow him, if he sit by and do nothing and allow the politics to just run it, then yeah, it's no telling when you will truly get your title shot. So you gotta really do something, man. I think it's just a conversation that need to be had, and maybe y'all could start to kind of move closer to fixing that issue, if you understand what I'm saying. Maybe they could put that issue to a fix. I mean, or to an end. You know what I'm saying? CIA shit is a blood job for his enemies. I thought so too. I ain't gonna lie, Ramon. I thought so too. And Pride, what it do, homie? He said Bozy was foolish like Schofield. I probably wouldn't like Boots as much. It's one of those, hey, Mike, it's one of those the apple don't fall too far from the tree kind of deals, right, bro? It's one of them. It's one of them. The apple don't fall too far from the tree now. And Pride, what it do? But let's keep going, y'all.
I think in the future, a lot of people will owe him an apology. But as of right now, I think this Tank fight is the first step. You know, not only making me look good, but to make my dad look good. So.
Oh, Doug and Duarte.
Yeah, you know, and going back to the intro, right? I saw you talked about
play that on the
Joe Jackson, right? Like how he doesn't get the credit for building generational wealth in the family and kind of giving them an opportunity that maybe you didn't have, right? Not saying that you didn't have the ambition or drive, but you took your experience and kind of helped your child, you know, go in that direction. So I guess in this case, you know, the Tevin Farmer fight, I mean, I talked to you guys earlier, right? I didn't think it was going to go as smooth and easy as it was, right? Like you got Tevin out in one round quickly. He was having amazing performances with Raymond Muay Cepeda back to back. I mean, arguably that was supposed to be your scary test. So it's, I guess in this case, like I know that some people might not put the Tevin Farmer fight at the same level as Tank, but it's the same situation. A lot of people would think you guys are out of your mind, right? Or this fight's a little too soon. Do you see a fight playing out very similar like that? And if so, why?
I'm going to speak from a fighter standpoint.
And I speak from a coach standpoint.
It could. Truthfully, you only can control but so much at the end of the day, whether you believe it or not. I mean, at the end of the day, God is the one who makes the final decision. You train for weeks upon weeks. You know, you could be away from your family. You know the rule: no having sex, your diet, blah blah blah, no partying. You could give everything to boxing just for one simple mistake to mess it up in the fight. So I'm not going to be that fighter.
Hey man, how much do y'all hear me say that? You could give boxing your everything and it still not be enough, and all it takes is one thing go wrong, and that's it. That's your ass. That's why this is a delicate sport, and I think it needs to be better understood, because I think through understanding the sport better, it could be appreciated better, and then from there, I think the people that speak on it and call it do it in a more respectable manner, right, with more integrity attached to it. I just think people look at boxing as just something to just entertain them and just something to criticize, but I feel like boxing need more understanding, more appreciation, and I think that will lead to better criticism and critiques and assessments of, you know, the overall talent, right? You know what I'm saying? I feel like as long as people picking favorites and have agendas, pushing narratives, they're never going to sit there and call it how it needs to be called. As long as people don't understand the sport and they think they know everything, they're not willing to learn shit, it's like they can never call it how it needs to be called. He said they in talks to fight Tank. That's what he said in this particular interview. They in talks. He said Golden Boy and PBC in talks to try to make that fight. That's what he said early in his interview.
That's going to be like, oh, well, definitely it's going to be a knockout, or I'm going to do this and this and that. But I will do everything in my ability to know that I'm going to be victorious. And
and I could tell you,
I'm going for the knockout, though.
I could tell you, I was the one who said he was going to knock Tevin out. Everybody said, you don't know what you're talking about. But I already said he's going to knock Tank out. It's a reason these guys don't want to get in the ring with him. And I know the fans, the new ones here, that's just because they don't know who he is. Like, from 17, he was getting them ready for their title fights. He was their sparring partner, and they couldn't do nothing with him. It wasn't like it was close with him and them. So that's what I'm saying. The new fans is just getting to know who he is. But the ones he's been in the ring with, they getting out of the way. And I've been saying that 3 years ago. When he get up there, all of them either gonna retire or move or do whatever they got to do. So now it's playing out, and it's not just saying with confidence. It's actually seeing him in the ring with them, and they know what he could do. And he was smaller in 17. Now he's 23 and big. They don't want to get in the ring with him.
And angry. I'm playing.
See? Everything he say is based on the physical to me. It don't be sounding like he's really talking about skill and real talent. And he's so big and he's strong. And yeah, they don't want to get in there with him now. He's 20, what is he, 22, 23? And he's big and he's strong. So what, he eat his vegetables, he eat his Wheaties, and he pump iron, and he drink muscle milk. All right, and protein shakes. Okay. That don't win you no fight, man. That don't win you no fight. And you got to know that better than me because you a coach. I know he forgot the 15 styles of boxing. He had to by now. You know what I'm saying? He got to put his extras, right? Shout out to Anne McQueen, the professor. Always got to put his extras on it. Every time.
Say at this point, because you guys had a very active year, right? And just my personal opinion, I felt like by the time you fought Tevin, like it almost seemed like the way that you moved, the way you picked your shots. Not saying that you didn't have tough opponents, because we saw what Giron did against Short Dog out in DC, so a lot of credibility added to to your resume. But it did seem like you were getting better, and clearly the Tevin fight showed everybody that. So with kind of going through the politics and everything like that, is there any concerns about jumping straight into a fight like that right away, or would it?
No,
I guess.
I'll tell you about the Tevin fight. The politics, they always got politics. We don't care about politics because, like I said, we had to throw the fights ourselves. We built our own arena. We was doing this before Golden Boy came to us. So for us, it's a different way that we view this. But Tevin was easy. All of these guys are easy.
It really was easy.
For us, they easy. And that's what I want to show people. When I say my son is the greatest boxer of all time, not one of them came out and said I'm lying. Not one of these great champions he was their sparring partner said, Pop is losing his mind.
You a damn lie. They don't believe that shit. Nobody ain't never said Pop's telling the truth either when you said that. Man, nobody, that they don't even be taking you serious when you say you're the greatest boxer of all time. Because you don't have no way to back up that claim. That's just wishful thinking. You just speaking like a parent, like a dad. And I respect it, but yeah, people ain't making videos about it really. But ask anybody if they believe you when you say that shit. Anybody in boxing, these champions, especially the champions. Man, Tank just said here, beat the hell out this little ass dude. He said it. He just said that these dudes don't believe that he the greatest boxer of all time. Kid fake like he was on his deathbed. Stevenson fight with excuse me before we get out of the Tank fight. I don't know, maybe chicken pox and pride or measles or something. Hypnotized. Boy, what's good, man? You're my dog. You feel me? Maybe and pride. Maybe it had a measles with Tank or chicken pox again. Yeah, as he say, he caught chicken pox after pull out the Tank Davis fight.
And I've been saying it for years because it's the truth. The kid is really that good. And I want the world to see it. And that's why I'm putting my life on the line to push so boxing fans can have.
It's going to be crazy if Kid turned out to be one of the absolute best fighters in the world and Kid really start backing up the shit he's selling. But he oversells so much that it makes, like, if we really rated Kid Austin on the scale that his dad is putting him on, we would have to be overly harsh to him. I understand speaking life into your son, but I understand overselling too. And get what I'm saying? It's a way to sell what he is without overdoing it, man. I ain't saying there's no perfect way to do it. You doing it how you do it, and it's working for you, I guess. But that shit just comes off as very unrealistic, man. Without proving it, you just calling him the greatest fighter of all time. So we looking at Ali right now. Okay.
The fights they want.
It
These
is
people in the
dangerous.
background don't
Make no
want it.
mistake.
Like
Talented,
they
he
playing
work
for
hard.
millions and hundreds of millions. It's bigger hands behind the scenes that don't want the fight. It has nothing to do with the fighters. It has nothing to do with Tank. It has nothing to do with none of them. It's other people behind the
Big
scenes
V-Lo.
that's making boxing ass. It's just crazy. Sorry, but go ahead. That's what's really happening. It's not the fighters.
You know, I guess then I have to ask, you know, with this extension that you guys did with Golden Boy, if anything, if the Tank fight becomes difficult or doesn't get made, are they able to put you guys in a position for one of these other mega fights? Or is it the goal to get the WBA title first at all means and then head into other names? Because I know there's potential Lamont,
1
Zepeda, the
million a year
BBC,
is diabolical
a
too
big
for the
fight
next
later
5
on.
years.
Everyone's clamoring for you guys and Mason.
What?
So
Just think
at this
about
point,
that.
do you feel like Golden Boy
5
has a
years
good
for
plan?
5 million is wild as hell, bro. Like, and you out here talking about fighting Tank. You get what I'm saying? Like, bro, man, y'all deals sound crazy. Got you in the 360. Pops, we don't believe you need more people. Facts. Just overselling, and he almost makes it. He almost sets the bar so unrealistically high. It's very difficult for his son to deliver what he's selling. And I get it, because that, as a father, that's what you want to say. You want to tell your son, and you want to echo those sentiments and drill that in his head, that you think the absolute most of them, and you don't think there's nobody out there that can beat him. And I get that, but it just doesn't sound believable right now. But maybe in due time, you know, time will reveal all things, and Papa Schofield to be a truth teller when it's all said and done. We'll see, because for so far, he been a lot of lying and turning people off.
Plan for you guys right now. I'm not saying
It's
they
not
don't, but
it's not Golden Boy. It's the WBA has to mandate the fight. That override Golden Boy. Like, we could go to federal court and have this done with a federal. We got the attorneys and everything already on it. So, you know, that they are violating the Ali Act when they do that. But people don't know the Ali Act. If they did, they would know that a sanctioning body cannot manipulate the rankings. That's a violation of the Ali Act.
So right about
in real
that.
time, that's what's happening. So if I wanted to say, boom, go ahead, handle this, I could deal with that with the WBA and put a lawsuit on them. It has nothing to do with Oscar. Oscar, my guy. So sometimes family argues, but Oscar's my guy, man. Oscar makes sure we eat. Oscar's.
But see, he said in the other thing that he's saying is not on Oscar now, but he just said in the other clip, wasn't it that one, or was it earlier in this one? I forget. Pardon me, but he just said Oscar, you know, they brought up the statements that Oscar be making, and he said, yeah, you know, he sound like he don't believe in us. So if it's not Oscar, then who is it? It's the sanctioning bodies. It's the WBA. Like, you don't know who it really is. I think it's a combination of things, and it don't seem like y'all all on the same page. Now you walking it back trying to say Oscar make sure we good. He make sure we eat.
Is one of the best promoters out there. I'm not going to sit there and crap on them.
Yeah.
He has his
Smart
ways.
man, though.
He has his ways. But this is business. He's one of the best doing it. If you know the champion. But I like everybody out there. Everybody that's helping these fighters feed their families, I'm rocking with you. Whether it's Zuffa, whether it's Oscar, whether it's Turkey, anybody that's helping us feed our families, I'm cool. I'm not into the politics. But they weird. These people are weird.
I saw a tweet that you guys had out essentially saying like everyone should get along, right? And added everybody, right? Is that a little bit of that? Like, you guys are kind of seeing like there's Turkey's tag, Oscar's tag, like everybody's tagged. So is that a little bit of what that is about?
Yeah, because we can't take none of this shit with us. This is the craziest things that spirits here having experience. Nobody can take a dollar with them, a car, a girlfriend, a child. We all here for an experience. So y'all gonna fight each other for a temporary experience. So for us looking at it, it's like, yo, I thought we supposed to be all building to build the community of boxing and make it where everybody making so much money. But it's so divided. It's just as bad as it was back in the day. Nothing changing. It's just new faces, the same nonsense. And the one who loses, the fighters. The ones who's making all the money is these promoters and all these other people making trillions of dollars. But the ones that leave out broke is the ones risking their life. And it's crazy. But that's what I'm just gonna stand up for my son. I can't do it for everybody, but I'm
No
gonna
more
stand up for
talk, you a
mine.
fool.
But a lot of the boxing community getting robbed. They getting robbed, hands over fists. And so we need unity, not as a league, just unity, period. Put on good fights, bring the sport of boxing back, for real. And if it means you got to get a
always
league
gotta
like
put
Zuffa,
them
so
extras
be
on
it.
it,
If these
man.
other promoters can't even do business, you can't even be number one and fight the champion. Come on now. So who want to stay in a system like that? What did you work up to number one for?
I feel him now.
So what? If you lose, you go back down, work your way up. That's boxing.
All that he's saying, I feel that. I feel his frustration with being ranked somewhere and then you saying you ready for the fights, and that's how I go. The number one guy should get the opportunity at the title. I get that. I get the frustration with that. And I respect the fact that he's like, yo, we lose, go back down a little bit. So what? We build ourselves back up. That's boxing. I respect all of that right there. I do. But like I said, he's saying he's not into the politics. He don't care. But then in the other thing, he said his politics. And then he also, got on Oscar for some of the statements he put out there. Just a bit of double talk. But I know it's no malicious intent behind what he's saying about Oscar. He like, damn, at least you could believe in this. You're going to put a statement out there, put one that sounds like you in support of what we doing and what we trying to accomplish. So I understand him in those areas. He makes sense there. He don't sound overly delusional in those areas. He right on point. And I get the frustration.
So I want to take over. How you feel about that? Because you the one going through it.
Nah, I can't even complain. That was a good answer right there.
Nah, we want to hear from Kid too.
I agree.
Well, asking you then, is there a certain deadline? Because I know it's not just you're not able to do what you want or compete for a title you want, but you're not able to make money, right? And put in this kind of position. I know that people.
Not us.
Yeah, I got sponsors.
Oh, we make money. That's
well, I mean, oh, my bad.
I need to know. Fuck that. They was never gonna catch us in the hucklebuck like that. A lot of boxers is like that though. They broke. We make over 30 grand every month just off sponsorships. He been a Ford model before he was even with Golden Boy. So people gotta realize boxing is just an avenue for you to make these relationships, to make money. Boxing ain't the only. That's a small piece. Everybody eating off that. You only bring 40% home after everybody take their chunk, if you lucky. So, I would like to do a class teach these boxers.
Well, I guess that takes away the money aspect.
You gotta let him talk because it gets to the point where he almost used to him talking so much that he don't even get the answers for himself. And I respect his pops, but people to be wanting to hear from Kid too. You know what I mean? Because you are going through it, how it make you feel. But I'm pretty sure he said it to a degree. But we still like to hear more from the son. You know what I'm saying? Respect. You know what I'm saying?
So, but even then, the idea of just competing for a title and just progressing your career, like I'm sure you have a deadline, right? I'm sure there's a certain point where I know that people make fun of, they're like, oh, this fighter got a lawyer and this, but at a certain point you got to do what you got to do. So at this point, when is that deadline, and when can we, I guess, get legitimate?
Right now they're in discussions, so I can't say there's a deadline because they're in talks right now, the two promotional companies to put on the fight. It ain't like the people behind the scenes ain't trying to make it happen right now, the WBA, everything else. Right. So we just got to see how the negotiations go. But the thing is, I want people to know it's Tank. We want to fight Tank. So put a deadline. Tank gonna retire soon. That's why we calling Tank out. You could go to Mason or all this other stuff, but Tank gonna retire soon. You never have another Tank in boxing. So just to have that on your record, that legacy fight, win, lose, or draw is on your record when this greatness leave. Because he's gonna leave. His heart not in boxing. So that's what it's about, fighting him, the Shakur, the Devin, all the four horsemen to get that torch passed to you. That's how it used to be. So that's what we want. So that's why Tank is the first one, because he's the one who seemed like he's almost out of here.
And I'm assuming you feel that.
I think that could have impact as well, just naturally, nothing intentional. But I think if you look through the history and you got at least to my knowledge, 3 fights that y'all supposed to make it to, you ain't make it to none of them. I think after a while, it do get a little more difficult to find opponents, the right opponent for you when you're trying to build and mold a fighter into being a great champion. And I think that's what they're trying to do with Kid Austin. It's just early. He's so young that he still got time. And I don't think they they looking at just the rankings alone. They looking at the inexperience and how young he is, and that he still got time to grow and mature. And I think that's just where the holdup is. That getting him some shit that can potentially hurt his career. Nah, that's real. My little cousin at 135, and I told him to chill until he's comfortable and leave the social media alone. Now, I understand what you're saying. Lock in and grow properly, though, without skipping steps. I think, respectfully, I ain't scared to see him fight Tank. If that was the next fight, let's see it, as I've been saying. But I think there's a difference between being ranked in a position to fight for somebody and being ready mentally and physically to fight for that title. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just about competing or looking good or just getting the experience alone. You actually want to give yourself a realistic chance to win. You know what I mean? Not just a puncher's chance. You want to give yourself a real shot at being able to beat Tank. And again, coming off a layoff with limited experience anywhere near that type of level, it could really go bad for you. That's all I'm going to say.
Not that this is not a realistic thing, but Mason's going to be around, you know, all these other fighters around the division. You're all relatively young, so you want to face those guys and then fight your current generation when it makes sense, right?
In what order? I'm gonna get Mason before I go to 40.
Nah, Mason already turned the fight down twice. This is why
twice.
I understand why people.
Bro, y'all gotta see, just as I try to give y'all credit and stall you out, Debo, y'all gotta stop. Mason didn't turn y'all down twice. We all know the one offer that was out there after the Shakur fell out, and you got in the interview and said 2.5. The little video, you did an uploaded video talking about 2.5 million. That's the price. 2.5. But the money on the wood is all good. You was saying that type of shit. 12 threes, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Shout out to my dog. Appreciate the gift, my guy. Yeah, man, he tripping, bro. Hold on, let me get my guy right. What's going on right now? Dude, he be bugging, man. For real. He be bugging, man. This dude be tripping. Mason turned the fight down twice when we all seen you price yourself out the fight in real time. Shit is crazy. There was no other offers for them to fight. Where? You on Golden Boy on Top Rank, and they just merged, so don't give me that. It wasn't no other offers, no other time, but that one time. This shit is crazy.
People keep bringing up the Mason. We agreed to their first fight for $1 million. We was gonna bring home $750,000. I got on the phone.
Oh, you did, man. What's wrong with him? He about to piss me off, man. See, when I try to let you make it, you're lying. That $1 million you got in the end. Don't make me play the clip where you said it. 2.5. That's our price. 2.5. Yeah, we all gonna get paid. Put the money on the wood. It all go good. That's what you did. You didn't accept $1 million. What are you talking about, man? He did this shit in real time. He think we don't pay attention. Now it's Mason. That's the part that be pissing me off. Mason ain't turned shit down. And I don't think it's nobody outside of y'all two that think y'all beat Mason. We seen the sparring. Man, bro, like Mason, man, this shit is crazy, bro. This shit really crazy. That's the part that really blows me. Like, are we supposed to be stupid? Like we didn't see this? They never said yeah to the $1 million. When? Why the fight didn't happen if they said yeah? Come on, man. They ain't getting that, man. He said 2.5, bro. We all watched you sit there and do that.
On the phone with Jay Prince myself and agreed to the fight.
That's our price. They gonna pay you double the amount for a non-title fight, bro. You weren't even gonna get that to fight Shakur, but you wanted 2.5 for Mason, a guy that was easy that you said you only had to work on defense with. And he lied about that too.
Then the second fight we offered them, they didn't take the fight. Mason don't want to fight us, so people can get that out their head.
Oh my
we never
God,
pulled out.
Now
a
they
Shakur
offered
fight.
the fight. When do they make offers, yo? When was Mason ever offered this fight? Where was we all at for this? Because I know nobody in the chat remember this. When did this happen? Like, did I take a year off of boxing? Like, seriously, did I take some months off? Like, when did Golden Boy offer Mason a fight? Did I miss it? I don't mind being wrong. If I'm wrong, somebody tell me, yo, hey, just this one happened. How did you miss it? Like, I'll just say I missed it. But when did this happen? We sent them an offer. Y'all not sending no offers. Y'all getting them sent to y'all, just like before it was through Turkey. That shit is ridiculous, bro.
The British Border Commission pulled our license because he was in ICU after really being poisoned. They got the toxicology reports. They know what he was poisoned with. It's a fact. It ain't like we pulled it out. So why Shakur didn't want to run it back? It ain't like it was no weight drained. It ain't like none of that shit. It was like they was really trying to kill him. It was an assassin.
Shakur didn't even want to waste his time. Why is it his fault? Why should he have to waste a whole nother camp? And y'all didn't make it there the first time. And if I'm Shakur, I'll make y'all sign some type of clause. If I entertain fighting y'all again, y'all don't make it to the fight, you face some type of penalty. Because one of the first things Shakur Stevenson said, man, I hope they make it to the fight. He died. And then I looked at him, like, wonder why he say that. I'm like, they look like they won it. Man, he was right. Here's the first thing he said. I hope they make it to the fight. Just show up. Remember, he was like, show up. And they ain't even show up. I just thought that was too convenient, man. Shit it was, man. It wasn't no coincidence. He said, look at his son's face. He lying. He lying bad. Why is he lying on Mason? It's beyond me, yo. That shit makes it burns me up. Mason ain't turning shit down. He a whole champion. Why would he turn down fighting you? Man, I don't get it.
Assassination attempt on this young fighter. It is what it is. They got the toxicology reports. They got everything. Even Snack got the toxicology reports. Everybody know what happened over there. So all this other stuff, the smoke and mirrors, we don't want it. We just want to fight. He's cut up the old school. We want to put on good fights for the fans. That's it. Win, lose, or draw. All this other nonsense where y'all trying to wipe niggas out because y'all don't like this one and that one. Y'all got y'all Tupac.
Be careful on the N-words.
You get that East Coast, West Coast type beef. We not into that. We didn't sign with nobody. We independent contractors. We're here to put on fights and make our money,
did he just
break
say
generational curses.
East Coast, West Coast?
And I got on the phone with Jay Prince myself and agreed to the fight. They didn't take the fight. Then the second fight we offered them. They didn't take the fight. Mason don't want to fight us. So people can get that out their head.
Yo.
We never pulled out a Shakur fight.
Somebody got to send
the British Border Commission pulled our license because he was in ICU after really being poisoned. They got the toxicology reports. They know what he was poisoned with. It's a fact. It ain't like we pulled it out. So why Shakur didn't want to run it back? It ain't like it was no weight drained. It ain't like none of that shit. It was like they was really trying to kill him. It was an assassination attempt on this young fighter. It is what it is. They got the toxicology reports. They got everything. Even Snack got the toxicology reports. Everybody know what happened over there. So all this other stuff, the smoke and mirrors, we don't want it. We just want to fight. He's cut up the old school. We want to put on good fights for the fans. That's it. Win, lose, or draw. All this other nonsense where y'all trying to wipe niggas out because y'all don't like this one and that one. Y'all got y'all Tupac.
Be careful on the N-words.
You get that East Coast, West Coast type beef. We not into that. We didn't sign with nobody. We independent contractors. We're here to put on fight and make our money.
Who's beefing with the Schofields? Was somebody out of the shadow realm? Please, let's show yourselves. Like he said, they trying to wipe people out. This East Coast, West Coast beef. Like, bro, what the hell is he talking about, bro? This shit is. Oh shit, bro. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to be on camera. I had to mute my camera while he's saying this. I swear, cause I'd be crying. I'd be crying laughing. I have to mute up while he's saying all this stuff. I swear I had to mute up, bro. I had to mute up and I won't be able to be on camera because I'll be crying laughing. Between Kid Austin's random looks and staring off into space and his father overselling it. Yeah, man. I won't be able to be on camera interviewing this dude, bro. That man said East Coast, West Coast, they trying to wipe niggas out. He said it was an assassination attempt on Kid. Like, do you know somebody can go to jail for that, bro? Like, that's a charge. That's a whole charge. Who is the culprit? Like, how is this mysterious entity managed to poison y'all and you don't know who it is? He said it ain't Shakur and them. It ain't. He not powerful enough. Shakur. He said Shakur not powerful enough to do that. It's not him. It's somebody else. I think indicating that it was Saudi. That's why they ain't rocking with y'all. He said they sent the offer to Abdullah Mason, and Abdullah turned it down. He said he got on the phone. He He said he got on the phone with Jay Prince himself, and they turned the fight down. Like we don't know the only one time that it was truly an offer out there. He said 2.5. I don't give a damn what he say. He never said, yeah, we'd take the $1 million, bro. And if he did, I think it was way after the fact when it was no longer on the table. I'm trying to think, maybe he tried to come back and save face, but he initially, it was a 2.5. I remember that distinctly. He kept saying the word money. Put the money on the wood, it all go good. Yeah. Mason and Kid Austin. Yeah. Yeah. We'd take that. Like, he kept mentioning money. He said the word money more than 10 times in that little clip. He just kept talking about the money. I'm like, yeah, y'all gonna get your asses beat for this money. Saudi wanted to fight.
Money,
Oscar
break
didn't.
generational curses. All that other stuff ain't for us. But that, anyway, that's what's going on with Kid. People behind the scenes really know what happened and what's up. But we just hope we could get the one that we think is tough, Tank in the ring. Somebody got to get in that ring sooner or later.
Because it don't look like these other guys.
Do you see a world where you guys eventually do come together and face each other? Because I know that it always comes down to an agreement, right? So with, I think, Mason facing, I think, Joe Cordina for a hometown fight, you guys obviously want the strap. And what better way than get it than Tank from Tank? At that point, that's the logical setup, right? You guys want to fight Tank and then go on moving to the Mason.
We could really care less about the belts at this point anymore. We want to fight Tank. Tank is the boogeyman. He's the face. Tank is the man at 135, 140. Forget what everybody else say. Shakur got 11 knockouts. That will bore Floyd. I mean, let's be for real. I know my son, he will wipe Shakur out. People will say, oh,
he didn't wipe him out in sparring with headgear and big gloves. He got punched in his stomach. You say he got 11 knockouts. With the same 11 knockouts, he was in there with your son. You told the world that he got punched in his stomach and he was about to poop himself. That's what you said. That's why you will never beat Shakur. You're not even smart enough. Your approach is way off. You think he'll just get in there and bum rush him and overwhelm him. Oh, he's just going to get the knockout. When he can't do that shit, Shakur going to put him in a blender, disarm him, turn off his best attributes, and kick his ass. Now he'll wipe Shakur out. But y'all had to play sick. You had to plug iPhone 24 chargers into your son and have Alexa play Caribbean prayer music for you not to make it to the fight. If my son is fighting for his life, I promise you the last thing I'm about to do is upload a picture showing it. I don't give a damn what nobody say. That man, we still don't know what kind of poisoned him. We still don't know who did it. He been talking about this shit since it happened, and every time somebody asks him for details, he say they got lawyers. Who the fuck got lawyers that can stop you from speaking the truth about your son being poisoned? Assassination attempt. It's not math, and your math is not making sense. How can somebody stop you from telling the truth about your son being poisoned and somebody making an attempt on his life? What could the lawyers do about it if that's the truth? What, you get me? And who is these people that got these lawyers? Like, so when you say they got lawyers, that's an indication that you know who poisoned them. If not, then what are you talking about? Still to this day, bro, the greatest mystery in boxing history, one of the greatest mysteries is going to be what poison did Floyd get poisoned with that took him out of the fight with Shakur Stevenson. Watch. That shit is going to be like one of the biggest mysteries of sports ever. What we still don't know what masseuse lady he was talking about, what magic cream he was talking about. Now you'll wipe somebody out, but y'all couldn't make it to the fight. iPhone 24 chargers. I don't know, like Jamaican prayer music. I don't know what that song was he was playing, but he tried to make us feel bad and shit. Like, nah, bro. You was selling that. You sold the poison into us. We still don't know what happened. Now they got the toxicology reports. Snap got the toxicology reports. You know who else got the toxicology reports? Fivehead, you got them. And you still ain't told us what the shit say. You ain't told us what the poison was. You ain't told us who did it. None of that. You're not out here trying to sue, but you gonna keep talking about it, talking about the people got lawyers stopping you from telling the truth. Man, this shit don't make sense. Nothing he say adds up. Yeah, Scooby-Doo. I'm telling you, the greatest mystery on earth, bro. This shit gonna be worse than what came first, the chicken or the egg. That shit got this beat. Who really poisoned Kid Austin? Like the world may never know. Like, god damn, man, this shit is like between this and how many licks do it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know. Who pulls in Floyd Schofield and South? The world may never know. Like, bro, what the hell, man? Let's keep going, man. This shit is unreal, bro.
Shakur talented. Shakur talented with a person that's gonna wait for him. He not a talented with a guard dog that's gonna be on his ass, whipping him like it's a fight. All that shoulder, all that pretty shit ain't gonna work. So, and if somebody with 11 knockouts is not gonna keep nobody like this off of them. So people can say whatever they want. And Mason Chin, Mason Chin,
co-signing this
take his
goofy
punches.
shit.
Yeah,
So
nobody
people
can
say
tell
whatever they want. He's gonna hit Mason, and
He
Mason
talking about Mason Chin, but when they sparred with the headgear and the big gloves, it was Mason dropping him. He talking about Mason Chin, but we seen him sparring a 3-0 fighter, and he got dropped multiple times in that sparring as well. Like, we've been seeing him get exposed. Then Shakur, you keep talking about 11 knockouts, them same 11 knockouts. He was about to shit on himself in the ring. That's what you said. You told the whole world that Cord punched him in his stomach and he was about to shit on himself. But you don't think he could hit him with a body shot during the fight and actually have the same result? Like, you don't think that could happen? This dude just say anything. You think you're going to muscle your way to a title and you're going to run into one of them skillful fighters that don't got a bunch of knockouts, that's a pure boxer, that's smarter, got a higher IQ and just better than your son, and you're going to meet your match and you're going to be disappointed. The closer it got to that Shakur fight, he started changing his tune. Well, even if we lose, we get the experience. It's Shakur Stevenson. It's not the end of the world. We can bounce back. Nah, you said you was gonna wipe him out and it was gonna be easy. Don't start talking sensible now. We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear you talk with sense, pops. Facts. Big shout out to Big Mason with 8-ounce gloves on at that, bro. Like, man, and I ain't saying he no puncher or nothing, but I'm gonna say this: through 25 fights that I've seen of Shakur's, I haven't seen an opponent get in the ring yet, still to this day, and just run through his punches. I haven't seen that shit yet. Even nowhere close. Even the people that say something about, he can't punch, then they get in the ring and fight like he could. So it's confusing to me. Either he can't punch or he can't. If he can't punch, you get what I'm saying? Shout out to my dog, Dr. Boxing Talk. If he can't punch, then he should just be getting walked down and walked through with no problem. If that's not happening, then obviously they feeling something. William Zepeda didn't say he couldn't punch. Get what I'm saying? I don't give a damn what Tio said because he was apologizing for some shit he never did in slavery at the end of the fight. So there's no telling where his mind is at. I don't even want to know what he think.
Mason not taking his punches, so they could keep that over there.
Crazy.
And then
is he taking Mason punches?
Oscar hand to fight us. That was last year. We've been calling that fight out. Now they at deaf. They can't hear us. So we can't get these guys in the ring. We're trying to get everybody. So if we happen to fight a cab driver, it ain't our damn fault. It's we can't get none of them in the ring. These dudes are scared. And Oscar's doing everything. He paying top dollar. We're gonna get paid $300 grand just to fight a cab driver. He's paying top dollar, and these dudes scared to get in the ring.
What dudes though? He's paying top dollar for cab drivers because that's how he's trying to grow and groom you. When it comes to the bigger names, Oscar go mute and quiet, and the only thing he's offered up is he don't think he's ready for those big fights. That's what Oscar said. In the other interview, you talked about how Oscar putting out statements saying he don't believe y'all. He don't believe in y'all. That's what you said. Now it's not Oscar's fault. He doing everything in his power. This dude don't know what he want to blame it on. Politics, the business of boxing. Is it the bed bug bites that y'all got bit by? Is it the multiple pullouts each time y'all had a credible opponent in front of y'all? It could be a number of different things, man, but that's your problem. You keep trying to convince the world that every boxer is scared of Kid Austin because he got muscles and he got knockouts and he's strong and he can punch. And man, I don't want to hear that shit, bro. Is he better than these dudes that we talking about? I don't think so. Skill for skill, no. No, he's not. Experience-wise, no, he's not on that level. Every time, everything he say, he contradicts himself. It comes out in the wash, and then it's not true. Oscar and top dollar don't even belong in the same sentence. Hey, Mason, tell him, bro. Tell him. And if he fights a dude with Mason,
hey,
he
your
his
boy,
ass kicked. You hear me?
Lucas, he needed an extra couple weeks. I was supposed to fight him in April.
These people are running.
Man.
What
Ain't
happened with
nobody
that
running.
situation? Because I saw a little bit, and it seemed like you
Ain't
went like
nobody running.
Claims
another
that
direction.
it was late notice, but we did an interview. I'm pretty sure you've seen me and him on Mill City. It's basically saying we'll be fighting in a couple months. He told me to show up, don't pull out, be ready, blah blah blah, all this other stuff, just to come around, and he's not ready. So he claimed that he needed a couple more weeks because it would have been late notice for him when he's the one who told me the target date. So
It's just weird. People could be weird. So it's a lot of scary.
And if anybody think I'm lying, the interview's out there. So yeah.
No, that fight made sense. It was actually something I was truly looking forward to. I know before it was H2O, and then obviously Lucas Baldy. So it's just kind
they
of
always
that
lying.
situation. I don't really understand.
I do think in a way that could make people hesitant and not really take them serious and want to do business with them too. They always accusing somebody of being scared or ducking or running or lying or hiding from kid. Like, that's not realistic, bro. Like, he's not no boogeyman, bro. He not no boogeyman because he knocked out Tevin Farmer in the first round. Respect to Tevin. You know what I'm saying? But he not no boogeyman because of that. Facts, Ramon. They keep talking this weird ass power stuff. It's annoying to me because it's like, bro, you ain't gonna walk through his punches. That's the hell would you talking about his power for, bro? It just don't make sense. Don't make sense to me. It really don't.
And that one really blows my mind. So I guess then, how do you guys I want to say convince a Tank, but if you can't get the belt, let's say the belt organization works out, but Tank don't care about the belt. Like, how do you get him? Because he's kind of in a state of disarray, and maybe he won't fight, not because any means of defending title. It's just, we kind of see him kind of going through personal life.
That's funny.
If he don't want to fight, then the belt gonna come to us to fight Lucas Body at number 2, but it won't be our fault. People can't say, "Oh, they just
told you Lucas Body gave him a target date and he wasn't ready, so he don't really want to fight." But then they'll turn around and tell you it's gonna be him and the person that they just said didn't want to fight for the title. See what I'm saying? It's double talking. You just say he ain't want to fight you. What's gonna change? Oh, he gonna fight you for the title now, right? Come on, man. Make it make sense. The fact is, ain't nobody scared, man. These fights ain't getting ironed out because Oscar don't got, I think, his effort and attention behind making these particular fights, in my opinion. And he's very seems like he's very cautious of how he wants to move Kid Austin. That's what it seemed like to me.
He's trying to fight Lucas Body, an easy guy. It ain't our fault, and Lucas Body not easy. But we won.
But Shakur is Lucas Body.
I said
not
Lucas
easy,
Body not easy. Anybody could say Lucas Body got a lot of knockouts, and he's a slugger. He'll get his ass beat just to land one hard punch, and that's why I say he's not easy, because you got to be on your A game all night.
I think he just hits hard,
just like Tank. That's what Tank
got skill though. Way more skill.
Yeah, he got way more skill than Lucas Body, but it's the same thing. You got to be on point with both of them.
I ain't even trying to talk trash. I'm just being for real.
I'm just reacting. This is my natural reaction.
But that's what it stooped down to, though, that we would get a Lucas Body instead of somebody like a Tank. Like, to me, it's like an insult on boxing. Like, for real, not nothing against Lucas Body. It's just the sanctioning bodies. None of them has the same ranking. It's like the politics behind it is so bullshit. Why everybody can't even have the same ranking where the people could work their way up and really compete something fair?
I feel like one.
So it's who got the most pool or the most money. So Lucas Body number 2. How the hell Lucas Body is number 2 from one knockout? How? It's crazy.
See?
He wins.
He always talking about knockouts and one knockout. It's not just one knockout, it's the body of work. The knockout was crazy. And notice, you talk about how hard your son hit, and he knocked out Tevin Farmer, but he don't got no Ashton Sill type knockout the way Lucas Body knocked him out. He don't got one of them.
He went a title eliminator to fight for Tank belt after beating Ashton, and Ashton wasn't even ranked in the top. Kid was. Ashton wasn't at all. So it's crazy.
Chill out,
maybe he was 15. Maybe he was like 15 or 14. He wasn't even that high up.
I don't even think he was, though.
I just hope the boxing community, like the people like yourself, do bring this to the forefront where people know, because it's just crazy. We got to get it together, or boxing gonna be wiped out for a league that's controlled by what somebody say.
How do you guys feel about Zuffa overall? Because I kind of heard it utter like fight for, have one belt, one proper ranking. I mean, it's the ideal situation. I know it's controversy on the whole Reform Act change, but the perspective of what they're, I guess, doing.
I'm good on that. That was pretty much that, man. So you heard them talking about legal action with Tank. They could take him to federal court. They get the fight. They try to make it seem like nobody want to fight him. It's the same old song and dance. When they don't get a fight, it's because somebody's scared or they ducking Kid Austin. They don't want to fight him, man. It's the same old shit. It get old after a while. I feel like at some point you gotta be realistic. Like, what's so scary about your son that the entire boxing world is scared to fight him, except for the lesser guys that you continue to fight. The lesser guys are not scared to fight him. Multiple losses and stuff like that, underdogs and all that. But the guys that would be the favorite over him are the ones that's scared to fight him. Make it make sense, man. Lucas was ranked before he signed with MVP Yacht. He was paying for his own fights up here in Canada before he got signed. Shout out to Ryan from the Six, another real one. Y'all go tap into my guy too, man. Shout out to everybody still rocking. Hit the like button, sub to the channel, all that good stuff. Support the bill. We got a couple more things we're going to get to before we go. I just wanted to play the little video, an update. That's what got people talking about Raymond Mortai and Shakur again and being on the way or on. His dad. Remember, I had played a clip from his dad on talking to Ellie Segback, and he did another one, and this is what he said, man, in regards to this fight with him and Shakur. So let me pull this joint up. Oh man, I swear I hope we get this fight. I don't care what weight. Just give me the fight, because I don't see a better option for him right now. I don't see a better option. It looked like Raymond might be the best option, low key. You know what I'm saying? Might be the best option for him, for real. That's available. That makes sense. That's respectable. That, people shouldn't have an issue at all with you fighting that dude. You know what I'm saying? Especially with the way his dad talking and Robert talking. They sound real confident. So anytime guys are that confident, we want to see the fights. You know what I'm saying? Let me get to it. This is what Raymond Mortai's dad had to say, man. Kurt, my dog,
is here today. Raymond Mortai, one of the best fighters in the world. Top 5 champ, beat Andy Cruz when no one gave him a shot. And now Raymond Mortai's dad, Gabriel, putting in work. Ray's looking strong, throwing those uppercuts. Yeah. Ready for whoever's next. Anybody can get it. Any message for Shakur if he's watching?
You know what it is. We've been getting a hold of their people. They know what it is. I mean, it has to get done. It has to get done.
Make the fight happen. Big fight.
No bullshit. No bullshit. I mean, they know what it is. We're probably getting a 70-30, and we're still taking the fucking fight, bro.
All right, there you have it. 70-30 for who?
They know. Not for us. I wish we're getting the 70.
70-30 for them?
Yeah, bro. And we're still saying yes, bro. And we're the champions.
70-30 split, and you're okay, and you're taking it.
We're taking it,
just to take the opportunity.
We're taking it.
That means you really want to.
They're still like thinking about it. Oh, don't think about it, bro.
You really want to fight.
We're giving you everything, and people don't understand it. Everybody talks shit. Everybody knows. Oh, this guy told me this. This guy told me that. Oh, Mike Hopperman or that. Oh, he said this. Not, bro. Well, I'm telling you, you're hearing it from the horse's mouth, bro. We're taking it, and it's that. And
you're accepting all the terms.
Well, we're accepting that money.
Yeah. Which is, well, 50-50 would be fair, to be honest with you. They're both champions.
Give us 50-50.
But it would be fair.
It would be fair.
But
it would be
50-50 alone ain't as fair as you making it seem. Shakur was a champion at 35, never lost his belt officially. He got stripped. He's far more accomplished and proven than Raymond Mortai. That's why you would even be so willing to accept 70-30. You're going to make it seem like, oh, we just so willing to fight him that we'll take anything. Nah, you taking what you're going to get. Because you ain't about to lowball him. You ain't about to little boy him. And you damn sure ain't about to 50-50 him because you got no IBF strap. Straight like that. You just fought a dude that had like 6 fights total. Shut up. I know it's a good win, but shut up. Nah, it ain't 50-50. Ellie, stop dick eating. Pardon me, y'all. I gotta clean up the language. Stop being a kiss ass, man. Stop kissing ass, bro. Stop kissing ass all the time. You get what I'm saying? I get it. You like these dudes, but stop overdoing it. It's 50-50. It's fair. How you know what's fair? You talking about a guy that just fought on his first pay-per-view and it was a sellout crowd at MSG, the highest, you get what I'm saying? The highest attendance there. I think he could make a case for why he deserved more of the split. You know what I'm saying? People be thinking the belts determine all the value. Oh, he's the champion. No, let's talk about ticket sales and what he did, right? On any level. That's how they're going to determine that. That's why Shakur would even remotely be in a position. Why do you think he's so willing to say, oh, we'll take 70-30. We taking it. 30% for us, because that's probably what the hell you're going to get. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kurt, my dog. He said for the great cook. Just do by you know I do, bro. Appreciate the love as always. If you're in the building, hit the like button, support the channel, super chat, cash out. We over 4 hours in, and we still got a couple more things we're going to touch on, and we're going to get up out of there. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hit the like button, and let's go. Let's hit it.
Just to take the opportunity. That means you really want to.
They're still like thinking about it. Oh, don't think about it, bro.
You really want to fight.
We're giving you everything, and people don't understand it. Everybody talks shit. Everybody knows. Oh, this guy told me this. This guy told me Mike Copperman or whatever that. Oh, he said this. Not, bro. Well, I'm telling you, you're hearing it from the horse's mouth, bro. We're taking it, and it's that. And
you're accepting all the terms.
Well, we're accepting that money.
Yeah, which is
that 70-30.
Well, 50-50 would be fair, to be honest with you. They're both champions.
They're both champions.
But it would be fair.
It would be fair.
But
it would be fair. You know why it would be fair? Because we're the champions.
Correct.
I know.
And you just beat Andy Cruz, which is
amazing. He has more fame than us, but we're the champions.
You just beat Andy Cruz, who has 6 wins, 6 fights. Shut up. Like that's see, that's the ignorance. This man been around boxing too long to think just because you hold a title that you get the chunk of the money. Just because of that, if somebody's proven to sell more tickets than you. Being Andy Cruz, a dude with 6 fights, is the reason why you should get a 50-50 split with Shakur. You see how dumb all that sound? Ain't nobody in them rooms talking like that. Yeah, he beat Andy Cruz and he is the champion. Yeah, they might say that, but ain't nobody about to. They gonna say, yeah, he might be the champion, but Shakur is you get what I'm saying? Far more accomplished, and he would have been a champion. It would have been a unification at 35 if they wouldn't have stripped that man of his title like some weirdos. You know what I'm saying? They had to try to strip that man from his joint. Shout out to my dog Marcus. Appreciate the love, family. He says, salute to one of the best content creators on this YouTube platform. Just to appreciate that 10-piece. Much love to my dog, and much love to my dog Kurt as well, man. Oh, I got you all good, brother. Shout out to my dog, man, Marcus, man. So look, I like Randy Moritai, dad. He just sounded like he want to fight for his son. He want an opportunity to go at court. I think he want what comes with that. The money, obviously, he hinted to, right? I think the notoriety that comes with beating somebody as good as Shakur Stevenson. I think Raymond Moritai is a solid fighter, a good fighter. You know what I'm saying? A good fighter, and we gonna see. We gonna see. So let's finish going though, man.
You're fighting. You're coming to fight. We're the champions. You know, if you had a belt, if we won at 140, then we would go fight you. Then you would be
No, here's the thing. They should put both belts on the line. The fight should be both for 135 and 40. Make way to 35.
Let's get it. That's the best.
I'm serious.
For sure.
Put both, and then the winner leaves with 2 divisions. That's what it should be. I'm serious.
Let's do it.
That's the way it should be done.
So that's what he said, man. It should be for both their belts, the 35-pound IBF ring magazine and the WBO 140 belt. That's what he's trying to say. I mean, I ain't against stuff like that. I doubt that they make it like that though. But it seemed like Raymond is talking about 70-30. Yeah, I mean, he said we accept, and he said Shakur's sitting there thinking about it or whatever the case, and he ain't gonna, he ain't gonna do it. So we'll see. I think it's a cool fight though if they can make it happen. I really do. $70-30 split, man. So let's see. That's what Raymond Moritai's dad said. Says something about a 70-30 split. And let's see if that's really the case. 70-30 split. He said he accepted it. You ain't hearing nothing from Corey. I think he might be cooking up something anyway as to why you probably ain't hearing it. But anyway, as I always stated, this will be a good fight. This will be a good fight for these dudes if they could do it. You know what I mean? If they could put this fight together, I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. Said, man, Tim Bradley has something to say about this on YSM. So let me pull up what he had to say, man. Let me pull up. Yeah, man. I hope they can make it too, but I wonder. I think a lot of that is gonna be riding on whatever it is that Shakur trying to do next. But this was Tim Bradley had to say about the Ramy Muay fight. Damn good fight for the fans for sure. 24-0, 25.
Based off talent, man.
Two more. Bradley, that was the fighter, the one that wanted to fight everybody. Put that mentality into a fighter of today. Who would you put that into and why?
Oh man, mentality. I'll tell you who got. I'll tell you who got it. Abdullah Mason got it.
Mason Abdullah.
Abdullah Mason got it, bro. He got it. I ain't really got to put it in nobody. That dude got it. You know what I mean? He got that heart, man, and he got that dog in him, and he willing to take chances that many guys won't take. You know, and I respect this game, bro. You know, he wants all the smoke. He want to face the best guys out there. Yeah, I like him. Muay is kind of under the radar because he's so quiet, but that dude he's a talented fighter, man.
Yes, he is.
He showed his talent, man, against Cruz. And Andy Cruz ain't no joke, bro. You know, I think Andy Cruz might have, experience-wise and a professional, like, Muay Thai had the experience and it showed up, but man, he's a good puncher, you know, good boxer, good counter puncher. There's a lot that Muay Thai can do, and I wouldn't mind seeing Muay Thai and Shakur go at it, man. Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing. That might happen.
Yeah, that's the fight that we want to see, man. Shakur was talking about maybe staying at 140 or going to 35. Shit, if you go to 35, go ahead and face that guy right
that's
there.
That's what he's talking about fighting
strap, and it's a competitive damn fight, bro.
And finally, let the fans know where they can see your videos because, again, like I said, you're one of the best and most entertaining analysts right now. So,
no, man, just Google me, man, or go on YouTube and just put Timothy Bradley Podcast or Timothy Bradley YouTube channel, and I'll pop up, man. But it's Timothy Desert Storm Bradley Jr. and that's where I'm at, man. That's where I live now. See it, if y'all any of y'all networks out there, bro, if you want something that's different. You know what I mean? Someone that's gonna tell the truth. Someone that ain't afraid of ruffling feathers. You know what I'm saying? To make your broadcast real, I'm right here. Tim Desert Storm Bradley, baby. You already know the damn rest.
Know what I'm saying? I love it.
Thanks, bro.
I love
John, get in there.
Shout out to TV, man.
Thank you, dog. What's up with you, Dad?
How you been?
I didn't even know you was that fucking tall, bro.
Come on, man.
Damn.
Hey, Javi 130, that was great. 135.
You were big. What's up, sir? How you doing?
So look, man, I like TB, man. I like Tim Bradley. He gonna be honest. If he ain't gonna be nothing else, he gonna be honest. You ain't gotta agree. It's not always about agreeing, but he gonna give you a real take, man, from a real perspective. Somebody that did this shit. It's a Hall of Fame. Shout out to John Molina too, still hanging in there. Yeah, did Tim just put his bid in? Yeah, he like, man, fight that man. So he says Shakur fight him. So you talking about going back to 35? You do that, that should be the guy. But that's who Shakur talking about fighting. But you know, we just got to wait to see what he decided to do. You know what I'm saying? And his next move could surprise some people. We just don't know. It's a good fight to make, though, man. I can't stress it, man. 25 wins for Core, 24 for Muay Thai. Hell yeah, fight. You know what I mean? I don't care what weight, really. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a good fight at either weight class, man. I think Robert Garcia would do it. I don't think he hesitant. I don't think he's scared to make the fight. Let's see it, man. Let's see it. John went through some more. He did, bro. He did. Bud whooped his ass, too. Bud whooped his ass, man. Bud whooped John Molina ass. He did, man. I'm trying to think. Should I, you know what? I'll save. I was going to do a little bit more, but we almost 4.5 hours in, so we're going to get to that mark. Shout out to everybody. Look, hit the like button if you haven't, y'all. Everybody in the building, hit the like button. This is a dope build. We got to see what's coming up next for these guys, man. talk to my guy when I get up off here. But this been a dope conversation, man. Bud Crawford is, he lit the Twitter sphere up, you know what I mean, saying he'd end Boots' career. You know what I mean? I got the people talking. I know Boots locked in, so I don't really expect them to respond at all. I think more of the story is I think we was able to cover the conversation fairly and highlight how neither one of these dudes ducked each other at all. Just a matter of timing and business not working out in their favor, right? And moves being made that move you further away from the fight, they move you closer to it. So going for that vacant strap with Lindolfo. I don't know what his ass gonna do. I want to see Andy Cruz overhyped, but pro style. Yeah, a lot of times, man, a lot of that praise came from what he did as an amateur with the 2 gold medals in Pride. So not so much, I want to say overhyped, maybe overpraised for the amateur wins. You know what I'm saying? And then you get to the pros and you ain't transitioned yet because I think so much time that he spent over there in the amateur ranks winning in that point system that his transition as a professional has been a bit of a challenge, I think, for him, right? And he don't have a natural pro style. Like, you see him still working them kinks out from fight to fight. You can see it, So if he can get a handle on that, then he'll be fine. You know what I mean? He'll be fine. But shout out to everybody in the building, man. We just gave boxing its just due. Tomorrow is Friday. I'm gonna have Ofacio Falcone in the building. He got a story to tell, man. Like I was telling y'all, he got some interesting story to tell, man. It's crazy how in boxing you can be talented and still get overlooked, man. Overlooked, underappreciated, all that type of stuff. So we're gonna have him in the building. We're gonna wrap up the week strong with some good talk. I think Benavidez and Zordo might got a inside the ring interview or something we can cover. Y'all know how we do. Since everybody, I just got a text message, man. Since everybody covering interviews and the videos like we do now. I mean, at least that's what the YouTube streets telling me. That's what people telling me. They say they liking your style so much they incorporated it into their live streams. Everybody playing videos and interviews, reacting. It's funny. It's funny to see it play out. But shout out to the fam. I appreciate everybody. Parked on 3 flats, 4 flat. Insurance pays for 4 new tires. Man, yeah, great fight. Both is like that. Yeah, it would have. It would. Bud told Boots I would have watched it. Bud said Boots, he would have ended his career. But I think ultimately for me, it just is too early. I thought it would have been a bit early, in my opinion, for Boots because he ain't had the experience to match the championship level that Bud has been operating at since 2014. That's just my opinion. Does that mean he wouldn't have gave Bud a great fight or a tough fight? No, I don't mean that, but it's hard for me to pick against Bud for because he's so much more proven at this stage, at that point in which they would have fought had that fight took shape. So that's just my thoughts. But Boots a dog. I rock with him. Win, lose, or draw. He went. He gonna beat a lot of these dudes' ass, in my opinion. I think he's starting with Xander. And it's gonna show Big Dog Willie. What's good, homie? So yeah, they still hating on Corey. Yeah, they still hating. The new thing is he was in the club smoking and drinking. That was the new thing. Appreciate you, boy. Shout out to you, Kurt. That was the new thing, man. They said he was in the club drinking and smoking. You know what I'm saying? But he was sipping some coffee. These people down bad, bro. Every day, I promise y'all, every single day, I see threads and like posts with people just hating for no apparent reason at all. For no apparent reason at all. Oh, you know what? That brings me to my next point. Hold on. I had something I wanted to play real quick, though. Before we did, hit the like on the way out. Support the channel on the way out. Share the lives and hype the lives, y'all. It goes a long way. It goes a long way, family. Do you hear me? Do y'all hear me? You know it goes a long way. He said, oh no, take a maniacs and Haney Cole. Hold on, I got you. Hold on, the videos, man. Since they think like I don't laugh with y'all. Some of these videos do be funny. Like they got 2 of them. It's 2 of them I was gonna play. Where they at, man? Damn, it be so much to talk about. I did want to make sure I covered that too, though. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. is it at? The internet is shot out, bro. The internet is crazy. Internet is shot out, man. Let me get this joint, man. I thought this was a little funny. Somebody, boy, they be going hard. These AI videos, boy, they been working overtime. Look at this shit, y'all. Look at this shit.
Are you ready for a duel?
Yo, man, what in the Texas Walker Ranger is going on? Yo, what's wrong with the internet, yo?
Are you ready for a duel?
A duel. Tank gonna punch that damn hat off your head, bro. Right after he take that shot, go punch that damn hat off your head. Ordinary M said, just do what Boots beat or stop Canelo. Stop Canelo, no. I think Canelo's one of those guys that's going to retire without being stopped in his career. I do. I think Canelo potentially retires. It's a really, really good chance, high probability, possibility that Canelo Alvarez retires not undefeated, pardon me, without being stopped. Does Boots beat him? Again, I know him and Crawford is two different physical specimens at this point, but that's a lot of experience as well against Canelo. So will he stop him? Absolutely not. Maybe he can give him a run. You just never know because we haven't seen Boots fully at 54 yet. For him to be at 68 with Canelo, it's just too many unknowns. Do we got the skills and the talent to compete? Yes. But I think experience matters, and fighting at the championship level for years and years, I think matters. It's hard to ignore that, even though Canelo is not physically what he once was. But I'll say this, Boots will have a better chance at beating him than any young fighter that you could think of. And I really heard some things about Boots having some real good sparring against him. Said the same thing with that dude Yo-Yo. They say he was putting hands on him, killing Yo-Yo Hernandez. What's his name? Hernandez with the body shots and stuff like that. So he said before, his trainer said before it got crazy, he stopped it. So look, Boots might could surprise some people how he's able to perform, but there's so many unknowns at fighting at a level that's that high. Like for him to go from let's just use his last fight as an example, Usman Lima to Canelo Alvarez, right? Imagine it. Even in Xander's eyes to a Canelo Alvarez, just imagine it. Like there's something to be said about somebody that's been dominant or been winning that long and got over 60 fights. But as well as the 60 fights go, he got wear and tear. So right now, Canelo, I think, is as vulnerable as he's ever been in the sport of boxing. Right? I think the amount of fights, the training camps and the tough fights, the rounds, the sparring, all that stuff starting to catch up to him. In my opinion, I think he still can win some fights, but each fight from here is just going to have a certain level of difficulty attached to it because you're getting older and it's a whole training camp later and you get closer and closer to 40 as you get up there to the mid 30s, the late 30s, and you start looking old. So you want to be very mindful of that. You know what I'm saying? But I think Boots could surprise some people as to how he performed against a guy like that. But I don't know if I seen Boots in with the kind of opposition or the kind of challenges that I think a Canelo could present them consistently, right? That's something new. So it'd be hard for me to pick Boots to win. But that dude a dog, and he got a chance of beating anybody. I want to be clear. You know what I'm saying? I just don't ever want to be all fanned out to the point where I'm not realistic about where I feel like my opportunity is in terms of being able to beat somebody. Is this the other one? I'm trying to see. I think so. This might be the other one. Getting older, but beat him while old. Yeah, but this is the problem.
And then here's another.
Hold on.
Four.
Oh man, my bad. I didn't mean to pull this one up. This is Get this out of here. Get that out of here. Getting older, bud. Beat him my old. Appreciate your take though. Nah, yeah. So look, check this out. Let me give you a little bit more context to what I mean when I say old. Who you think? Who would you feel like is older, Ordinary M, Canelo or Bud? Right? Canelo, I mean Bud, obviously in age, but Canelo got way more miles on the odometer. You get what I'm saying? So although Bud Crawford is older in age, Canelo is older in body, right? His body with the miles, the wear and tear. So yeah, he was able to beat him being older than Canelo, but just not as shot worn. He don't have the wear and tear, the tough fights and 60 plus fights, all those training camps, moving up the weight classes, putting all that weight on you, fighting at 75, coming back down. Like Canelo has challenged himself way more than most people, or I don't want to say most, more than a lot of people will give him credit for. So although Bud was the older guy age-wise, you know, Canelo, because all that wear and tear and the mileage, having 60 plus fights, it's hard to say he ain't the older guy. You get what I'm saying? Like, who look like they're better physically? You get me? Bud looks fresher physically than a Canelo because Canelo had all of those fights. You know what I'm saying? Now, Crawford ain't going to make it to have no 60-something fights. You get me? So respect to Canelo for even being able to be active, still fighting and competing at the highest level with that much, that amount of mileage on the odometer, man. Like, think about it. He from Floyd to Danny Jacobs to Kovalev's, like he just fought. The only person I'd really give him grief about not fighting, it was the Charlos once upon a time and Andre, but really the Benavidez thing I think is the one that's gonna stick out the most in his career. But he's a great fighter, man. He getting, you know, Father Time is undefeated. And I think Father Time is accelerated when you putting all that miles on your body with all the fights that Canelo continued to have. Shout out to Big Dog Will. He said Canelo's in his twilight right now, but he's still going to be 90% of the elite fighters out there. Man, I'm telling you, he could beat a lot of those guys out there. I don't know what percentage exactly, Big Dog. I ain't good at that, but I know it's more than half for sure. Well over half. He could, like you say, he can beat a lot of these guys. He can beat most of these guys still right now. You know what I'm saying? Being exactly what he is. And that's saying a lot. So, you know, but everybody time comes, and Canelo been fighting forever, y'all. Forever. He been fighting forever, man. And this was the other one that they was playing around with Shakur and all them. Let me see.
Man,
Stuff be
Shaka, why you
funny.
telling people?
Everybody in the building, hit the like button,
Chill, you know
sub to
I
the
ain't trying to
channel if
fight
you
you, bro.
haven't.
I
Support
fooled
the
the
channel. We
media to
about to
avoid
close
Rolly,
out,
Ryan
y'all.
Croker,
We
and now
about
you
to
want to
hit
call me
5
out. How
hours.
could
We
you do
about to
this?
head out.
Truthfully, since Tank has been out the game, nobody cares about me. I just wanted some attention. We left 135 because it was too hot. We were already ready to go to 40, and now you want to do the same thing at 47? This is Debo division, y'all dig? Take a chill pill, Bill. I don't want to fight anybody. If it was up to me, I would just make everyone my boxing brother to protect my O. I already called out everyone in my division, Rolly, Ryan, and Croker, but I just do that to stay relevant. I don't really want to fight them. That's why I was scared when I saw the media talk about us fighting. Guys, we don't have to do this. All I ever wanted was my son to be like Tank. I taught Dev to fool the media. Please don't fight my son. Let's team up against Tank Davis instead.
Dev, please sign it. We can keep pretending we'll fight, but I want you to be my boxing brother.
Do it, Dev. I don't want to see you fight Ryan or Raleigh. You'll get knocked the fuck out again. I
Oh,
couldn't sleep on
man.
420. Haunts me. I can't imagine what that fuck Tank would do to you.
Yo, they wild. The huddle up is wild, yo. Shout out to the AI creators, bro. I like to have fun just like anybody else. To me, I think that's in good fun. I don't think that's like detrimental to nobody's career. I don't put that in the category of My bad, y'all. My apologies. My damn signal faded, but we was at the end anyway, and we was almost here 5 hours. I appreciate everybody rocking out, hanging out to the end with your boy. Hit the like button, sub to the channel, share it live, hype it live. Y'all know the drill. And we gonna be back tomorrow. Like I said, we got Ofacio in the building. Y'all make sure y'all tap in 4 p.m. tomorrow, and we gonna